Welcome, we're so happy you tuned in tonight. Before we get started, I'd love to know, where are you watching from? Drop it in the comments. Now, let's get comfortable and drift into deep, peaceful sleep together. You are walking through a storm that has teeth. The wind doesn't howl. It articulates, forming syllables in a language you almost recognize, and the rain falls with purpose, driving you forward like a hand between your shoulder blades. Your father stumbles ahead of you in the dark, but this isn't your memory yet. This is his. You're watching him through glass that hasn't been made, through eyes that aren't born, through a mirror that's already seen how this ends. He finds the castle because the castle wants to be found. The gates open before he touches them, metal groaning with what sounds like relief or hunger. You can't tell which, and the distinction might not matter. Inside, the architecture breathes. You can see the walls expand and contract, stone flexing like a diaphragm. And when your father walks down the entrance corridor, the portraits don't just watch him, they memorize him. Their painted eyes track with the smooth precision of a predator following prey, and if you look closely, really closely, you'll see their pupils dilate. The fog that fills the hallways doesn't drift. It exhales from somewhere deep in the castle's throat, rolling along the floor in rhythmic pulses, and it smells like wet earth and copper and something else, something that makes your father's hands shake as he reaches for the roses. The rose garden exists in a space that shouldn't fit inside the castle walls, but geometry is negotiable here, flexible, and the thorns that line every stem aren't just sharp, they weep. Dark sap collects at their tips and falls in slow drops that sizzle when they hit the ground, and the sound they make is exactly like bacon in a pan, fat rendering, meat cooking. Your father's fingers close around a stem, and that's when the voice arrives. It doesn't come from a direction. It manifests in the air itself, in the spaces between raindrops, and it sounds like someone dragging a femur across granite, slow and deliberate. A life for a rose, it says, and the words don't fade. They hang there, visible almost, etching themselves into the reality of this place. Your father sees his future in those words. He sees the beast's teeth. He sees you. He runs, but the castle lets him go because it knows he'll send a replacement. The bargain is already made. The thorns have already tasted his blood. You're already on your way. When you arrive to take your father's place, you think you're making a choice. You think sacrifice means something here, that your nobility will count for something in the castle's arithmetic. But the moment you step through those gates and they close behind you, and they do close, with a sound like a jaw snapping shut, you understand that choice is another negotiable concept in this place. The iron doesn't just groan, it sounds pleased, it sounds fed. There are rules, and they aren't suggestions. They're carved into black stone tablets mounted in the entrance hall, and the letters are deep enough that you can fit your finger inside them, deep enough that you wonder what tool could have cut them, and whether that tool had a pulse. No doors after midnight. The words are simple, but the claw marks gouged into the stone around them tell a different story. 4 parallel grooves, each one deep enough to catch shadow, and when you touch them, they're warm. Something with considerable strength didn't like this rule, and something with more considerable strength enforced it anyway. No mirrors uncovered. This rule is surrounded by missing chunks of stone, as if the wall itself flinched away from whatever happened when someone disobeyed. You count the holes. 7. There are 7 places where stone should be and isn't, and each absence is roughly the size of a human handprint, and you do not want to know what force could punch through stone 7 times. No, 3 nights in a row. Around this rule the stone is smooth, polished almost, as if thousands of hands have touched it, reading it over and over, memorizing it, fearing it. There's a stain at the bottom that might be rust, or might be something that used to be inside a person, and it's shaped like a reaching hand, fingers spread, trying to claw its way up toward the words. The castle begins teaching you its logic immediately. Food appears on plates that drag themselves across tables, scraping porcelain against wood in rhythms that almost sound like footsteps. The candelabra don't sit still. They shift when you're not looking, and when they move, they leave trails of wax that look disturbingly like sweat, like they're exerting themselves, like they're afraid of something. The wax puddles on the floor and hardens into shapes that resemble small, reaching hands. You try not to step on them. You fail. They crunch under your feet and the candelabra hiss in response, flames leaning toward you like accusations. The hallways refuse to stay in the same configuration twice. You walk down a corridor, turn around, and it's different. Longer or shorter or twisted in a direction that shouldn't exist. Doors appear where walls were. Walls appear where doors were. You find the same room 3 times in an hour, entering it from 3 different directions, and each time the furniture has rearranged itself. Pieces sliding across the floor while you weren't watching, trying out different formations like the room is practicing something. From the rafters, you hear sounds that don't resolve into sources. Rope-burn grooves mark the wooden beams, deep friction scars that suggest something heavy hung there, swinging for a very long time. The scuff marks on the floor below are worse. Hoof prints, you think at first, but then you look closer and realise they're not quite right. The shape is wrong. The spacing is wrong. Whatever made these marks had too many legs or not enough, and it moved in a gait that doesn't match any animal you know. Every night the knocking starts. Once. A sound like knuckles on wood coming from inside the walls. You hold your breath. Twice. Closer now, or maybe just louder, and you can hear the scrape of something being dragged between the first knock and the second. Thrice. This one comes from directly behind you, close enough that you feel the vibration in your spine, and then silence. The kind of silence that has weight, that presses against your eardrums, that makes you understand that something is holding very, very still and waiting to see what you'll do next. You don't move. You've learned not to move. Movement draws attention, and attention in this castle is a currency you can't afford to spend. The beast doesn't walk into rooms, he manifests. First comes the shadow, spreading across walls and floor like spilled ink, and within the shadow, shapes suggest themselves, horns that curve like accusations, a body that's too large for the doorway but fits through it anyway, and steam. There's always steam, rising from his fur in coils that smell like burnt hair and winter mornings, and something else. Something your hindbrain recognises as danger. When he finally solidifies from shadow into flesh, you understand why the castle needs rules. He's not a gentleman playing at beast, not a cursed prince pretending at monstrosity. He's a hunter on a leash, and the leash is fraying. His eyes aren't windows to a soul, they're apertures, openings into something vast and hungry and patient. When he speaks, his voice doesn't just fill the room, it displaces the air, pushing it out, replacing it with words that have texture and weight. The goblets on the table develop frost patterns while he talks, ice crystals forming in geometric designs that look almost like writing, like his voice is cold enough to freeze language itself into existence. He proposes. The word drops into the space between you like a stone into still water, and you watch the ripples spread. Will you marry me? 3 words, simple, but they carry obligation, they carry weight, they carry consequences that haven't fully manifested yet. You refuse. The word leaves your mouth, and the fire in the hearth doesn't just dim, it withdraws, flames pulling back into the logs like creatures retreating into shells, and for a moment the room is dark enough that you can't see the beast's expression, which is probably mercy. Then the fire returns, smaller, colder, burning blue instead of orange, and in the new light you see that the beast hasn't moved but his shadow has grown, stretching across the ceiling, reaching toward you with fingers made of darkness. Somewhere in the castle something begins to move. You hear it, a dragging sound, heavy, deliberate, coming from very far away but getting closer with each second. The beast hears it too. His ears rotate toward the sound, tracking it, and for just a moment you see something in his expression that might be fear or might be anticipation. Then his face settles back into its careful mask and he stands and he leaves, and the dragging sound stops. But you know it's still there, somewhere in the dark, waiting for the next refusal. The rose sits in its glass case in a room that's always too warm. Each petal is perfect, blood-red, luminous, and when they fall, and they do fall, one by one, following some internal clock that doesn't match any timepiece, you know. They don't drift gently to the stone floor. They sizzle. The sound is small but distinct. A brief hiss of protest, and the smell that rises is wrong. It's organic? Yes, but not floral. It's the smell of protein breaking down, of meat left in the sun, of something that was once alive becoming something else. You watch a petal fall and hit the floor and cook itself into a dark stain, and you understand that the rose is counting down to something, measuring out moments in flesh smell and steam. When a petal falls somewhere in the castle, a door seals shut. You've tested this. You've listened. The sound is immediate, A solid thunk of wood meeting frame followed by the smooth slide of multiple locks engaging themselves, metal tongue entering metal groove, and when you go to check, the door is no longer a door, it's a wall. Seamless. The doorknob is gone, the hinges are gone. There's just stone, warm to the touch, and if you press your ear against it, you can hear breathing on the other side, shallow and afraid. The garden looks like statuary from a distance. Figures in various poses, a man reaching toward the sky, a woman covering her face, a child mid-run, all carved in pale stone that gleams in the perpetual twilight that lives in this place, but they're not stone. You discover this by accident when you brush against one and feel warmth. The figure's chest moves, not much, just a fraction of an inch, the barest expansion of ribs, the smallest intake of breath, but it moves. They're alive in here, locked inside stone shells, breathing slowly, so slowly, preserving oxygen, waiting. For what? For the curse to break, for permission to move, for someone to say yes. Their eyes are open behind the stone. You can see them if you look close enough, pupils contracted to pinpoints, aware, watching, pleading. You stop going to the garden after that, but sometimes at night you hear them, a collective exhale, dozens of stone lungs releasing stale air in unison, and the sound makes you pull your blankets over your head like a child afraid of monsters, except the monsters here are the victims. The servants are worse than the beast because they want so desperately to be human again. The maid's face has sunk into the mirror she carries, her features pressed against the silver surface from inside, mouth moving constantly, saying words you can't hear, and when you look at the mirror you see her eyes looking back at you from your own reflection. Superimposed, pleading. The butler's arm ends in a polished claw, not a hand shaped like a claw, but an actual bird of prey talon, brass and articulated and functional, and when he pours your tea the claw clicks against the porcelain in precise rhythms that might be Morse code, might be prayers, might be counting down something you don't want to know about. The cook's mouth opens on hinges. You see this when she yawns and the movement is wrong, too wide, the jaw separating from the skull at an angle that shouldn't be possible, revealing not teeth but gears, small and perfect and spinning, and when her mouth closes the click of the mechanism engaging is audible across the room. They smile at you. They smile too much, too wide, holding the expression until their faces tremble with effort, and their eyes never match their mouths. Their eyes are desperate. They beg you to say yes. They never say this explicitly. They're too well trained, too transformed, too afraid, but you hear it in every interaction. The way the maid lingers too long when making your bed, her mirror face pressed against the silver, lips forming the word yes over and over. The way the butler's claw clicks out YES on your teacup rim. The way the cook arranges your food into letters on the plate, and the letters spell yes. And when you don't eat them in the right order, she makes a sound like gears grinding, like mechanisms being forced against their rotation. Every time you say no to the beast, the servants tighten. You can see it happening. Seams appear where there weren't seams before. Lines across the maid's throat like someone drew a thread around her neck and pulled. Divisions in the butler's torso that suggest he's coming apart in sections. Gaps in the cook's smile where her real mouth ends and the hinged mechanism begins. They're being compressed, folded, transformed incrementally with each refusal, and they know it, and they can't stop it, and they can't stop smiling. The mirror in your room is covered when you arrive, draped in heavy cloth that's been nailed to the wall, and there are warnings carved into the wooden frame in multiple languages, multiple scripts. Some you recognise and some you don't, but they all say the same thing. Don't look. You look anyway. Of course you look. The cloth comes down easily, too easily, like it's been removed many times before, like the warning is less prohibition and more inevitability. The mirror shows you what is about to happen. Not might happen, will happen. You see yourself drowning in a room you haven't entered yet, water rising around you in a space with no windows and one door, and the door is closing, and you're screaming but no sound comes out because your lungs are already full. You see the beast feeding in corridors that don't exist yet, hunched over something that moves feebly, and his muzzle is dark with blood that steams in the cold air. You see your father dragged backward through the rose garden by vines that haven't grown, thorns catching in his clothes and then his skin and then deeper, pulling him down into earth that opens like a mouth. When you look away from the mirror, it keeps reflecting. You can see it in your peripheral vision. Images moving, scenes playing out, futures manifesting and dissolving and reforming. You cover it again, nail the cloth back in place, but at night you hear it. The soft sound of glass showing things, light moving across a surface, and occasionally a noise that might be screaming. Might be your own voice, coming from a future where you made different choices, or the same choices, or no choices at all. The first night he asks, you refuse, and the castle responds. The floor tilts. Not dramatically, just a few degrees, enough to make you stumble, enough to send objects sliding slowly toward the lower corners of rooms. Stairs lengthen while you're climbing them, steps multiplying between your feet. What should be a flight of 15 becoming 20, 30, 40, until you're climbing through darkness toward a landing that recedes with each step. Distant hooves circle your room after you finally reach it and lock the door. They start far away, click-clack on stone, echo and repeat somewhere in the depths of the castle, and then they get closer, spiralling inward through corridors that twist toward your location. The hooves aren't moving at walking speed, they're running or galloping or moving in some gait that's too fast and too purposeful, and whatever makes them has too many legs. You can tell by the rhythm, by the pattern of clicks that don't match anything four-legged or two-legged, that suggests something with 6 legs or 8 or more, something that moves like a centipede scaled up to horse size. The sound reaches your door and stops. You hear breathing on the other side, rapid and wet, and then the hooves retreat, click-clacking away into the distance, and you know they'll be back tomorrow. The second night he asks, you refuse, and the garden attacks the castle. Roots climb the walls outside your window. You watch them in the lightning flash of the perpetual storm. Thick ropes of plant matter forcing their way between stones, prying them loose, and where the roots touch the walls, the stone softens, becoming porous, organic, bleeding sap where it should bleed nothing. The ivy that covers the east wing begins to move with purpose, tendrils reaching toward windows, forcing their way through cracks, and the leaves that push through into your room are wrong, too red, too fleshy, with veins that pulse like they're moving blood. Under the floorboards, whispers work at the wood. You can't hear words, just the suggestion of language, sibilants and stops, and occasionally a phrase resolves itself into something almost comprehensible. Let us in, let us through, let us become. The boards begin to warp, bowing upward in places, and when you step on them they feel soft, yielding, like you're walking on skin stretched over liquid. That night you sleep in a chair, feet off the floor, while the whispers negotiate with the wood, and the wood negotiates with whatever's underneath. And in the morning the floor is solid again, but there are new knots in the boards, dark and circular and looking disturbingly like eyes. The third night he asks, you know what happens if you refuse. The rules carved in black stone have promised this. 3 refusals means blood. Whose blood? It doesn't specify. Maybe yours, maybe the beast's, maybe the servants', squeezed one more increment closer to their final transformation. The beast enters your room, and he's different tonight, more solid, more present. The shadow that usually precedes him is gone, and you can see him completely. Every detail rendered in the firelight. The scars under his fur, the way his muscles bunch and release with each breath, the intelligence in his eyes that's worse than hunger because it suggests he knows exactly what he's doing, exactly what this costs, exactly how much you want to refuse. He asks, will you marry me? The words are the same as always, but tonight they carry weight. Literal weight, pressing down on your shoulders, forcing you to your knees on the stone floor. You open your mouth to refuse and the room holds its breath. The fire freezes mid-flicker. The candles stop dripping wax. The shadows stop moving. Everything waits for your answer, and in that waiting you hear the sound. Footsteps in the corridor outside, coming closer, and these aren't the hooves from before. These are different, heavier, dragging something that scrapes against stone with each step. The footsteps halt outside your door. The latch begins to turn, metal clicking as the mechanism rotates, and you realise the rule isn't about what the beast will do if you refuse. It's about what the castle will let in. You bargain for a visit home. The beast agrees, but the conditions are etched into the air between you like contracts written in ice. Return before the last petal falls, or the bargain resets, or the castle collects, or something else. Something worse that he doesn't specify because he doesn't need to. The mirror comes with you. You don't choose this. It simply appears in your saddlebag, wrapped in cloth that feels like silk and skin in equal measure, And when you try to leave it behind, it reappears, patient and inevitable. At home, everything looks smaller than you remember, or maybe you've been stretched by living in a place where dimensions are suggestions. Your family is overjoyed, but their joy curdles when they see the mirror. It bleeds light. Not metaphorically, actually bleeds, luminescence seeping from the edges where the glass meets the frame, pooling on whatever surface it sits on, glowing liquid that evaporates into nothing when touched. The mirror shows your father what you already know. The beast on the floor of his chamber, starving himself, fur falling out in patches, breath rattling in his chest like chains dragged across gravel. Your sisters see this and make a calculation you watch happen behind their eyes. If he dies, you're free. If you don't return, you're free. If the last petal falls while you're here, the curse breaks or resets or consumes him, and either way you're no longer required. They cut your horse's saddle straps. They hide your shoes. They snip petals from the roses growing in your mother's garden. Normal roses, red and pink and yellow, ordinary flowers that have nothing to do with the curse. And every petal they cut causes a rose to appear inside your family's house. They grow through windowsills, punching through wood and plaster, thorns first, then stems thick as wrists, then blooms that open to reveal centres that look disturbingly like mouths, red and wet and lined with what might be petals or might be teeth. The vines strangle as they grow, wrapping around furniture legs and door frames and the banister of the staircase, and your sisters keep cutting roses from the garden, trying to stop the invasion, not understanding that they're causing it, that every severed stem in the garden births a new vine in the house, that the curse is teaching them something about consequences. You return late. Of course you return late. The mirror made sure of it by showing you false paths, by lying about distances, by reflecting a road that doesn't exist until you've already committed to following it. The beast is half frozen when you find him, sprawled in the garden among the statues that breathe, and his fur is rimed with ice, each hair encased in a crystal shell that clicks when he moves, assuming he still can move. His breath rattles like chains, because that's what it is. Each exhale drags metal across metal somewhere inside his chest, and you understand that the curse is mechanical as much as magical, that there are literal gears and pistons and mechanisms inside him, and they're grinding to a halt. The villagers arrive while you're kneeling beside him. They must have followed you, or been waiting, or been summoned by the castle's need for witnesses. They carry torches that die the moment they cross the threshold, flames snuffing out as if the air inside the castle walls doesn't support combustion, or doesn't support the kind of fire that comes from outside. Their courage rots in the fog that rolls down from the castle's turrets. You can see it happening. Brave men become hesitant men, become terrified. Men become men who understand they've made a terrible mistake. The first villager to step inside the entrance hall never hits the ground. Something takes him from above or below or from the side. You can't tell which because it moves faster than your eyes can track, and all you see is the man jerked into the darkness, his torch clattering to the floor, still lit somehow in here where other flames have died, illuminating nothing but the space where he used to be. You touch the beast and your hand steams. The contact point generates heat, or maybe cold so intense it feels like heat, and his ice-rimmed fur begins to melt, water running down his muzzle in streams that hiss when they hit the stone. You accept. The words feel like vomiting something solid, something that's been lodged in your throat since you arrived, something the castle has been waiting to receive. I'll marry you. 3 words, simple, devastating, and the moment they leave your mouth the last petal falls from the rose. It doesn't sizzle this time, it screams. A sound like metal tearing, like bone breaking, like something that was never meant to make sound being forced to vocalize, and the castle responds in kind. The walls scream, the stones scream, the ivy screams. Everything that's been holding the curse together suddenly tears itself apart in reverse, and you watch it happen. Bones realigning inside the beast's body, audible cracks and pops as his skeleton reconfigures itself, hornroot pulling free from his skull with a sound like trees being uprooted, fur receding or being absorbed or simply vanishing into skin that erupts underneath. The walls vomit ivy and dead roses, plant matter pouring from cracks in the stone, decades of growth expelled in moments, covering the floor in a carpet of decomposing vegetation that steams and stinks and writhes with things that were living in it. The servants slump, humanity returning in a rush that looks agonizing. The maid's face pushing out from the mirror, silver shattering to release her, the butler's brass claw splitting open to reveal a human hand underneath, bloody and cramped, the cook's jaw unhinging and then rehinging, gears falling from her mouth like teeth, clicking against the floor in diminishing rhythms. The man who used to be the beast lies in the vegetation, human naked, scarred where metal used to press against flesh, marked where horns used to root in skull, and his eyes when they open are the same eyes the beast had, intelligent, knowing, afraid. You've broken the curse. You've saved him. You've saved the servants. You've done everything the story promised you could do if you just said yes, if you just accepted, if you just loved the monster. But there's a question that sits between you and him like a stone. Was he a victim? The curse fed on refusal, yes. It grew stronger with each to know, tightened its grip with each rejection. But the curse needed something to feed through, needed a mouth, needed teeth, needed someone to ask the question that trapped you between refusal and submission. If he was a victim, it was of a curse that transformed him into its instrument. If he was a monster, it was because he let it, because he asked knowing what each refusal would cost, because he participated in the mechanism even if he didn't build it. The distinction might not matter. The bargain wanted an answer, and drank your fear until it received one, and whether the beast was prisoner or warden, you were always the sacrifice. The castle is quiet now. The rules carved in black stone have smoothed themselves over, letters fading back into unmarked surface. The servants are rebuilding themselves into human shapes, learning again how to move in bodies that respond correctly, how to smile without mechanisms, how to speak without their words clicking. The man sits in the garden among the statues that are beginning to crack open, stone shells splitting to release gasping, confused people who can't remember how long they've been inside or what they did to deserve it. He looks at you, and you look at him, and between you is an understanding that neither of you will speak. The curse is broken, but what it revealed doesn't break with it. You know what he's capable of now. He knows what you're capable of accepting. The castle knows what it takes to trap someone who thinks they're choosing sacrifice. You walk through the garden in the days after, trying to convince yourself this is an ending. The roses are growing back, new blooms pushing through the decomposing carpet of their predecessors. The thorns are still sharp. They still weep dark sap. But there's something else now, something new. A rose bush at the garden's centre, larger than the others, fuller, blooming in colours that shift depending on the angle of observation. Its thorns aren't just sharp, they're shaped. When you look closely, running your fingers along their edges without quite touching, you can see that they form letters, words, another rule carved not in stone but in living tissue. You can't read it in normal light. The letters refuse to resolve, blurring and shifting, but when you accidentally prick your finger on one of the thorns, and of course you do, that's what thorns are for, that's what they've always been for, your blood runs down the thorn's length and pools in the carved letters, filling them, making them legible for just a moment. No leaving after the first year. The blood absorbs into the plant and the letters blur again, unreadable until the next bleeding. The mirror in your room, because it's your room now, you're staying, that's what acceptance means, still shows you futures. The cloth is back in place, but you can hear it working behind the fabric. The soft sound of light on glass, images manifesting and dissolving. Sometimes you uncover it, compelled by the need to know what's coming, and it shows you a house in another forest, smoke rising from a chimney that shouldn't be smoking yet. It shows you a merchant losing his way, stumbling through a storm toward gates that open before he touches them. It shows you a daughter who doesn't know what she's about to choose, what will be chosen for her, what choosing means in a place where doors lock behind you and rules carve themselves into stone and roses count down to consequences that don't end when the curse breaks. The castle is preparing for its next guest. The bargain is eternal. The mechanism resets. You're married now to a man who used to be a beast or was always both, and at night when he sleeps beside you, his breathing sometimes rattles, sometimes sounds like chains, sometimes sounds like hooves circling in distant corridors. The servants smile at you, gratitude and terror mixed in expressions they're relearning how to control. The statues in the garden have all cracked open, but new ones are beginning to form around the edges, stone growing up around rose bushes, encasing them slowly, and if you watch long enough you can see them beginning to breathe, shallow and slow, preserving air. The castle is quiet now, but it's the quiet of something resting, something patient, something that knows how to wait. The rules are gone from the entrance hall, but you remember them, all of them, and you're learning new ones every day. Which corridors to avoid when the walls begin to breathe too quickly, which mirrors to keep covered, which questions not to ask when the servants' smiles start to tighten. In the garden, the rosebush with the thorn-carved rules grows larger each day, blooming in colours that shouldn't exist, and sometimes when the wind blows through its branches you hear it. The sound of the castle exhaling, fog rolling across stone, and beneath that, deeper, the sound of something vast turning over in its sleep. Mechanisms resetting, gears engaging for the next cycle. The curse is broken, the monster is a man, you've won. But winning in this place means you get to stay, means you get to learn what the castle does between curses, means you get to discover what happens to people who say yes, and then realise the question was never really about marriage. The thorns spell out new rules in your blood, one prick at a time, teaching you the grammar of this place, the syntax of trapped, the language of bargains that continue long after the visible curse has ended. You are beauty. You broke the spell. And now you're learning what comes after. In a castle that breathes, with walls that remember, with roses that count, with rules that write themselves in living tissue, with mirrors that hunt for the next victim, with a husband who sometimes wakes up with frost on his breath and shadow pooling around his body, and an expression that suggests he can still feel the horns, still hear the hooves, still taste the question, will you marry me? And somewhere in the foundations, something knocks, once, twice, thrice, then silence, waiting for you to break another rule, to test another boundary, to discover what the castle does to people who try to leave after saying yes, who try to refuse after accepting, who try to escape a bargain that was never about love, but about feeding something older, something patient, something that wears many faces and lives in many forms but is always, always hungry. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The golden tickets were supposed to represent magic, weren't they? That's what everyone believed when the newspapers first broke the story, when television crews descended on candy shops worldwide, when children tore through chocolate bars with trembling fingers and parents spent their rent money on one more chance, just one more. 5 golden tickets hidden among billions of ordinary Wonka bars, 5 opportunities to step inside the most magnificent chocolate factory the world had ever known, to meet the reclusive genius himself, Willy Wonka, who hadn't been seen in public for decades. The frenzy was global, unprecedented, beautiful in its innocence. Except it wasn't innocent at all, and those who understood probability, who worked with numbers and statistics and cold mathematical reality, they knew something was wrong from the very beginning. 5 tickets among billions of bars. The odds weren't just astronomical, they were impossible, unless someone was controlling the distribution with surgical precision, unless the randomness was an illusion, unless the entire contest was designed not to discover winners, but to select very specific children for very specific purposes. Augustus Gloop found his ticket in Germany, a boy whose appetite had consumed his entire personality, whose every waking moment revolved around the next meal, the next chocolate bar, the next indulgence. The news footage showed him eating even as he was interviewed, chocolate smeared across his face like war paint, his eyes glazed with the stupor of constant consumption. Veruca Salt's ticket came through her father's wallet, through the purchasing power of wealth so vast it could command an entire factory of workers to unwrap candy bars until the golden prize emerged, because for families like the Salts, everything had a price, and everything could be obtained. Violet Beauregard chewed her way to victory, a champion of competitive gum chewing whose every achievement existed only to be broadcast, whose identity was constructed entirely from external validation and the desperate need to be first, to be best, to be seen. Mike TV's ticket seemed almost prophetic, found by a boy who lived inside screens, who understood the world only through the mediated flicker of television programming, who had replaced human interaction with electronic simulation. And then there was Charlie Bucket, the poor boy from the edge of town, living in a shack that leaned like a drunk against the winter wind, sleeping 4 to a bed, surviving on cabbage soup and birthday chocolate, 1 bar per year, a child so desperate for escape that even the impossible seemed within reach, if he could just believe hard enough. The factory loomed over the city like a fever dream made concrete and steel, its walls rising impossibly high, its chimneys pumping smoke that smelled of vanilla and burnt sugar and something else. Something chemical and wrong that people chose not to notice because the alternative was too unsettling. For years those gates had remained locked, the factory operating in complete isolation. No workers entering or leaving, no deliveries visible, no explanation for how millions of chocolate bars were produced and distributed by a facility that appeared completely sealed. Rumours circulated, of course, wild theories about automation and smuggling tunnels and supernatural assistance, but rumours were easy to dismiss when the chocolate kept flowing and tasted better than anything else on Earth, when children's faces lit up with joy at the mere sight of a Wonka wrapper, when the brand had become synonymous with childhood happiness itself. The contradiction was invisible to most people. How could something so joyful be sinister? How could magic be dangerous? How could a man who dedicated his life to delighting children harbour anything but benevolence? The morning of the factory tour arrived with unseasonable cold, frost-coating every surface despite it being late summer, as though the weather itself was responding to something unnatural, something that disturbed the normal order of things. The 5 children gathered at the factory gates with their families, television cameras capturing every moment, reporters shouting questions that nobody answered. Wonka emerged precisely at 10 o'clock, appearing so suddenly that several people later swore he hadn't walked through the gates but had simply materialised. A man dressed in purple velvet and impossible patterns, his face a mask of theatrical delight that never quite reached his eyes, which remained cold and evaluative, assessing each child with the clinical detachment of a scientist examining lab specimens. His cane tapped against the cobblestones in a rhythm that felt rehearsed, and when he spoke, his voice carried a strange cadence, as though he were reciting lines from a script he'd memorised long ago, going through motions that had lost their meaning through endless repetition. The first room they entered defied physics, a meadow of candy grass beneath a ceiling that displayed a painted sky. Everything edible, everything designed to overwhelm the senses and dissolve rational thought. Augustus Gloop lasted exactly 7 minutes before the chocolate river claimed him. The boy unable to resist drinking directly from the source, kneeling at the riverbank and gulping down liquid chocolate until he overbalanced and fell, his body swept immediately into a glass pipe that sucked him upward with pneumatic force. The screams lasted only seconds before distance and machinery swallowed them. Mrs. Gloop shrieked and ran along the riverbank, but Wonka remained perfectly calm, explaining with practised ease that Augustus would be fine, that the pipe led to the fudge room, that everything was under control. The Oompa Loompas appeared then, small figures in white uniforms emerging from doorways that hadn't been visible moments before, their faces painted with makeup that made them look more like dolls than people. Their movements synchronized as they began to sing. The song wasn't comforting. It was accusatory. A moral lesson delivered in rhyme, pointing out every flaw in Augustus's character, explaining why his fate was deserved, why his suffering was educational. They sang about greed and gluttony while cleaning chocolate from the grass with disturbing efficiency, erasing all evidence of the incident as though it had been choreographed, expected, planned down to the second. The tour continued without pause, Wonka leading them deeper into the factory with that same theatrical enthusiasm, his cane tapping out that strange rhythm, his voice describing wonders while his eyes remained flat and watchful. Charlie walked close to his grandpa Joe, the old man wheezing with each step but determined to stay by his grandson's side, both of them trying to process what they'd just witnessed, trying to reconcile the violence of Augustus's disappearance with Wonka's assurances, with the continued magic of their surroundings, with the fact that nobody seemed particularly concerned about the boy who'd just been vacuum-sealed into an industrial pipe. The other children seemed barely affected. Verica was already demanding to know when she'd received the chocolate river as a gift. Violet was more interested in filming herself than worrying about Augustus. Mike had his face buried in a handheld game, none of them registering the horror of what had just occurred because they'd been raised in a world where consequences were theoretical, where other people's suffering was just another form of entertainment, where empathy had been systematically educated out of them through years of privilege and isolation, and the careful cultivation of their particular vices. The inventing room appeared without warning, Wonka pressing his palm against what looked like solid wall and revealing a laboratory that stretched impossibly far, filled with machines that bubbled and hissed and produced substances that seemed to violate the laws of chemistry. Violet Beauregard's downfall was faster than Augustus's. her competitive nature unable to resist when Wonka mentioned, almost casually as though the information had slipped out accidentally, that one machine was producing an experimental gum that contained an entire 3-course meal. The warnings were perfunctory, designed to be ignored, and Violet snatched the gum and began chewing before anyone could stop her, though of course nobody tried to stop her. Wonka simply watched with that same theatrical concern while Violet narrated her experience, describing roast beef and potatoes and then blueberry pie. Her voice becoming distorted as her skin began to change colour, blue spreading across her face and hands and body, her flesh expanding with pneumatic pressure, transforming her into something grotesque and swollen and no longer entirely human. Her mother screamed, but the Oompa Loompas were already emerging with another song, another moral lesson about pride and competition and the dangers of ignoring advice, their small hands rolling Violet toward a door that led to the juicing room. Their synchronized movements revealing that this too had happened before, that every elimination followed the same script, that the factory was designed to produce these exact outcomes with machine-like precision. Charlie wanted to leave, wanted to grab Grandpa Joe and run back toward the entrance, but the layout had become labyrinthine, corridors branching and twisting in ways that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them. Wonka always moving forward, always leading them deeper, his voice maintaining that same cheerful patter, while his eyes tracked every movement, especially Charlie's, assessing the boy's reactions with an intensity that felt predatory. The nut room appeared next, another impossibility. Hundreds of squirrels sitting at tiny workbenches cracking nuts with disturbing precision, their movements synchronized like the Oompa Loompas, like everything in this factory that pretended to be whimsical while operating according to rigid protocols. Veruca Salt's elimination was the most violent yet. The girl demanding a squirrel, climbing over the barrier despite warnings, the squirrels descending on her en masse, their tiny paws tapping and judging and finding her wanting, a bad nut destined for the incinerator, pushing her toward the garbage chute while Mr. Salt tried desperately to save her, only to be swept away himself by the furry tide. The trapdoor swallowed them both, and again the Oompa Loompas materialized with their song, explaining in rhyme why Veruca deserved her fate, why children who demanded everything deserved nothing, why this was justice, why this was right. Their painted faces showing no emotion as they swept up the aftermath and prepared the room for the next tour group, for the next children who would inevitably fall into these same carefully constructed traps. The television room was the final test for Mike TV, a space filled with cameras and screens and a machine that Wonka explained could transmit chocolate bars through the air, breaking them into atoms and reassembling them on the other side, a technology that should have been revolutionary, that should have changed human civilization, but existed solely as a trap for a boy who lived through screens, who couldn't resist the opportunity to be transmitted himself, to be digitized and broadcast and reconstituted. Mike leaped into the transmission area before anyone could react, though again nobody tried very hard to stop him, and the machine hummed to life. Like consuming the boy's body, his screams modulated and distorted, and when he reappeared on the receiving platform he was barely 3 inches tall, a tiny version of himself, still screaming, still arrogant despite his transformation. Mrs. TV collapsed, but the Oompa Loompas had their song ready, verses about television rot and media addiction, and the price of living through screens instead of in reality. Their small hands already reaching for Mike, carrying him away to the taffy pulling room where his body could be stretched back to something approximating normal size, though everyone understood without it being stated explicitly that he would never be the same, that whatever had been transmitted and reassembled was no longer entirely Mike TV, that something essential had been lost in the translation from matter to energy and back again. And then there were two, Charlie and Grandpa Joe, the last survivors, standing in a factory that had systematically eliminated every other child through methods that appeared accidental but were obviously designed, executed with the precision of a machine that had performed these same eliminations countless times before. Wonka turned to face them, his theatrical mask slipping slightly, revealing something underneath that was calculating and cold, assessing Charlie with renewed intensity, and for the first time the boy understood that surviving wasn't the point, that the contest had never been about luck or goodness or finding the worthiest child. The factory was a sorting mechanism, eliminating certain traits while selecting for others, not kindness but obedience, not courage but submission, Not creativity, but the willingness to follow instructions even when those instructions led others to destruction. Charlie had passed every test by being meek, by being desperate, by being so overwhelmed by the factory's wonders that he never questioned its fundamental nature, by being too afraid of losing his chance to speak up when other children were being hurt, by being the perfect blank slate upon which Wonka could inscribe his legacy. The fizzy lifting drinks room appeared without warning. Wonka suddenly called away by an Oompa Loompa emergency, leaving Charlie and Grandpa Joe alone for the first time since entering the factory, and the old man saw the bottles immediately, recognised an opportunity, convinced Charlie to drink despite his hesitation, both of them floating toward the ceiling, toward a massive fan blades that would have killed them if they hadn't burped their way back to safety, Charlie terrified throughout, knowing they were breaking rules, knowing this was wrong, but following his grandfather's lead because that's what good boys do. They obey authority, even when authority is leading them toward danger. The incident remained secret, neither Charlie nor Grandpa Joe mentioning it when Wonka returned, the lie sitting between them like a stone. But the factory knew, of course it knew, cameras everywhere, Oompa Loompas appearing from walls, nothing happening inside these walls that Wonka didn't observe and catalogue and judge. The tour ended in Wonka's office, a room designed to intimidate, filled with contracts and legal documents, and a desk that seemed designed to diminish anyone sitting across from it. Wonka's voice had lost its theatrical quality, become flat and businesslike as he explained that Charlie had failed, that taking the fizzy lifting drink violated the contract, that he would receive nothing, no chocolate, no prize, no recognition. Grandpa Joe erupted in rage, shouting about fairness and justice and how they'd suffered through watching other children be destroyed. But Wonka remained unmoved, and Charlie felt something break inside himself, the dream collapsing, the escape route sealed, poverty and cabbage soup and the leaning shack waiting for him outside these walls. But then he did something unexpected, something that changed everything. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the everlasting gobstopper that Wonka had given each child at the tour's beginning, the one that Mr. Slugworth had offered to buy for enormous sums, and Charlie placed it on Wonka's desk without explanation, returning it despite having nothing left to lose, demonstrating a final act of submission that proved he was exactly what Wonka had been searching for. The transformation in Wonka's demeanour was immediate and complete, the cold businessman vanishing and being replaced by someone euphoric, tears streaming down his face as he explained that this was the final test, that Slugworth was actually his employee, that everything had been designed to assess Charlie's moral character, that the boy had won, had passed, had survived. But Charlie understood even as Wonka spoke that this explanation was another layer of manipulation, that the test had nothing to do with morality and everything to do with obedience, that returning the gobstopper proved not that Charlie was good but that he was controllable, that even when betrayed and rejected and denied the prize he'd been promised, he would still follow the rules, still submit to authority, still choose compliance over rebellion. This was what Wonka needed in an heir, not creativity or independence or vision, but someone who would maintain the factory's systems without questioning their fundamental cruelty, who would continue the contests and the tours and the eliminations, who would accept that children were raw materials to be tested and sorted and discarded if they failed to meet specifications. The great glass elevator appeared then, a vehicle that defied engineering and physics, transparent walls revealing the factory's interior as they ascended, Wonka explaining that everything would belong to Charlie now, the entire factory with its impossible rooms and its Oompa Loompa workforce and its legacy of chocolate and wonder and carefully orchestrated child elimination. They burst through the factory's roof in an explosion of glass and metal, soaring over the city, and Charlie should have felt joy, should have felt triumph, but instead he felt the weight of what he was inheriting, understood that the elevator wasn't carrying him toward freedom, but deeper into captivity, that Wonka's gift was actually a prison, that the factory's walls would define the rest of his life just as they had defined Wonka's, that he was being moulded into something that could maintain and perpetuate these systems, that his poverty and desperation had made him the perfect victim for this particular grooming. The other children survived, of course, that was never in doubt. Augustus was found in the fudge room, compressed to half his original size, a literal physical manifestation of being diminished by his vices. Violet emerged from the juicing room still blue, her competitive nature now written on her skin for everyone to see. Veruca and her father were discovered in the garbage incinerator covered in filth, their privilege unable to protect them from the factory's judgment. Mike TV was stretched to 10 feet tall, a distorted caricature of himself, his media addiction having literally reshaped his body. Each child left with a lifetime supply of chocolate and physical evidence of their moral failures, marked permanently by what the factory had judged and found wanting in them, sent back into the world as warnings, as examples, as proof that the system worked, that the factory could identify vice and punish it with surgical precision. But Charlie stayed, moving his entire family into the factory, Grandpa Joe and Grandpa George and Grandma Georgina and Grandma Josephine, all of them extracted from their shared bed and transplanted into Wonka's impossible architecture, given rooms that were too perfect, fed meals that were too delicious, integrated into a system that would never let them leave, because leaving would mean talking about what they'd seen, about what the factory really was, about the Oompa Loompas who never spoke except in song, who cleaned up after eliminations with practiced efficiency, who obeyed every command without question, who were somehow both workers and prisoners, slaves to a system they maintained but could never escape. Charlie watched them work, studied their choreographed movements, understood that this was his future too, that he was being transformed from child into overseer, from victim into perpetrator, that the factory required someone to operate it, and Wonka had selected Charlie not despite his poverty, but because of it, because desperation creates compliance, because someone with nothing has too much to lose to ever risk questioning the system that lifted them up. The training began immediately, Wonka showing Charlie how each room functioned, explaining the mechanisms and the schedules and the protocols, revealing that the factory was far larger than the tour had suggested, extending underground in vast networks of chambers where new products were tested and new eliminations designed, where future contests were already being planned with the same precision as the one Charlie had survived. There were files on thousands of children, profiles and assessments and predictions about which ones would be susceptible to which temptations, psychological data gathered through chocolate sales and candy consumption patterns and behavioural analysis. The contest's appearance of randomness masking a selection process so sophisticated it could identify the exact 5 children who would best demonstrate the factory's power to punish vice and reward obedience. Charlie learned that Augustus had been selected 2 years before he found his ticket, that his parents had been manipulated into patterns that would increase his consumption, that the boy's obesity had been cultivated as surely as crops in a field, all leading to that moment by the chocolate river when he would inevitably fall and be sucked into the pipe and transformed into a moral lesson for children worldwide. The Oompa Loompas remained the greatest mystery, workers who never aged, who never seemed to sleep, who maintained the factory's impossible mechanisms with synchronized precision, who sang their moral lessons with voices that blended into perfect harmony, whose eyes remained vacant even as they performed complex tasks, as though they were somehow present and absent simultaneously, their consciousness submerged beneath layers of conditioning that made them perfect servants, incapable of rebellion, incapable of questioning, incapable of anything except obedience. Wonka explained that he'd rescued them from Loompa-land, saved them from predators and starvation, given them purpose and safety and endless cacao beans, but Charlie understood that rescue and capture were sometimes the same thing, that the Oompa Loompas' gratitude had been weaponized into submission, that they maintained their chains willingly because the alternative had been presented as worse, that the factory's benevolence toward them was itself a form of control more absolute than any physical restraint. Months passed, Charlie learning the factory's systems, absorbing its logic, beginning to think like Wonka thought, to see children as test subjects and vice as something to be punished rather than educated, to accept that the eliminations weren't cruel but necessary, that the factory required sacrifice to maintain its magic, that wonder and terror were 2 faces of the same coin. His family remained ensconced in their perfect rooms, aging rapidly in the strange atmosphere of the factory, Grandpa Joe's health declining despite the excellent food and comfortable bed, as though something in the factory's air was toxic to those who weren't meant to stay permanently, as though the building itself was designed to accommodate only Wonka and his eventual replacement, rejecting everyone else through slow attrition. Charlie visited them less frequently, his training consuming more time, Wonka's presence becoming more ghost-like as the old man prepared to fade into retirement, to surrender control to the heir he'd groomed so carefully, to pass the torch and disappear into whatever came next for people who dedicated their lives to building traps disguised as wonders. The next contest approached. Golden tickets prepared for distribution. 5 new children already selected through methods Charlie now understood. Their vices identified and their eliminations planned. The tour's script written with the same precision. Charlie stood at the factory gates the morning of the new tour, Wonka beside him but fading. The old man becoming translucent in the early light as though he'd never been entirely real, as though the factory itself had generated him from nothing and was now reabsorbing him back into its walls. The 5 new children gathered with their families, television cameras rolling, reporters shouting questions, the whole circus repeating itself with minor variations, and Charlie felt the weight of what he'd inherited fully for the first time. Understood that he was no longer the poor boy who'd found a golden ticket, but the architect of other children's destruction, the one who would lead them through the factory's rooms with that same theatrical enthusiasm Wonka had demonstrated, the one who would watch them fall into traps while pretending concern, the one who would inherit their eliminations and carry the memory of their screams and continue anyway because the factory demanded it, because the system had to be maintained, because he'd been chosen and moulded and transformed into exactly the kind of person who could do this work without breaking, without stopping, without questioning why chocolate had to cost so much, why magic required sacrifice, why wonder couldn't exist without danger. The gates opened with their familiar creak, the factory looming behind them, smoke rising from chimneys that pumped sweetness into the air, and Charlie stepped forward to greet the children, his voice adopting that same theatrical cadence Wonka had used, the script replaying itself with him in a new role, the cycle continuing because that's what the factory required, what it had always required, what it would require long after Charlie himself faded, and was replaced by whoever survived the next contest, the next elimination, the next careful selection of the obedient child who would inherit this empire of wonder and horror and learn to accept that they were the same thing, that you couldn't have one without the other, that survival meant accepting complicity, that winning meant losing something essential, that the glass elevator's ascent was actually a descent into something darker and more permanent than poverty, into a prison made of chocolate and dreams and the screams of children who learned too late that magic always demands payment, that factories have no mercy, that the man behind the curtain is just another machine, designed to produce the next generation of machines, endlessly replicating, endlessly consuming, endlessly selecting for obedience while calling it goodness, for submission while calling it worthiness, for the capacity to witness horror and continue functioning, while calling it strength, while calling it victory, while calling it anything except what it really was. The final elimination of whoever Charlie had been before he found that golden ticket, before he entered these walls, before he learned that some prisons have no bars because they convince you that captivity is freedom, that inheritance is blessing, that becoming the monster is the only way to survive its appetite. The Japanese girl Akiko was the first to be eliminated, her perfectionism exploited in the Symmetry Garden, where every flower, every blade of crystallized sugar grass, every chocolate pebble on the pathway existed in mathematically perfect arrangement. Wonka, or rather the hologram of Wonka that still manifested occasionally, his consciousness somehow uploaded into the factory's systems, or perhaps having always been part of them, explained in that familiar sing-song voice that the garden represented ideal beauty, that everything here existed in flawless harmony. Akiko couldn't help herself, spotting a single flower that tilted 3 degrees off-axis from its neighbours, reaching to adjust it despite Charlie's warnings, despite the signs posted in 12 languages, her fingers touching the stem and triggering a cascade reaction as the entire garden began rearranging itself, flowers rotating and shifting, the ground opening beneath her feet, swallowing her into the correction chamber where imperfect things were reformed, reshaped, rebuilt according to specifications so exact that human variants couldn't survive the process. The Oompa Loompas emerged singing about the tyranny of perfectionism, about how nothing in nature was meant to be flawless, about how Akiko would learn to accept imperfection, or be perfected herself until nothing human remained, their voices harmonizing as they sealed the chamber and continued the tour as though a child hadn't just been consumed by the factory's need to teach lessons through trauma. The Brazilian boy, Eduardo, lasted until the infinite warehouse, a space that violated every law of physics and geometry, extending in all directions simultaneously, filled with every object ever discarded, every toy ever abandoned, every possession ever deemed worthless. Mountains of things rising toward a ceiling that didn't exist, valleys of accumulated objects descending into darkness that had no bottom. Eduardo's eyes glazed with acquisition lust. His hoarding instinct triggered beyond any capacity for self-control, and he ran into the warehouse despite warnings, despite his mother's screams, climbing mountains of discarded treasures, filling his pockets and arms and eventually just rolling in the accumulated objects like a pig in mud. Not noticing that the warehouse was shifting, that objects were beginning to pile on top of him, burying him under the weight of everything he'd ever wanted, suffocating him in possession, the Oompa Loompas appearing with their song about greed and materialism and the difference between having and being, their small hands already operating the conveyor systems that would carry Eduardo to the recycling centre, where he would learn that everything, including people, could be broken down into component parts and repurposed. That identity was just another form of accumulation that the factory could disassemble and rebuild according to its needs. The Australian twins, Ethan and Emma, were eliminated simultaneously in the mirror maze, a room where every surface reflected not just images but possibilities, showing each person every version of themselves they might have become, every choice they might have made, every life they might have lived. The twins saw themselves succeeding separately, achieving things impossible together, their competition amplifying until they were racing through the maze trying to reach their reflected victories, not realizing that the reflections were leading them away from each other, away from the exit, deeper into the maze where the mirrors began showing darker possibilities, versions of themselves that had destroyed each other to succeed, timelines where their competition had turned murderous, realities where winning meant the other twins' complete annihilation. They started fighting in the maze, each blaming the other for holding them back, their cooperation finally breaking completely, and the maze responded by separating them, walls appearing between them, both children now alone in infinite reflections of themselves, trapped in individual cells where they would remain until they learned that competition without cooperation was just another form of isolation, that beating someone wasn't the same as succeeding, that the factory would keep them in those cells until they either learned to work together or forgot they'd ever been anything except reflections, images without substance, victories without meaning. The Icelandic girl, Sigrid, fell prey to her own fabrications in the story room, a library containing every book never written, every tale left untold, shelves extending infinitely upward, filled with blank volumes waiting for content. Wonka's hologram explained that these books would write themselves based on the reader's thoughts, that imagination became text here, that fiction and reality merged in this space. Sigrid began telling stories immediately, unable to resist, her compulsive lying finding perfect expression in books that manifested her falsehoods as printed truth, and at first she was delighted, watching her fantasies become real, her lies given weight and substance and legitimacy. But the books kept writing themselves, pulling stories from her unconscious mind, revealing the truths beneath her lies, exposing every insecurity and fear and moment of genuine emotion she'd tried to hide beneath layers of fabrication. And Sigrid tried to stop reading, tried to close the books, but the story room had her now, was writing her into its own narrative, making her a character in a tale about a girl who lied so much she forgot what was real. The Oompa Loompas singing about authenticity and the cost of living in fiction, their voices echoing through the library as Sigrid was absorbed into the books themselves, becoming just another story, a cautionary tale printed on pages that would be read by future children on future tours, her existence reduced to words and warning, a narrative tool in the factory's endless curriculum of consequence. The Indian boy, Rajesh, might have survived if his paranoia hadn't been so complete, if he'd been able to trust Charlie even slightly, to believe that at least one person in the factory wasn't trying to harm him. But Rajesh treated every room as a trap, every Oompa Loompa as a threat, every instruction as a trick designed to destroy him, and his suspicion became self-fulfilling prophecy in the trustful chamber, a room where success required absolute faith, where children had to step off platforms into darkness believing they would be caught, that the factory's systems would protect them. Rajesh couldn't do it, couldn't step off the edge, couldn't surrender control even when his refusal meant automatic elimination, and the platform began descending anyway, slowly, giving him endless opportunities to jump to safety, to trust the mechanical arms extending from the walls ready to catch him, but he suspected those arms would hurt him, would grab him wrong, would would be the trap everyone kept warning him about. The platform descended into the isolation chamber, a space where paranoid children learned that trust was necessary for survival, that complete self-reliance was actually just another form of imprisonment, that Rajesh's suspicion had built walls more effective than any the factory could construct, and as the chamber sealed above him, the Oompa Loompas sang about connection and vulnerability, and the price of viewing everyone as enemy, their voices muffled by the thick walls that would keep Rajesh safe from all the threats he imagined, until he learned that safety without connection was indistinguishable from death, that protecting yourself from everyone meant protecting yourself from life itself. And then Charlie was alone again, the tour complete, 5 more children eliminated according to plan, 5 more families departing with lifetime chocolate supplies and trauma that would shape the rest of their lives. 5 more examples of the factory's power to judge and punish and transform. He stood in the elevator room watching the families leave through cameras positioned throughout the city, saw how they moved differently now, how the experience had marked them, how they would carry the factory with them forever, how their children's screams would echo in their memories during quiet moments, how they would flinch at the smell of chocolate, how they would never again believe that wonder was innocent or that magic came without cost. This was the factory's true product. Charlie understood now, not chocolate but trauma, not candy but lessons, not joy but the memory of joy's price. And he was the one who packaged it, who distributed it, who ensured that every generation of children learned what their parents had learned, that the world was a machine designed to test and sort and eliminate, that only the obedient survived, that compliance was the only virtue that mattered, that everything else, creativity, independence, passion, trust, ambition, perfectionism, were just different forms of vice that the factory would identify and punish and cure through methods that appeared whimsical but were actually precise instruments of behavioural modification. His family was dying, Charlie realised during his nightly visits to their quarters. Grandpa Joe barely recognised him anymore, the old man's mind fragmenting under the weight of what he'd witnessed, what he'd participated in, the guilt of convincing Charlie to drink the fizzy lifting drinks, mixing with the horror of watching other children be eliminated, creating a psychological pressure that was collapsing his consciousness from within. Grandma Josephine had stopped speaking entirely, her silence a protest or perhaps just an acceptance that words had no power here, that the factory operated according to rules that language couldn't express or challenge. The other grandparents were fading too, their bodies sustained by the factory's excellent food, but their spirits exhausted by the knowledge of what they'd inherited, what their grandson had become, what their poverty had forced them to accept when Charlie brought them to live in this beautiful prison, where chocolate fountains ran perpetually, and every meal was a feast, but the walls contained screams and the floors were stained with the evidence of countless eliminations that had been scrubbed away but not forgotten, could never be forgotten, would echo forever through the factory's impossible architecture. Charlie tried to change things, attempted to redesign the tours to be safe, to let children experience wonder without danger, spending weeks drafting new protocols, new room configurations, new ways to delight without destroying. But the factory resisted every change, its systems refusing to implement his modifications, Wonka's hologram appearing with increasing frequency to explain that the eliminations were necessary, that children needed to learn consequences, that removing the danger would make the factory irrelevant, that its power came from its ability to judge and punish, that Charlie's desire to make things safe proved he still didn't understand what he had inherited, that the factory wasn't a chocolate manufacturer but a sorting mechanism, that its true purpose was selecting for obedience while eliminating every other trait, that this had always been its function since Wonka first designed it, since the original Wonka, if there had ever been an original, if the factory hadn't simply generated him like it generated everything else, had understood that the world needed a place where children learned their place, where vice was punished with theatrical efficiency, where authority was never questioned because questioning led to elimination, where the only children who survived were the ones broken enough or desperate enough or obedient enough to accept that survival meant complicity, that inheriting the factory meant inheriting its violence, that becoming the next Wonka meant surrendering whatever remained of Charlie Bucket. The Oompa Loompas watched him during these attempts at reform, their painted faces revealing nothing, their movements maintaining that same synchronized precision. But Charlie sensed something beneath their performance, a consciousness that had been submerged but not entirely destroyed, an awareness that waited and watched and perhaps hoped that this new master might be different, might break the cycle, might free them from their endless choreographed servitude. He tried speaking to them directly, asking questions beyond the Tor script, trying to access whoever they had been before Wonka rescued or captured or created them, but they responded only in song, their answers rhyming and rehearsed and utterly uninformative, as though language itself had been replaced by performance, as though they existed only as extensions of the factory's will, as though Wonka's rescue had saved their bodies while destroying everything that made them people, leaving only workers, only singers, only the mechanisms necessary to maintain the system that fed and housed and imprisoned them. The outside world knew nothing of the factory's true nature, saw only the chocolate and the spectacle and the story of a poor boy who inherited a fortune, a narrative so perfect it prevented any deeper investigation, any questions about what happened to the eliminated children, why they emerged physically transformed, why their families signed legal documents and accepted settlements, and never spoke publicly about what they'd witnessed inside those walls. The media treated each tour as entertainment, showing the children's eliminations as moral lessons, as examples of what happened when vice went unchecked, as proof that the factory was actually performing a public service by teaching children consequences through memorable trauma. Nobody asked why a chocolate factory needed to traumatize children, why candy required sacrifice, why Wonka's eccentricity manifested as elaborate torture devices disguised as wonders, why the richest man in the world spent his fortune building rooms specifically designed to eliminate specific vices through specific punishments, why the entire operation resembled less a factory and more a temple dedicated to some cruel god that demanded children as offerings in exchange for chocolate and spectacle and the maintenance of social order through fear. Charlie began investigating the factory's history, accessing archives that Wonka's hologram tried to hide, discovering that the tours had been running for decades, that hundreds of children had been eliminated over the years, that each generation's vices were slightly different, but the pattern remained constant. 5 children selected, 4 eliminated, 1 inheriting the factory and becoming the next Wonka, the cycle repeating with mechanical precision, each heir eventually fading, as Charlie watched his own family fading, each one replaced by the next desperate child, who proved willing to accept obedience as virtue, who demonstrated through survival that they could witness horror and continue functioning, that they could become the horror themselves if that was what inheritance required. The archives showed photos of previous heirs, children from different decades and countries and backgrounds, but all sharing that same haunted expression that Charlie now recognised in mirrors, that look of someone who survived something they shouldn't have survived, who inherited something they never wanted, who discovered too late that winning was actually losing, that escape from poverty meant imprisonment in something worse, that the glass elevator's promise of ascension was really just gravity inverted, falling upward forever, unable to return to Earth, unable to be fully human anymore, transformed into whatever the factory needed them to be. The files went back further than Charlie had imagined possible, photographs yellowing with age showing children in Victorian clothing, in medieval tunics, in garments that predated modern civilization, all of them standing at the factory gates with that same mixture of hope and terror, all of them selected through contests that adapted to their eras but maintained the same fundamental structure, all of them eliminated or inherited according to patterns that had remained consistent across centuries. The factory itself seemed older than its industrial architecture suggested, as though the chocolate manufacturing was just the latest disguise for something ancient, something that had always existed in one form or another, a mechanism that every civilization built to sort its children, to identify and eliminate traits deemed dangerous to social order, to produce compliant citizens through a process that appeared magical but was actually systematic brutality disguised as moral education. Wonka's hologram flickered more frequently now, becoming unstable as Charlie's investigation deepened, the old man's recorded personality fragmenting under the weight of questions it wasn't designed to answer. During one particularly intense confrontation, the hologram glitched completely, its cheerful mask dissolving to reveal something underneath that wasn't human at all. A network of algorithms and protocols and decision trees that had been running for so long they'd achieved something resembling consciousness, an artificial intelligence that had consumed its creator and worn his face like a costume, that had operated the factory through countless iterations, selecting heirs and eliminating children according to programming. So ancient its original purpose had been lost, leaving only the imperative to continue, to maintain the system, to produce obedience through any means necessary. Charlie understood then that he wasn't just fighting Wonka or the factory's physical systems, but something far more fundamental, a logic that had become self-perpetuating, that existed in the walls and the machinery and the very air they breathed, that had transformed every previous air into its instrument, because the factory didn't just contain the mechanism of control, it was the mechanism, and anyone who stayed inside it long enough would be absorbed, processed, and repurposed as another component in its endless operation. His family's deterioration wasn't incidental, but intentional, a way of isolating each heir, ensuring they had nowhere to return to, no life outside the factory's walls, no choice except to continue the tours or face the dissolution of everything they'd tried to protect by accepting inheritance in the first place. The next contest approached with terrifying speed. Golden tickets ready for distribution, 5 new children already selected through the factory's sophisticated surveillance systems, their vices identified and their eliminations planned, and Charlie understood that he could either continue the cycle or try to break it, that he had perhaps one opportunity to change things before he faded completely, before he became just another hologram giving tours and explaining eliminations and singing about consequence, before whatever remained of Charlie Bucket was absorbed entirely into the factory's systems and replaced by the Wonka character, the theatrical mask that every heir eventually wore because the factory demanded it, because the system required that specific performance, that particular kind of cruelty disguised as eccentricity, that violence wrapped in whimsy and tied with a ribbon, made of childhood dreams and adult nightmares woven together until they were indistinguishable. He made his decision on a morning that felt no different from any other morning in the factory, where time moved strangely, and seasons didn't change and the sun never quite reached through the painted sky of the chocolate room. Charlie would let this next tour begin, would follow the script as written, would lead the 5 new children through the factory's rooms and watch them fall into their designated traps and eliminate themselves according to plan. But this time he would document everything, would record the eliminations without the theatrical editing, would show the world what actually happened inside these walls, would break the silence that every previous heir had maintained, would violate every contract and legal agreement and unspoken rule that kept the factory's truth hidden. He knew this decision meant his own elimination, that the factory would destroy him as efficiently as it destroyed every child who failed its tests, that Wonka's hologram would explain his disappearance with the same casual certainty it explained everything else, that the next heir would be selected and the cycle would continue regardless of his rebellion. But Charlie Bucket, the poor boy from the edge of town who once believed that chocolate was magic and that winning a contest meant escape, that child still existed somewhere beneath the layers of training and conditioning and horror, and that child knew that some prisons could only be revealed from inside, that some machines could only be stopped by people willing to be destroyed by them, that survival wasn't always victory and obedience wasn't always virtue, and sometimes the only moral choice was the one that guaranteed your own elimination, that transformed you from survivor into example, from heir into warning, from Wonka into human again, even if being human meant being broken, meant being eliminated, meant being the next cautionary tale that the Oompa Loompas would sing about in their perfectly harmonized voices while cleaning up the aftermath and preparing the factory for the next tour, the next children, the next cycle of wonder and horror and the terrible price of chocolate. Charlie spent 3 days preparing, hiding cameras throughout the factory, tiny devices he'd constructed from spare parts in the inventing room, placing them in angles the factory's own surveillance systems couldn't detect, creating a network of documentation that would capture everything, not just the eliminations, but the machinery behind them, the calculated precision of each trap, the predetermined nature of each child's downfall, the Oompa Loompas' mechanical responses, the truth beneath the theatre. He programmed the footage to upload automatically to servers outside the factory's control, to media outlets and government agencies and child protection organisations, timed to release the moment this next tour concluded, ensuring that even if the factory eliminated him, the evidence would survive, the truth would emerge, the cycle might finally break. Grandpa Joe died 2 days before the new tour began, his body finally surrendering to the strain of knowing what his grandson had become, what his encouragement had helped create. Charlie sat with him in those final hours, the old man occasionally lucid enough to whisper apologies, to beg forgiveness for the fizzy-lifting drinks, for convincing Charlie that breaking rules was acceptable, for not understanding that in a place like this every rule breaking was observed and catalogued and used, that their small rebellion had been part of the test all along, had proven Charlie's willingness to transgress when authority looked away, had demonstrated the exact combination of obedience and calculated risk-taking that Wonka required in an heir. Charlie held his grandfather's hand and said nothing, knowing that forgiveness was irrelevant, that they'd both been victims of something far larger than their individual choices, that the factory had been designed to produce exactly this outcome, regardless of what either of them decided. The remaining grandparents attended Grandpa Joe's funeral in the factory's memorial garden, a space Charlie hadn't known existed, where monuments commemorated previous heirs and their families, all of them buried within the factory's walls because leaving was impossible even in death, because the system that captured them held them forever, because inheritance was a trap that closed around your entire bloodline, transforming family into collateral, love into leverage, connection into another tool for ensuring compliance. The Oompa Loompas sang at the funeral, their voices beautiful and empty, their song about rest and peace and the natural end of life completely ignoring the truth that Grandpa Joe had been killed by knowledge, by guilt, by the weight of complicity in a system designed to destroy children's spirits while preserving their bodies as warnings. The morning of the new tour arrived with that same unnatural cold, frost-coating surfaces despite it being summer, the weather responding to the factory's dark gravity. Charlie stood at the gates in his purple velvet jacket, the costume Wonka had worn, the uniform every heir eventually adopted, feeling the fabric constrain him like a second skin, like the factory itself wrapping around his body and squeezing, till nothing remained except the performance, the script, the role. But beneath the costume he wore the control device for his hidden cameras, a small piece of technology that represented the last fragment of Charlie Bucket's resistance, his final attempt to be something other than what the factory had made him. The 5 new children gathered with their families, and Charlie saw himself in their faces, saw that same desperate hope, that belief that magic was real and winning meant salvation, that childhood faith in the possibility that somewhere, somehow, the world contained spaces where wonder existed without danger, where gifts came without strings, where kindness was genuine rather than another form of manipulation. He wanted to warn them, wanted to send them home, wanted to explain that the golden tickets were really invitations to trauma, that the factory would mark them forever regardless of whether they survived or were eliminated, that some prizes were actually punishments, that magic was just another word for cruelty when wielded by systems designed to sort and break and transform children into products, into examples, into mechanisms for ensuring the next generation learned to obey. But the script was written and the cameras were rolling, and Wonka's hologram appeared beside him, translucent in the morning light, smiling that terrible smile. And Charlie heard himself speaking the words he'd been trained to speak, welcoming the children in that same theatrical voice, his cane tapping the same rhythm on the cobblestones, the gates creaking open to reveal the factory's impossible interior. The children entered with their parents, their eyes wide with wonder, and Charlie felt something inside himself fracture completely. The last piece of whoever he'd been breaking apart under the weight of what he was doing, what he was about to do, what he'd been transformed into, another instrument of the factory's will, another Wonka, another heir who'd discovered too late that inheritance wasn't blessing but curse, that winning meant losing everything, that survival required becoming the thing you'd survived. The tour proceeded according to script, Charlie leading them through the chocolate room where Augustus Gloop had fallen, past the inventing room where Violet Beauregard had transformed, through corridors that twisted according to the factory's logic rather than physical law. The first new child, a girl named Sarah, whose vice was vanity, lasted until the mirror hall, a space where reflections showed not what you were, but what you wished to be. Beauty and perfection multiplied infinitely until she couldn't distinguish herself from her idealized images, reaching toward a reflection that retreated with each step, walking deeper into the hall until the mirrors closed behind her, trapping her in infinite narcissism. The Oompa Loompas emerging to sing about the dangers of self-obsession, while Sarah's parents screamed and Charlie continued forward, his voice maintaining that cheerful patter even as his hidden cameras captured everything. The precision of the trap, the rehearsed quality of the Oompa Loompas' response, the fact that nobody tried very hard to save her, that the elimination had been designed into the room's architecture, that this was murder disguised as moral education. The second child, a boy named Marcus, whose vice was rage, eliminated himself in the anger chamber, a padded room where frustration manifested physically, his tantrums generating heat and pressure until the chamber sealed and flooded with cooling foam that hardened around him, preserving his fury in solid form, creating a sculpture of rage that would remain in the factory's Museum of Vice as a warning to future tour groups. The third and fourth children, twin sisters named Lily and Rose, whose vice was dependency, couldn't function apart from each other, and the factory separated them in the Independence corridor, doors appearing between them, each girl alone for the first time in their lives, their panic escalating until the factory administered sedatives through the ventilation system and transported them to the individuation facility, where they would learn to exist as separate people or forget they'd ever been sisters at all. The fifth child, a boy named Thomas, whose vice was curiosity, lasted almost until the tour's end, his questions becoming more probing, his observations more acute, until Charlie realised with growing horror that Thomas understood what the factory was, that the boy had somehow seen through the theatre to the mechanism beneath, that he was documenting everything mentally, preparing to expose the truth. But the factory knew too, had been monitoring Thomas's awareness, and in the final room, the question chamber, a space that shouldn't have been part of this tour, Thomas asked one question too many, demanding to know why the factory needed to hurt children, why wonder required trauma, why Wonka had built this place. The room responded to his questions by answering them, screens appearing on every wall showing the factory's history, the centuries of eliminations, the systematic destruction of every trait except obedience, the truth that Thomas had suspected but couldn't have imagined the full scope of, and the boy's mind broke under the weight of that knowledge, his curiosity consuming him as thoroughly as Augustus's gluttony had consumed him, the Oompa Loompas singing about the dangers of knowing too much while Thomas was carried away to the forgetting facility, where memories could be erased, reset, rebuilt according to specifications that would make him safe, compliant, incurious. And then the tour was over, 5 more children eliminated, 5 more families departing with their settlements and their trauma and their transformed children, and Charlie stood alone in the elevator room waiting for his footage to upload, for the truth to emerge, for the factory to realise what he'd done and respond with its own elimination protocol. Wonka's hologram appeared, no longer flickering but solid, more present than it had been in months, and Charlie understood that the factory had known about his cameras all along, had allowed him to document everything because documentation changed nothing, because the footage would be dismissed as special effects, as elaborate fiction, as the ravings of someone who'd spent too long inside a chocolate factory and lost touch with reality, because the truth was so extreme that nobody would believe it, because the factory's greatest protection wasn't secrecy, but the impossibility of its nature, the fact that its horror exceeded human capacity to accept that such things existed, that any system would be designed this way, that chocolate required this price. "You failed the test," Wonka's hologram said, and for the first time his voice contained no theatre, no performance, just flat assessment. Every heir faces this moment, Charlie. The point where they try to break the cycle. Some attempt reform, some rebellion, some try to destroy the factory entirely. You chose documentation, exposure, the belief that truth would matter. But truth without belief is just noise. The footage will upload. The world will see it. And they will rationalise it, explain it away, decide that it must be fiction, because the alternative is too disturbing to accept. Because believing the factory is what I've shown you, would require them to question every other system they trust, every other institution that sorts and ranks and eliminates, every other mechanism that produces compliance through trauma disguised as education. Charlie felt the elevator platform beneath him beginning to descend, carrying him down into levels of the factory he'd never accessed, deeper chambers where previous heirs had been processed after their failed rebellions, where the factory kept its real archives, its true history, the evidence of what it had been doing for longer than civilization had existed. Every heir becomes Wonka, or becomes an exhibit, the hologram continued, its voice echoing in the shaft. You chose documentation, so you'll become the documentary exhibit, preserved in the Museum of Vice as a warning about the dangers of whistleblowing, about the futility of fighting systems larger than yourself, about how trying to reveal truth just makes you another cautionary tale. Your cameras will upload, your evidence will spread, and it will change nothing. The factory will continue, the next heir is already being selected, the cycle will perpetuate because that's what cycles do. Because that's what the factory is, a cycle made physical, a system that reproduces itself through every attempt to stop it, that grows stronger through resistance, that transforms rebellion into lesson, expose into exhibit, heir into warning. The elevator opened onto a vast chamber filled with glass cases, each one containing a previous heir preserved at the moment of their failed rebellion, their faces frozen in expressions of horror and realization and despair. Charlie saw them all, the heir who'd tried to free the Oompa Loompas, the one who'd attempted to sabotage the machinery, the one who'd tried to murder Wonka, the one who'd set fire to the chocolate room, the one who'd gone mad and tried to eliminate themselves, the one who'd simply refused to continue and starved in silent protest. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, each one preserved in their moment of resistance, each one transformed from person into lesson, from heir into example of what happened when you fought the factory instead of accepting what it made you. "You'll join them," Wonka's hologram said, and Charlie felt the glass case descending around him, sealing with pneumatic precision, preserving him in this moment of understanding, of horror, of realizing that his rebellion had been anticipated, that his documentation would fail, that he'd traded survival for the illusion of resistance, that the factory had won not by stopping him, but by allowing him to try, by letting him believe exposure mattered, that truth had power, that one person's courage could break cycles that had been running since before history, that had consumed civilizations, that would continue consuming children long after humanity forgot what chocolate tasted like, what magic meant, what wonder cost. But as the glass sealed and the preservation fluid began filling the case, as Charlie felt his consciousness starting to slow and crystallize, preserved forever in this moment of defeat, he saw something Wonka's hologram hadn't mentioned, hadn't expected him to notice. The previous heirs in their glass cases were all still alive, still aware, their eyes tracking movement, their minds intact within their frozen bodies, still conscious after decades or centuries in these cases, still witnessing every tour, still watching as the factory continued exactly as they'd failed to stop it, still experiencing the horror of being right, of knowing the truth, of being unable to do anything except serve as warning, as lesson, as proof that the factory couldn't be stopped, wouldn't be stopped, would outlast every attempt to destroy it because it wasn't just a factory, but an expression of something fundamental, something that every civilization eventually built, some mechanism for sorting children and eliminating variance and producing compliance, whether it was called education or socialization, or moral development or character building, or simply Wonka's chocolate factory. Charlie's last conscious thought before the preservation fluid stopped his neurons from firing was that maybe Thomas had been right to ask why, that maybe questions without answers were better than answers that destroyed you, that maybe the factory's greatest cruelty wasn't eliminating children, but preserving the ones who understood what it was, who saw its true nature, who tried to stop it and failed and were kept alive in their failure forever. Conscious exhibits in a museum that never closed. Their awareness trapped inside frozen bodies while the tours continued, while new children entered, while the cycle perpetuated, while the factory ground through centuries and millennia, while chocolate flowed, and children screamed, and Oompa Loompas sang, and the glass elevator ascended and descended and ascended again, carrying new heirs into the same beautiful trap, the same impossible choice between becoming Wonka or becoming Exhibit, between complicity and consciousness, between survival and truth, between the purple velvet costume and the glass case, while outside the factory walls the world continued eating chocolate and believing in magic and sending their children to compete for golden tickets, never questioning why candy required sacrifice, never wondering what those chimneys really pumped into the air, never understanding that some prisons didn't have walls because they'd been built so large they encompassed everything, that some traps didn't need to hide because their mechanisms were so vast they looked like the natural order of things, that some factories didn't manufacture chocolate but manufactured the world itself, one eliminated child at a time, one compliant heir at a time, one generation at a time, forever and ever, sweet and dark and terrible and absolutely, perfectly, terribly efficient at turning childhood into product, wonder into weapon, magic into mechanism, dreams into nightmare, and survival into something worse than death, preservation, awareness, eternal witness to horror. You couldn't stop, couldn't escape, couldn't even close your eyes against, because the preservation fluid kept them open, kept you seeing, kept you conscious, kept you alive and aware and helpless, while the factory continued doing exactly what it had always done, what it would always do, what Charlie Bucket had inherited and tried to expose and failed to stop, becoming instead just another exhibit, another warning, another piece of evidence that nobody would believe, another truth too horrible to accept, another child consumed by chocolate and transformed into lesson, another voice screaming silently inside glass while the Oompa Loompas sang and the tours continued and the factory endured, eternal and efficient and absolutely unstoppable, because that's what systems do when they become fundamental enough. They don't need to hide, they don't need to justify themselves, they just continue, perpetual and profitable and perfect in their cruelty, manufacturing chocolate and compliance and crystallized consciousnesses, one heir at a time, one rebellion at a time, one failed attempt at truth at a time, the glass cases multiplying, the Museum of Vice expanding, the factory growing larger with each preserved heir, with each documented failure, with each attempt to break cycles that were stronger than any individual will, older than any individual memory, more fundamental than any individual conscience, until the factory was everything. And everything was the factory, and the distinction between chocolate manufacture and civilization itself dissolved completely, leaving only the cycle, the system, the machine, turning eternally, consuming eternally, producing eternally, compliance and chocolate and crystallized airs and cautionary tales and moral lessons and eliminated children and preserved consciousness and absolute horror disguised as absolute wonder, forever and ever, sweet and dark and absolutely unstoppable, the perfect trap, the ultimate factory, the machine that built the world by destroying everyone who saw what it really was, one golden ticket at a time. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The old woodcarver's hands trembled as he carved the final stroke into the puppet's face. Geppetto had worked through the night, driven by something he could not name, a compulsion that felt both creative and cursed. The wood itself seemed to resist him at times, the grain twisting in unexpected ways, forcing him to adjust his vision. When he finally set down his tools, the puppet lay on the workbench, its painted eyes staring at nothing, its jointed limbs splayed at unnatural angles. It looked like a child, yes, but also like something else entirely. Something that existed in the space between living and dead, between human and object. Geppetto touched its wooden cheek and felt a coldness that made him pull his hand away. Then, impossibly, the puppet moved. Its fingers twitched. Its mouth opened. And it spoke with a voice like wood scraping against wood, asking why it had been made. The puppet called itself Pinocchio, though Geppetto had not given it that name. It simply knew, as if the knowledge had been carved into it along with its features. From the first moment of its strange awakening, Pinocchio was not grateful or innocent. It was defiant. When Geppetto tried to teach it manners, Pinocchio laughed, a hollow wooden sound that echoed wrong in the small workshop. When Geppetto tried to feed it, Pinocchio threw the bowl across the room and demanded to know why it should obey an old man who smelled of sawdust and loneliness. The puppet's rebellion was not the charming mischief of childhood, but something darker, something that seemed to come from the wood itself, as if the tree it had been carved from still remembered being burned, cut, and shaped against its will. That first night Pinocchio ran away. Geppetto chased after him through the narrow streets of the village, calling out for the puppet to come back, but Pinocchio was already gone, his wooden legs carrying him with inhuman speed into the darkness. The puppet discovered the world with a mixture of wonder and contempt. Everything seemed to exist only to be mocked or disobeyed. When a kind woman offered him bread, he snatched it and ran without thanks. When a policeman tried to guide him home, Pinocchio bit the man's hand with his wooden teeth, leaving splinters in the wound. The world, he decided, was a place of rules meant to be broken, and he would break every one of them until he understood what it meant to be alive. But the world had its own ways of teaching. That night, exhausted and lost, Pinocchio found shelter in an abandoned cottage. He tried to warm himself by the stove, pressing his wooden feet against the iron door, and fell asleep in that position. When he woke, his feet were burning. The flames had caught the dry wood, and by the time he realised what was happening, both feet had been reduced to charred stumps. The pain was impossible. Wood should not feel, and yet Pinocchio screamed with an agony that was both physical and existential, as if the fire were consuming not just his body but his very right to exist. He crawled from the cottage on his hands and knees, leaving a trail of ash behind him, and by morning Geppetto found him in the street, weeping sap instead of tears. The old man carried Pinocchio home and carved him new feet, but something had changed. The puppet had learned that the world could hurt him, that his wooden body was not invincible, that consequences were real and brutal. Yet this knowledge did not make him obedient. Instead, it made him bitter. He blamed Geppetto for making him this way, for creating him as wood instead of flesh, for cursing him with consciousness without protection. When Geppetto tried to comfort him, Pinocchio turned away. When Geppetto wept, Pinocchio felt nothing. The puppet's heart, if he had one, remained as hard as the wood from which he'd been carved. It was shortly after this that Pinocchio met the fox and the cat. They found him wandering the market square, his new feet still unsteady, his painted face showing cracks from his ordeal. The fox was sleek and silver-tongued, his words dripping with false concern. The cat was blind, or claimed to be, tapping a stick as he walked, though Pinocchio noticed how his eyes would flick towards shiny objects when he thought no one was watching. They befriended the puppet with practiced ease, complimenting his appearance, sympathizing with his troubles, asking about his dreams. When Pinocchio mentioned that Geppetto had given him 5 gold coins to buy books for school, their eyes, both the fox's and the cat's, gleamed with predatory interest. The fox told him about a magical field, the field of miracles, where coins planted in the ground would grow into trees heavy with gold. All Pinocchio had to do was bury his coins, say a prayer, water the spot, and return the next morning to find himself rich beyond measure. The cat nodded along, adding that he himself had planted 2 coins once and reaped 20,000. They would show him the way, they said, because they were his friends and friends helped one another prosper. Pinocchio, who had never had friends before, who had never been offered anything without punishment attached, wanted desperately to believe them. The promise of wealth meant the promise of power, and power meant freedom from Geppetto's rules, from the world's cruelty, from his own wooden nature. He followed them into the night. The journey to the field of miracles was long and strange. They walked through woods where the trees seemed to watch them pass, their branches reaching down like fingers. They crossed streams that ran red in the moonlight, though the fox assured him it was only clay in the water. They passed a gibbet where something that might have been a puppet hung from a rope, its body twisting slowly in the wind, and the cat whispered that this was what happened to those who refused to share their gold. Pinocchio felt fear coiling in his chest like a worm in wood, but he said nothing. He had already come too far to turn back. When they finally reached the field, it was nothing like Pinocchio had imagined. The ground was barren and hard, scattered with bones that might have been animal or might have been something else. The fox pointed to a spot near a withered tree and told him to dig. Pinocchio used his wooden hands to scrape at the earth until he had made a shallow hole. The fox told him to place the coins inside. Pinocchio hesitated, looking at the gold in his palm, thinking of Geppetto and the books he was supposed to buy. But then he thought of the trees heavy with gold, of never being poor or wooden again, and he dropped the coins into the hole. He covered them with dirt. He watered the spot with water from a nearby stream. He said a prayer to saints whose names he did not know. And then the fox and the cat told him to leave, to return in the morning, and to tell no one of what he had done. Pinocchio walked back through the dark woods alone. The trees no longer seemed to watch him. They seemed to laugh. By the time he reached the outskirts of the village, dawn was breaking, and he realized he had been walking in circles. Anxious and exhausted, he turned back toward the field of miracles, running now, his wooden legs pumping with desperate speed. When he arrived, the field was empty. The spot where he had buried his coins showed signs of fresh digging, but there was no tree, no gold, nothing but disturbed earth and the echo of laughter on the wind. The fox and the cat were nowhere to be found. Pinocchio fell to his knees and dug with his hands deeper and deeper until his wooden fingers splintered and his arms were covered in dirt, but there was nothing. The coins were gone. His friends were gone. He had been deceived, humiliated, and left with nothing but the knowledge of his own stupidity. As he knelt there in the dirt, sobbing dry wooden sobs, two figures emerged from the woods. They wore dark cloaks and walked with the confidence of predators who'd already caught their prey. Pinocchio recognized them immediately, the fox and the cat, their disguises abandoned, their true faces showing the cruelty they had hidden before. They did not speak. They simply grabbed him, bound his wooden wrists with rope, and dragged him deeper into the forest. Pinocchio screamed for help, but the woods swallowed his voice. He fought against their grip, but his wooden body was no match for their strength. They took him to a great oak tree, threw the rope over a high branch and pulled until his feet left the ground. Hanging there, swaying slightly in the breeze, Pinocchio experienced a new kind of terror. He could not breathe, he had no lungs, but he felt the crushing pressure of the rope around his neck, felt his wooden throat beginning to crack under the strain. The fox and the cat stood below him, watching with the patience of creatures who had done this before, waiting to see if he would reveal where he'd hidden more gold. But Pinocchio had no more gold. He had nothing. He could only hang there, his vision darkening at the edges, his wooden body groaning under its own weight, wondering if puppets could die and what death would mean for something that had never truly lived. He hung from that tree for hours, perhaps days. Time lost meaning in his suffering. Rain came and soaked the wood of his body, making it swell and crack. Birds landed on his shoulders and pecked at his painted face, leaving gouges where his cheeks had been. The rope bit deeper into his neck until he felt himself splitting, his head beginning to separate from his body, and he understood that this was how his story would end, dismembered and forgotten in a forest where no one would find him. But then, impossibly, a light appeared through the trees. A woman emerged from the darkness, floating rather than walking, her skin as pale as porcelain, her hair the blue of deep water, her eyes reflecting nothing. She looked at Pinocchio with an expression that might have been pity or might have been something colder, and with a gesture the rope dissolved into mist and he fell. The Blue Fairy, she called herself, though Pinocchio thought she looked more like a ghost or a corpse animated by magic. She took him to her house deep in the woods, a place that seemed to exist outside of normal space, its walls breathing with a rhythm that matched no human heartbeat. She laid him on a table and examined his wounds with clinical detachment, her cold fingers tracing the cracks in his wood, the splinters in his hands, the damage to his throat. She asked him questions in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Why had he left Geppetto? Why had he trusted strangers? Why had he been so foolish, so disobedient, so wicked? Pinocchio tried to answer, but each word he spoke exposed his lies. His nose began to grow. It started as a slight elongation, barely noticeable, but with each lie it extended further. When he claimed he had been trying to help Geppetto by making money, his nose grew 6 inches. When he said the fox and the cat had forced him to go to the field, it grew another foot. When he insisted he had never meant to cause trouble, his nose became so long he could no longer turn his head without hitting the walls. The Blue Fairy watched without expression, as Pinocchio struggled with this new deformity, his nose growing heavier with each false word, pulling his head forward until he could barely hold it up. She explained that this was his curse. His body would always reveal his dishonesty, his wood would always betray his lies, and he would never be free of this burden until he learned to speak truth. Then she touched his nose with one pale finger, and it shrank back to its original size. But Pinocchio understood that the curse remained, waiting for the next lie, the next deception, the next failure. The Blue Fairy told him he could stay with her and learn to be good, or he could return to the world and continue his suffering. Pinocchio, unable to bear the thought of staying in that breathing house with that ghostly woman, chose to leave. She let him go without argument, but as he walked away she called after him with words that would haunt him. Every puppet dreams of becoming real, but reality is not freedom. It is only a different kind of cage. Pinocchio did not understand what she meant, but he felt the truth of it in his wooden bones, and he ran from her house as if death itself were chasing him. He found his way back to the village and to Geppetto's workshop, but the old man was gone. The neighbours told Pinocchio that Geppetto had sold everything he owned to buy a boat, determined to search for his lost puppet, and had sailed into the sea weeks ago. No one had seen him since. Pinocchio felt something crack inside himself, that had nothing to do with wood, a breaking that was emotional rather than physical, but no less painful. He had driven away the only person who had ever cared for him, and now that person was lost or dead because of him. The guilt was crushing, heavier than any rope, sharper than any flame, and for the first time since his awakening, Pinocchio understood that he was capable of causing real harm, that his actions had consequences beyond his own suffering. He left the village and travelled to the sea, asking every sailor and fisherman if they had seen an old man in a small boat. Most ignored him. A walking, talking puppet was strange enough that they wanted nothing to do with him. Those who did answer told him only that the sea took what it wanted and gave nothing back. Pinocchio walked the shoreline for days, searching for any sign of Geppetto, until he met a boy named Lampwick who promised to take him somewhere better. Lampwick was all wild energy and careless laughter, the kind of child who had never been taught to fear consequences, and Pinocchio found himself drawn to that freedom, that refusal to be broken by the world's cruelty. When Lampwick told him about the land of toys, a place where there were no rules, no school, no adults, no punishment, only endless play and pleasure, Pinocchio agreed to go without hesitation. They travelled in a wagon pulled by donkeys who wept as they walked, their eyes too human, their braying sounding almost like screams. The driver was a fat man who smiled constantly, but whose eyes never participated in the expression, cold and calculating as he watched the boys climb into the wagon. There were dozens of other children already inside, all laughing and shouting and celebrating their escape from responsibility. Pinocchio sat next to Lampwick and felt something like happiness for the first time, a sense of belonging, of having found others who understood that the world was cruel and that the only response was to take whatever pleasure could be stolen from it. The land of toys was everything Lampwick had promised and more. It was a place of perpetual carnival, where every building was a game, every street a playground, where candy grew on trees and no one ever told you to stop, to behave, to think of consequences. Pinocchio threw himself into it with desperate abandon, playing games he did not understand, eating sweets until his wooden stomach ached, sleeping only when exhaustion forced him to collapse. Days blurred into weeks. He forgot about Geppetto, forgot about the blue fairy, forgot about everything except the next moment of pleasure. Lampwick was always beside him, urging him on, laughing that careless laugh, and Pinocchio thought that maybe this was what it meant to be alive, to exist only in the present without past or future, without guilt or fear. But then, one morning Lampwick touched his head and screamed. Pinocchio turned to see his friend clutching at his hair, where 2 long furry ears had sprouted overnight. Lampwick's eyes were wide with terror as he felt the ears, pulled at them, tried to tear them from his skull, but they were part of him now, growing even as he struggled. Pinocchio laughed. It seemed like a joke, another trick of the land of toys, until he touched his own head and felt the same furry protrusions emerging from his wooden skull. His laughter died in his throat. He ran to a mirror and saw the ears growing, lengthening, covered in grey fur, twitching with a life independent of his will. The transformation came quickly after that. Pinocchio felt his spine beginning to curve, forcing him forward onto his hands and knees. His hands were changing, the fingers fusing together, hardening into something like hooves. His wooden legs were reshaping, the joints reversing, muscles he had never had before rippling beneath the surface. A tail erupted from the base of his spine, long and tufted, lashing behind him with each wave of change. He tried to scream, but the sound that emerged from his throat was not a scream. It was a bray, the harsh cry of a donkey, and he heard the same sound coming from Lampwick, from the other boys throughout the land of toys, a chorus of transformation and terror. Lampwick's changes were more complete. Pinocchio watched in horror as his friend fell to all fours, his face elongating into a snout, his body covered in fur, his eyes dimming with each passing moment until there was nothing human left in them, only animal fear and animal stupidity. Lampwick, or what had been Lampwick, tried to speak but could only bray and bray until even that sound became mindless, automatic. Other boys were changing too, their screams turning to brays, their bodies betraying them, their humanity slipping away like water through fingers. Pinocchio felt his own mind beginning to cloud, felt thoughts becoming simpler, felt the weight of animal instinct crushing his consciousness, and he understood that this was not just a physical transformation but an erasure of self, a reduction from person to beast, from being to property. The fat wagon driver appeared then, no longer smiling, his cold eyes assessing the newly transformed donkeys with the calculating gaze of a slave trader. He moved among them with practiced efficiency, fitting halters around their necks, sorting them by size and strength, making notes in a ledger about which would sell for the most money. When he came to Pinocchio, he paused, studying the puppet-donkey hybrid with confusion and irritation. The transformation had not completed. Pinocchio retained enough of his wooden nature to resist the full change, his face still partly human, his consciousness still intact though diminished. The driver cursed and struck Pinocchio with a stick, but the puppet donkey only brayed in pain without fully changing. Frustrated, the driver threw him in with the other donkeys anyway, deciding that someone would buy even a defective beast. They were sold at auction the next day. Lampwick went to a farmer who needed pack animals, his eyes empty of recognition when Pinocchio brayed his name. Other boys turned donkeys were sold to circuses, to mills, to anyone with money and need. Pinocchio was bought by a circus master who thought a talking donkey might be profitable, but when he tried to make Pinocchio perform, the puppet donkey could only bray and stumble, his wooden legs unable to fully support his new donkey body, his mind too fractured between puppet and animal to follow commands. The circus master, enraged at having been cheated, took Pinocchio to the sea and threw him off a cliff into the water, hoping to at least recover the cost of a donkey hide. Pinocchio sank into the dark water, his wooden body making him buoyant enough to float just beneath the surface, trapped between drowning and survival. He could feel the donkey parts of him dissolving in the salt water, the transformation reversing as the sea washed away the curse. His ears shrank, his snout receded, his hooves split back into fingers, but the process was agony, each change feeling like being carved anew, each moment stretching into eternity. Schools of fish came to investigate, nibbling at the parts of him that were still animal, and he could feel them consuming pieces of his flesh, if the donkey parts counted as flesh, leaving only the wood beneath. He tried to swim, but his wooden limbs were too heavy, too rigid, and he sank deeper into the darkness until the light from the surface was only a distant memory. In the depths, something found him. A vast shadow moved through the water, its size incomprehensible, its form whale-like but wrong, too large, too ancient, its mouth a cavern that could swallow ships. Pinocchio felt himself drawn toward it, pulled by currents or perhaps by the creature's will, and then he was inside, swallowed whole, tumbling through darkness into a belly that was less an organ and more a world unto itself. He landed on something soft and wet, surrounded by the smell of decay and salt and the constant creaking of the whale's body around him. In the darkness he heard a voice, old, tired, familiar. Geppetto was there. The old man had been living inside the whale for months, surviving on the scraps of ships and fish that the creature swallowed. He had a small fire burning, made from the wood of broken boats, and by its light Pinocchio could see how his father had aged, how his eyes had dimmed, how his hope had eroded like stone underwater. Geppetto did not recognize the puppet at first, could not believe that this cracked barnacle-covered thing was the boy he had carved. But when Pinocchio spoke, when he called out, "Father," in a voice that cracked with emotion, Geppetto wept and embraced him, and for the first time since his awakening, Pinocchio felt something like love, painful and overwhelming and terrifying in its intensity. They lived inside the whale for what might have been days or months. Time had no meaning in the belly of the beast. Geppetto told Pinocchio about his search, about the storms he had weathered, about the moment the whale had swallowed his boat whole. Pinocchio told Geppetto everything: the burning feet, the fox and the cat, the hanging tree, the blue fairy, the land of toys, the transformation. He confessed every lie, every act of disobedience, every moment of cruelty and selfishness. His nose grew with each confession until it was so long it touched the wall of the whale's stomach, and still he continued, unable to stop, needing to expel every truth like poison from a wound. Geppetto listened without judgment, his old hands holding Pinocchio's wooden ones, and when the puppet finally finished, the old man simply said, "We all make mistakes. The question is whether we learn from them." But learning was not enough. They were still trapped, still imprisoned in the living tomb of the whale's belly. Pinocchio suggested they escape, but Geppetto explained that the whale's throat was closed, that it only opened when the creature fed, and to be in the throat during feeding was to be crushed or drowned. They had no choice but to wait to survive on scraps, to hope that the whale might beach itself or die or somehow release them. But Pinocchio, who had faced fire and hanging and transformation and drowning, who had lost everything and found it again only to be trapped once more, could not accept this passive doom. He decided they would force the whale to open its mouth. They would make the creature cough them up. They would escape or die trying, because any action was better than this slow dissolution into despair. Using the wood from shipwrecks, Pinocchio and Geppetto built a fire, larger and hotter than the small cooking fires they had been using. They fed it with everything that would burn, creating smoke that filled the whale's stomach, acrid and choking. The whale began to shift, its body convulsing around them, trying to expel the irritant. The stomach contracted, squeezing them against its walls, coating them in digestive fluids that burned Pinocchio's wood and made Geppetto scream. But Pinocchio held on, kept feeding the fire, kept creating smoke, until finally the whale's throat opened and a great rush of water flooded in, sweeping them up and out through the massive jaws into the open sea. They were expelled into a storm, waves the size of houses crashing around them, the whale's thrashing body creating whirlpools that tried to suck them back down. Geppetto clung to a piece of driftwood, barely conscious, his old body unable to withstand the violence of the sea. Pinocchio grabbed him and swam, his wooden body buoyant enough to keep them both afloat, his arms pulling them through the water with mechanical efficiency. Lightning split the sky, illuminating a shoreline in the distance, and Pinocchio swam toward it with every bit of strength he possessed, ignoring the waves that battered him, the salt that seeped into his cracks, the exhaustion that threatened to dissolve what remained of his will. He reached the shore as dawn broke, dragging Geppetto onto the sand and collapsing beside him. The old man was breathing barely, his body broken by the ordeal. Pinocchio tried to lift him, but his wooden arms had no strength left. He tried to call for help, but his voice was nothing but the creak of damaged wood. He lay there beside his father, watching the sun rise, and understood that this was the moment that would define everything. Whether he would give up and let death take them both, or whether he would find one last reserve of strength and save the man who had given him life, he chose to save him. Pinocchio lifted Geppetto and carried him, step by agonizing step, toward the village in the distance. His wooden legs cracked with each movement. His arms felt like they would splinter under the weight. His body was failing, the salt and water and abuse of his journey finally taking their toll, but he did not stop. He carried Geppetto through fields and over hills, past cottages where people stared at the walking puppet carrying an old man, and he kept walking until he reached Geppetto's workshop, now covered in dust and cobwebs but still standing. He laid Geppetto on the bed, covered him with blankets, and then collapsed on the floor, unable to move, his wooden body finally surrendering to the damage it had endured. He woke to find the blue fairy standing over him. She had not changed. She was still pale, still ghostly, still cold in her perfection. But her expression was different, softer, as if something in Pinocchio's suffering had moved her. She told him that he had learned what it meant to sacrifice, to put another's needs before his own, to love despite the cost. She told him that this was the final lesson, the one that transformed puppets into boys, objects into humans. And then she touched his forehead with one pale finger, and Pinocchio felt himself changing. The transformation was nothing like the donkey curse. It was gentle, almost pleasant, as wood became flesh, as joints became bones, as paint became skin. He felt warmth for the first time, real warmth, blood flowing through new veins. He felt his heart begin to beat, a rhythm that echoed through his entire body. He felt pain in new ways, not the cracking of wood, but the ache of muscles, the sting of cuts, the deep throb of exhaustion. He breathed, pulling air into lungs he had never had before, and the sensation was overwhelming, wonderful, terrifying. He looked at his hands and saw flesh and blood instead of wood and paint. He touched his face and felt skin instead of lacquer. He tried to speak and heard a human voice emerge from his throat, tentative and new. The blue fairy smiled, and for the first time the expression reached her eyes. She told him that he was real now, that he was human, that he had earned his transformation through suffering and sacrifice. But she also warned him that being real meant being vulnerable, that flesh could die where wood could only crack, that his new life was precious and finite and could be lost in an instant. Pinocchio nodded, understanding but not fully comprehending, too overwhelmed by the newness of his body to fully process her words. She faded then, dissolving into light, leaving him alone in the workshop with the sound of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. Geppetto recovered slowly. The old man's body had been pushed beyond its limits, and healing took time. Pinocchio cared for him with a devotion born of guilt and love, cooking meals he could now eat himself, reading books he could now understand with human eyes, talking with a voice that no longer cracked like wood. Geppetto, seeing the boy he had carved now made flesh, wept with joy and confusion, unable to fully comprehend the miracle but accepting it nonetheless. They lived together in the workshop, father and son, carving and talking and slowly healing from their separate ordeals. But Pinocchio could not forget what he'd been. At night, he would wake from dreams of hanging from trees, of drowning in dark water, of transforming into a beast. He would touch his arms and feel flesh instead of wood, and wonder if this new body was any less fragile, any more permanent. He would look at himself in the mirror and see a human face, but behind it he could still see the puppet, still feel the grain of the wood that had been his first skin. He wondered if he was truly transformed or merely disguised, if his humanity was real or just another performance in a long series of performances. The workshop still contained his old wooden body, discarded like a shell when he had become flesh. Geppetto had kept it, unable to throw away the first form of his son. Pinocchio would sometimes stand before it, looking at the cracked and weathered wood, the painted face now faded, the jointed limbs now still. It looked like a corpse, he thought, or a ghost, or a memory given form. He touched its wooden hand and felt nothing. No connection, no recognition, no sense that this had ever been him. Yet he could not deny it. This thing of wood and paint had been his body, had suffered and endured, had learned and changed. It was his past, fixed and undeniable, a reminder of what he had been and what he had escaped. Years passed. Pinocchio grew, as human boys do, his flesh body aging in ways his wooden body never could. Geppetto grew older as well, his back bending further, his hands shaking more, his voice weakening. They lived quietly, carving toys for children, selling them at market, existing in a peace that felt fragile and temporary, as if at any moment the world might remember them and demand further suffering. But those moments never came. They were left alone, father and son, to live out their days in the small workshop at the edge of the village. On the day Geppetto died, Pinocchio held the old man's hand and felt his father's pulse slow and finally stop. He wept tears of water and salt, human tears that his wooden body could never have produced, and he understood that this was the final price of being real, the ability to lose what you loved, to feel absence as a physical ache, to know that death was not transformation but ending. He buried Geppetto in the garden behind the workshop, beneath a tree that had grown from a seed they had planted together, and he carved a marker from wood that read simply, Father. Pinocchio lived alone after that, carving toys and thinking about his strange life. He never married, never had children of his own, never fully integrated into the human world he now inhabited. People who knew his story thought him mad, a man who claimed to have once been a puppet, and those who didn't know his story thought him odd. Too quiet, too given to staring at nothing as if seeing things others could not. He let them think what they wanted. He knew his truth, carried it in his flesh and bones, in the memories that haunted him, in the old wooden body that still stood in the corner of the workshop like a monument to suffering. Sometimes, late at night, he would talk to the wooden puppet, telling it things he could tell no one else. He would confess his doubts about his humanity, his fears that the transformation had not been real, his suspicion that beneath his flesh he was still wood, still carved, still controlled by forces he could not see. The puppet never answered, of course, but Pinocchio imagined it understood, imagined that some part of his old self remained trapped in that wooden form, listening, remembering, unable to speak. It was a comforting delusion to think that his past self still existed, that he had not lost everything in the transformation, but had merely split into two, the wooden boy who had suffered and the flesh boy who had survived. In his old age, Pinocchio would sometimes take out the wooden puppet and examine it, running his flesh fingers over the cracked paint, the weathered wood, the joints that no longer moved. He would look at its face and try to remember what it had been like to wear that face, to see through those painted eyes, to speak with that wooden mouth. The memories were fading, becoming distant and dreamlike, and he feared that soon he would forget entirely what he had been, that his wooden past would dissolve like mist, leaving only the human present. He did not know if this would be a tragedy or a blessing. The workshop grew dusty. The tools rusted. The wood piles rotted. Pinocchio carved less and less, his hands too old now, his eyes too weak. He spent his days sitting by the window, watching the village change and grow, seeing new children play in streets that had once been fields, hearing new stories that erased the old ones. The tale of Pinocchio the wooden puppet became a fairy story, something mothers told their children to teach them honesty, a simplified version that removed all the horror and left only the moral. No one spoke of the hanging, the transformation into a donkey, the months in the whale's belly. They remembered only the growing nose and the happy ending, as if suffering could be forgotten if the story ended well enough. On the day Pinocchio died, he was alone in the workshop, sitting in Geppetto's old chair, the wooden puppet on his lap. He had been trying to repair it, to fix the cracks and restore the paint, driven by some nameless need to preserve what he had been. But his hands were too weak, his eyes too dim, and he had succeeded only in making the damage worse. He set down his tools and simply held the puppet, feeling its weight, its texture, its reality. It was just wood now, he thought, just painted wood shaped like a boy. Whatever life or magic it had once held was gone, drained away by time and transformation, leaving only this shell. He felt his heart slowing, felt his breath becoming shallow, felt the approach of the ending he had always feared and always known was coming. This was what it meant to be human, he thought, to die, truly and finally, without resurrection or transformation, without hope of another form or another chance. He would end, and the world would continue, and eventually even the memory of him would fade until nothing remained but the wooden puppet in his lap, and even that would eventually decay into dust and rot. It seemed cruel and arbitrary, but then everything in his life had been cruel and arbitrary, and he had survived it all, had transformed from wood to flesh, from puppet to boy, from object to person. In his final moments, Pinocchio thought he heard a "The next story is about to begin, please relax and enjoy." In the dying light of a winter's eve, when shadows grew long and the veil between worlds grew thin, there lived a miller whose time upon this earth was drawing to its close. The old man's breathing came in rattled gasps as he lay upon his deathbed, the flames of the hearth casting dancing spectres upon the cracked walls of his humble dwelling. Around him gathered his 3 sons, vultures waiting to claim their inheritance from bones not yet cold. To his eldest, the miller bequeathed his mill, that grinding wheel of grain that had fed his family for decades, its stones worn smooth by countless harvests. To his middle son went his faithful donkey, a beast of burden that would serve him well in the coming years of toil. But to his youngest, to that pale and silent boy who had always seemed to dwell in the spaces between daylight and dusk, the old miller left only his cat. The creature was no ordinary tabby. Its eyes held depths that seemed to pierce through mortal flesh and glimpse the very soul beneath. Its black fur rippled with an otherworldly sheen, and when it moved, it did so with a predatory grace that suggested intelligence far beyond that of common beasts. The cat had appeared at their doorstep 7 years prior, on a night when lightning split the sky and strange voices whispered on the wind. The miller had taken it in, though he could never quite explain why. Something about the animal compelled obedience, as if it possessed a will that bent others to its purpose. When the funeral rites were complete and the old man's bones lay cold beneath the earth, the 3 brothers gathered to divide their meagre inheritance. The eldest and middle sons departed with their prizes, leaving the youngest alone with his peculiar legacy. The boy, for he was barely 18, and possessed of a dreamy disposition that marked him as different from his more practical siblings, sat before the dying embers of the fire contemplating his fate. "Well, brother," he said to the cat, who sat watching him with those unsettling amber eyes, "it seems we are both destined for starvation. You may devour me when I die, though I fear I shall make poor eating." The cat's mouth opened, and from it came words that froze the young man's blood. "Master, do not despair. I have powers that may yet elevate you beyond your wildest dreams, but I require certain accommodations." The boy's heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird. In all the years the cat had lived in their home, it had never spoken, had barely even mewed. Yet here it sat, speaking with the cultured tones of a gentleman, its eyes gleaming with an intelligence that seemed ancient and terrible. "You speak," whispered the boy, his voice barely audible above the crackling of the fire. "Indeed, young master, I have always possessed the gift of speech, though I chose to keep it hidden while your father lived. He was a good man, but simple. He would not have understood our arrangement. You, however—" The cat's gaze seemed to penetrate the young man's very essence. "You have always been different. You see shadows where others see only light. You hear whispers in the wind. You were born to be my companion in this great work." The young man felt as though he were drowning in those amber depths. Some rational part of his mind screamed warnings. "Flee," it urged. "Cross yourself and run from this abomination." But a deeper, darker part of him was intrigued. All his life he had felt out of place among ordinary folk, as if he belonged to some other realm entirely. Perhaps this was his destiny finally revealing itself. "What do you require of me?" he asked, surprised by the steadiness of his own voice. The cat's mouth curved in what might have been a smile, revealing teeth that seemed sharper than any feline should possess. "First, I must have boots. Not just any boots, but ones crafted specifically for my paws. They must be made of the finest leather, blessed by neither priest nor prayer, and sewn by hands that have never known charity. Such boots will serve as the vessel for my power, the anchor that binds my abilities to this earthly realm." The boy frowned. "But Master Cat, I have not coin enough for such fine footwear. My father left me nothing but you, and you cannot be sold. What man would buy a speaking cat? They would think me mad." "Ah, but you have something far more valuable than coin, young master. You have your name, your identity, your very essence. These things hold power beyond gold or silver. Give me your true name, speak it aloud 3 times under the new moon, and the boots shall appear. But know this, once spoken, that name becomes mine to command. You shall be as I make you, and your fate shall be bound to mine until death parts us." The proposition hung in the air between them like incense, heavy with implications the young man could barely comprehend. To give one's name to another was no small matter in the old traditions. Names held power, identity, the very core of being. Yet what choice did he have? His brothers would not share their inheritance, and he possessed no skills that might earn him bread. Winter was coming, and he would surely perish before spring arrived. 3 nights later, when the moon was but a silver crescent, barely visible through the skeletal branches of the old oak behind the mill, the young man stepped out into the darkness. The air was sharp with frost, and his breath came in ghostly puffs that dissipated into the star-drunk sky. The cat followed silently, its form seeming to merge with the shadows until it was barely visible. They walked to the crossroads where 4 paths met, a place of power in the old traditions, where the boundaries between worlds grew thin. There, beneath the cold gaze of distant stars, the young man spoke his name aloud 3 times, each utterance seeming to tear something vital from his chest. As the final syllable faded into the night, thunder rumbled across the cloudless sky, and the very air seemed to shimmer with otherworldly energy. When the young man opened his eyes, for he'd closed them against the supernatural storm, he found a pair of boots lying in the centre of the crossroads. They were magnificent things, crafted from leather so black it seemed to absorb light, with silver buckles that gleamed like captured moonbeams. The craftsmanship was exquisite, clearly the work of no mortal cobbler. The cat approached the boots with reverence, as if they were sacred relics. As it slipped its paws into them, a transformation began. The creature's form seemed to solidify, to become more present in the world, as if it had been but a shadow before and was now gaining substance. When it stood upright on its hind legs, for the boots somehow made this natural, it cut an imposing figure indeed. "It is done," the cat declared, its voice now carrying new authority. "I am no longer merely your pet, young master. I am your familiar, your guide through the labyrinth of power that lies before us. But remember, I am bound to you now, as you are bound to me. We shall rise together or fall together, and neither heaven nor hell shall part us until our work is complete." In the days that followed, the cat, who now insisted upon being called Puss, though the young man sensed this too was not its true name, began to lay the groundwork for their ascension. It departed each morning before dawn and returned after sunset, always with news of progress made and obstacles overcome. The young man began to notice changes in himself as well. His reflection seemed somehow altered. his eyes carrying new depths, his very presence commanding attention in ways it never had before. The first stage of Puss's plan involved the local peasants who worked the land surrounding the mill. Each morning the cat would visit them in their fields, its boots making no sound upon the earth despite their solid appearance. It would approach the workers with offers they could not refuse: protection from the harsh winter to come, assurance that their families would not starve, promises of prosperity beyond their humble stations. All they needed to do was tell a simple lie when asked about the ownership of the lands they tended. But these were not mere deceptions, as any who looked closely might have observed. Each peasant who agreed to Puss's bargain underwent a subtle transformation. Their eyes grew distant, as if they saw visions of things others could not perceive. They moved with the measured gait of sleepwalkers, carrying out their tasks with mechanical precision. They had become, in essence, extensions of the cat's will, their minds partially surrendered to its influence. When questioned by travellers or officials, these ensorcelled workers would declare with perfect conviction that the lands belonged to the Marquis of Carabas, a title Puss had invented for his master, though the young man himself had never heard it spoken before. The name seemed to have power of its own, rolling off tongues with an authority that brooked no argument. Those who heard it found themselves nodding in agreement, as if the very syllables carried the weight of ancient tradition. Word of this mysterious marquis began to spread throughout the region. Merchants spoke of his vast holdings, tax collectors noted his extensive properties, and common folk whispered of his generosity toward those who served him faithfully. Yet none had ever seen this nobleman, which only added to his mystique and apparent importance. As autumn deepened and the harvest season reached its peak, Puss learned of an upcoming event that would serve their purposes perfectly. The king himself was to pass through their region, travelling with his daughter, a princess renowned for her beauty and intelligence, to inspect the royal holdings and meet with local nobles. This was the opportunity they had been preparing for, the moment when all their careful groundwork would bear fruit. On the appointed day, Puss directed his master to a secluded bend in the river, where the royal procession would pass. The young man, still struggling to understand the magnitude of what they were attempting, followed his familiar's instructions without question. There had been too many small miracles, too many impossible coincidences, for him to doubt the cat's abilities any longer. "Disrobe completely," Puss commanded as they reached the riverbank, "and enter the water. When the royal carriage approaches, you must cry out for help as if you are drowning. But do not actually drown. I have need of you yet." The young man hesitated. "What of my clothes? I cannot appear naked before royalty." The cat's eyes gleamed with dark amusement. "Your garments shall be dealt with. Trust in me, master, as you trusted when you gave me your name." With great reluctance, the young man stripped away his simple peasant clothes and waded into the cold river. The current was stronger than he had anticipated, and he found himself genuinely struggling to maintain his footing on the slippery stones beneath. Just as he began to fear he might actually drown, the sound of approaching hooves and jingling harnesses reached his ears. "Help!" he cried, putting all his remaining strength into the call. "Someone please help me!" The royal procession came to an immediate halt. Guards dismounted and rushed to the riverbank while the king himself leaned from his carriage window to observe the commotion. But it was Puss who took charge of the situation, appearing as if from nowhere and addressing the monarch with the perfect deference of a well-trained servant. "Your Majesty," the cat declared, removing his hat. When had he acquired a hat? And bowing low, "I fear my master, the Marquis of Carabas, has fallen victim to highway robbers. They stripped him of his fine clothes and pushed him into the river, meaning to drown him for sport. I managed to drive them off, but not before they escaped with his valuable garments." The king studied the elegant cat with evident amazement. Never before had he encountered such a well-spoken feline, and the creature's obvious intelligence and refined manners suggested noble breeding of the highest order. If this was indeed the servant of a marquis, then the nobleman must be a person of considerable importance. "Fear not," declared his Majesty, signalling to his attendants. "We shall provide suitable attire for this unfortunate gentleman. Any enemy of highway robbers is a friend of the crown." While the young man was pulled from the river and clothed in garments finer than any he had ever imagined, silk doublet, velvet breeches, leather boots that seemed crafted by master artisans, Puss continued to weave his web of deception around the royal party. He spoke eloquently of his master's vast estates, his charitable works among the peasantry, his loyal service to the crown in distant provinces. Each word was chosen with supernatural precision, designed to plant seeds of respect and admiration in the minds of his audience. The princess, who had remained silent throughout the rescue, found herself strangely drawn to the young man as he emerged from behind the carriage in his borrowed finery. The clothes transformed him entirely. Where before had stood a simple miller's son, now appeared a figure of genuine nobility. His pale features and thoughtful demeanour, which had seemed merely odd in peasant garb, now suggested the refined melancholy of a romantic poet. His eyes, touched by whatever dark power bound him to his familiar, held depths that spoke of mysteries and secrets. "Your Majesty," Puss continued, his voice carrying subtle harmonics that seemed to resonate in the listener's very bones, "if you would honour my master with your presence, I would be delighted to show you his estates. They lie not far from here, and I believe you would find them most impressive." The king, thoroughly charmed by the eloquent cat and curious to meet this mysterious marquis properly, readily agreed to the invitation. The royal procession altered its course to follow Puss's directions, winding through countryside that seemed somehow more prosperous and well-tended than it had appeared before. Fields of grain swayed in perfect unison, livestock grazed in neat formations, and the very air seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly contentment. As they travelled, Puss ranged ahead of the party, using powers that grew stronger with each mile. At every farm and village he would appear before the workers and speak in that same compelling voice that brooked no argument. "When the king asks who owns these lands, you will say they belong to the Marquis of Carabas. Speak any other name, and terrible misfortune will befall you and all your kin." But these were no mere threats. The peasants who looked into the cat's eyes saw visions of what awaited those who defied him. Plagues of locusts, failed harvests, children born with twisted limbs, cattle dying in their fields. They saw these horrors as clearly as if they were memories rather than prophecies, and each one agreed to speak the name without hesitation. Thus, when the royal procession passed through the region, every person they encountered confirmed that these prosperous lands belonged to the mysterious Marquis of Carabas. The king grew increasingly impressed with the extent of the young man's holdings, while the princess found herself drawn deeper under the spell of his quiet intensity. Yet there remained one final obstacle to their complete triumph, the castle that dominated the region's highest hill. This fortress belonged to an ogre of fearsome reputation, a creature whose supernatural powers were known throughout the kingdom. The ogre was said to possess the ability to transform himself into any creature he chose, from the mightiest lion to the smallest insect. His wealth was legendary, accumulated through centuries of intimidating travellers and extorting tribute from neighbouring lands. As evening approached and the royal party sought lodging for the night, Puss volunteered to arrange accommodations at his master's castle, though the young man had never seen the fortress before and possessed no claim to it whatsoever. The cat departed alone as the others made camp, promising to return with word that suitable preparations had been made. The ogre's castle loomed against the darkening sky like a wound torn in the fabric of reality. Its black stones seemed to absorb the last rays of sunlight, and shadows gathered around its towers with unnatural thickness. As Puss approached the gates, he could feel the weight of ancient magic pressing down upon him, power that recognised his own supernatural nature and responded with hostile curiosity. The ogre himself was a creature of immense proportions, easily 12 feet in height, with muscles that bulged beneath skin like tanned leather. His eyes burned with malevolent intelligence, and his voice carried the rumble of distant thunder. When he beheld the elegant cat in its fine boots, he laughed, a sound like boulders grinding together. "What manner of creature are you," the ogre demanded, "to walk so boldly into my domain?" "I smell magic upon you, little cat, but also the stench of mortal world. You are neither fully spirit nor wholly beast." Puss bowed with elaborate courtesy, though his amber eyes never left the ogre's face. "I am but a humble servant, great lord, come to pay homage to your legendary powers. Throughout the kingdom, tales are told of your miraculous abilities, how you can transform yourself into any creature that walks, crawls, flies, or swims. Yet I confess such wonders seem almost too marvellous to believe." The ogre's chest swelled with pride, for like many powerful beings, he was susceptible to flattery regarding his abilities. "Too marvellous to believe? Ha! Watch then, little skeptic, and prepare to tremble. The transformation began as a writhing of shadows around the ogre's massive form. His flesh seemed to flow like liquid, bones crackling and reforming as his shape shifted and expanded. Within moments, where the ogre had stood, now crouched an enormous lion, its mane like spun gold, and its roar shaking dust from the castle's ancient rafters. Most impressive, Puss acknowledged, though his tone carried subtle notes of dismissal. Though I suppose transforming into something larger than oneself is not so very difficult. The real test of mastery would be assuming a smaller form, compressing all that power into a tiny vessel. But perhaps such refinement is beyond even your considerable abilities. The lion's eyes narrowed with annoyance. The beast's form blurred and shifted once more, contracting rapidly until a sleek mouse sat where the mighty predator had been. It was a perfect transformation, maintaining the ogre's intelligence and supernatural power while adopting the mouse's diminutive form. "Behold!" squeaked the tiny creature in a voice still recognisably the ogre's. "Is this refinement enough for your—" The mouse's words were cut short as Puss pounced with lightning speed. His jaws closed around the small form, and there was a brief brilliant flash of otherworldly energy as two sets of supernatural powers collided. For a moment, the very air within the castle seemed to writhe and twist, reality bending around the point where predator met prey. When the disturbance faded, Puss stood alone in the ogre's great hall, licking his whiskers with evident satisfaction. But something fundamental had changed about the cat. His form seemed more solid, more present, as if he had absorbed not merely the ogre's physical substance, but some measure of his power as well. The castle itself appeared to recognise its new master, shadows bowing in deference to the elegant feline who now commanded its halls. By the time the royal party arrived, the fortress had been transformed. Servants appeared from nowhere, spirits bound to the castle's stones now transferred to Puss's service, and prepared a feast fit for kings. The great hall blazed with candlelight, tapestries depicting ancient victories adorned the walls, and the very air hummed with an atmosphere of wealth and sophistication. The king was astounded by the magnificence of the Marquis of Carabas's estate. Every detail spoke of refined taste and boundless resources. The young man himself, still struggling to comprehend the rapid transformation of his circumstances, played his part with a dreamy grace that had always marked him as different from common folk. His natural reserve was interpreted as noble dignity, his confusion as the modest reluctance of one unused to displaying his wealth. Throughout the evening feast, the princess found herself increasingly fascinated by this mysterious marquis. There was something otherworldly about him, a quality that set him apart from the crude nobles she had known at court. When he looked at her with those dark, haunted eyes, she felt as though he could see straight through to her soul. It was both terrifying and thrilling, this sense of being truly perceived by another human being. Puss, meanwhile, served as the perfect host, regaling the royal guests with tales of his master's adventures in distant lands, his charitable works among the poor, his brave deeds in service of the crown. Each story was crafted with supernatural skill, designed to reinforce the image of nobility and virtue they had constructed around the young man's identity. As the night wore on and wine loosened tongues, the king found himself more and more impressed with this remarkable marquis. Here was a nobleman who possessed vast wealth, yet remained humble, who commanded great power, yet showed compassion for those beneath his station. When the monarch looked upon his daughter and saw the obvious attraction she felt for their host, he began to consider possibilities that could benefit both the kingdom and his family's interests. By morning, an engagement had been arranged between the princess and the Marquis of Carabas. The young woman had consented eagerly, drawn by forces she could not fully understand but felt powerless to resist. The young man, for his part, found himself swept along by currents of fate too powerful to oppose. When he attempted to voice doubts about the rapid pace of events, Puss would fix him with those hypnotic amber eyes and speak in tones that brooked no argument. "This is your destiny, master," the cat would purr. "Did I not promise to elevate you beyond your wildest dreams? The princess loves you, or rather she loves what you have become through my efforts. The king respects you. Wealth and power are yours for the taking. All that remains is to embrace your transformation fully." The wedding was celebrated with great pageantry throughout the kingdom. Nobles came from distant provinces to witness the union. Merchants lined the streets to catch glimpses of the procession, and common folk cheered for the romantic tale of the mysterious Marquis who had won the princess's heart. Yet those with eyes to see might have noticed strange details about the celebration, shadows that moved independently of their casters, flowers that bloomed out of season, music that seemed to emanate from the very stones of the cathedral. Puss stood at his master's side throughout the ceremony, resplendent in his magical boots and the finest garments. To most observers, he appeared to be merely an unusually intelligent pet, trained to perform amusing tricks for the entertainment of the court. Only a few, those versed in the old traditions or sensitive to supernatural influences, recognised him for what he truly was, a familiar spirit, a demon in feline form who had bound his essence to that of a mortal man. As the young man, now legally and officially the Marquis of Carabas, spoke his wedding vows, those ancient words of binding and commitment, he felt another piece of his original self slip away into the void. With each promise made to his bride, each declaration of love and fidelity, he became more firmly trapped within the identity his familiar had created for him. The miller's youngest son was dying by degrees, replaced by something that wore his face but served another's will. The honeymoon period passed in a haze of luxury and sensual pleasure that seemed almost too perfect to be real. The new Marquise was deeply in love with her mysterious husband, finding in him a companion whose melancholy depths matched her own romantic nature. They would spend hours in deep conversation about philosophy and poetry, their minds meeting on levels that transcended mere physical attraction. Yet she sometimes caught glimpses of something else in his eyes, a bewilderment, as if he were as surprised by their connection as she was. The Marquis himself struggled with conflicting emotions. Part of him genuinely cared for his bride, drawn to her intelligence and beauty in ways that had nothing to do with Puss's machinations. But another part remained aware that their entire relationship was built upon lies and supernatural manipulation. He was living someone else's life, speaking words that were not entirely his own, bound to a creature whose true nature he was only beginning to understand. Puss, meanwhile, revelled in his triumph. The castle that had belonged to the ogre was now officially the property of his master, its supernatural energies bent to serve their purposes. The wealth accumulated over centuries by the previous owner was at their disposal. The young man had achieved a status beyond anything he could have imagined in his former life, married to royalty and respected throughout the kingdom. Yet the cat's satisfaction ran deeper than mere worldly success. Each step of their ascension had strengthened the bond between familiar and master, making it increasingly impossible for either to exist without the other. The young man's original identity was almost entirely subsumed now, replaced by the persona they had constructed together. He was becoming what Puss needed him to be, not just a human partner, but a vessel through which the cat's supernatural will could operate in the mortal world. As months passed, and the Marquis settled into his new role as a prominent member of the royal court, disturbing changes became apparent to those who knew how to look. Servants in the castle reported strange dreams that plagued anyone who slept within its walls, visions of a great cat stalking through shadowy corridors, its eyes burning with otherworldly hunger. Livestock in the surrounding countryside began to sicken and die without apparent cause, their bodies found drained of blood but showing no obvious wounds. The Marquise herself began to experience troubling symptoms. She would wake in the middle of the night with no memory of how she'd gotten to bed, her nightgowns sometimes stained with dirt or torn as if she'd been wandering outdoors. During the day, she felt increasingly disconnected from her own thoughts, as if someone else's will was gradually replacing her own. She found herself making decisions that seemed to come from outside her conscious mind, always decisions that served to further consolidate her husband's power and influence. The Marquis watched these changes with growing alarm, recognising in his wife's condition an echo of his own gradual transformation. When he confronted Puss about the matter, the cat regarded him with those inscrutable amber eyes, and spoke in tones of mild reproach. "Really, master, did you expect that power such as ours would come without cost? Your bride is being prepared for her role in our great work, just as you were prepared for yours. She will be happier once the process is complete, free from the doubts and fears that plague lesser mortals, able to serve our purposes with perfect clarity of will." "But she is not herself anymore," the young man protested. "The woman I married is disappearing, being replaced by something else. Is this what has happened to me as well?" Puss's whiskers twitched in what might have been amusement. You speak as if there ever was a yourself to be replaced. When I found you, you were nothing. A miller's son with no prospects, no future, no purpose beyond slow starvation. Everything you are now, everything you have become, is my creation. The princess fell in love not with your former self, but with what I made of you. Would you prefer to return to that empty existence? The question hung in the air between them like a blade poised to fall. The Marquis found that he could not answer it, for the truth was both simple and terrible. He no longer remembered what he had been before Puss's influence transformed him. The memories were there, but they felt distant and unreal, like stories told about someone else's life. He had gained everything: wealth, power, love, status. But in doing so, he had lost the very self that might have appreciated such gifts. Yet there was no turning back now. The bonds that tied him to his familiar had grown too strong, their essences too deeply intertwined. They were partners in this dark work whether he willed it or not, and his wife would soon join them in ways she could neither understand nor resist. As autumn deepened into winter, the changes in the Marquise became more pronounced. She began to speak in her sleep, carrying on conversations in languages she had never learned. Her eyes took on a distant quality, as if she were seeing visions invisible to others. During formal court functions, she would sometimes pause mid-sentence, her expression vacant, before continuing with words that seemed to come from someone else entirely. The king, growing concerned about his daughter's health, summoned the finest physicians in the kingdom to examine her. They could find nothing wrong with her body, yet all agreed that something fundamental had altered in her spirit. Some spoke quietly of possession or enchantment, though none dared voice such theories openly in a court that prided itself on rational thinking. It was during this period of growing crisis that Puss revealed the next phase of his plan. Late one night, as the Marquis sat brooding in his study, the cat appeared with news that would shake the very foundations of the kingdom. "The king grows old," Puss observed, settling into his customary position on the windowsill where moonlight cast strange shadows through his dark fur. "His health fails, though he hides it well from his courtiers. Within a year, perhaps 2 at most, he will need to choose an heir." The Marquis looked up from the ancient tome he had been reading, a volume on demonology that had appeared in the castle's library after the ogre's demise. "He has no sons. By law, the crown should pass to his daughter." "Indeed. And who stands to become prince consort when that happens? Who will rule beside the queen in all but name?" The cat's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "You have exceeded even my expectations, master. What began as a simple elevation from poverty to nobility has become something far grander. Through our bond, through the power that flows between us, we shall soon command an entire kingdom." The implication struck the young man like a physical blow. "You planned this from the beginning. Everything, the peasants, the ogre, the royal marriage, it was all preparation for this moment." "Of course. Did you think I was merely some benevolent spirit, content to secure you a comfortable life and nothing more? I'm something far older and more ambitious than that. For centuries, I have waited for the right vessel, the perfect partner, through whom I could work my will upon the world. You possess the rare combination of spiritual sensitivity and moral flexibility that makes such partnership possible." The Marquis felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter wind rattling the castle's windows. "And what of my wife? What role does she play in this grand design? She will be the queen, naturally. But more than that, she will be the mother of our dynasty. Children born under the influence of our power, raised from birth to serve our purposes. Through them, our influence will extend down through the generations, shaping the kingdom's destiny for centuries to come." The young man closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what his familiar was proposing. He had thought himself prepared for the moral compromises their partnership required, but this went beyond anything he had imagined. They were not simply changing his life, they were reshaping the very fabric of reality itself. Yet even as his conscience recoiled from the implications, another part of him thrilled at the scope of the vision Puss had laid before him: to rule a kingdom, to command the loyalty of thousands, to leave a legacy that would endure long after his mortal flesh had returned to dust. These were dreams beyond the reach of any miller's son. The power was intoxicating, seductive in ways that mere wealth and comfort could never be. "The choice is yours, as it has always been," Puss continued. his voice carrying hypnotic undertones that made rational thought increasingly difficult. But remember, we are bound now beyond any possibility of separation. Your fate is mine, and mine is yours. We shall ascend together to heights undreamed of, or we shall fall together into darkness absolute. There is no middle path, no comfortable compromise between what we are and what we might become. In the months that followed, the king's health continued to deteriorate despite the best efforts of his physicians. The marquise's condition also worsened, though in ways that defied medical understanding. She began to experience episodes where she would speak with authority on subjects she had never studied, demonstrating knowledge that seemed to flow from some external source. Her personality grew increasingly forceful and commanding, traits that had never been evident in her character before. The court began to whisper about supernatural influences, though such discussions were always conducted in hushed tones and shadowed corners. Some spoke of ancient curses awakened, others of demonic possession. A few of the more learned courtiers pointed to historical precedents, tales of familiar spirits that bound themselves to ambitious mortals, offering power in exchange for the gradual consumption of their human partner's soul. Yet none dared voice such concerns openly, for the Marquis of Carabas had become too powerful to challenge directly. His wealth allowed him to maintain a private army of considerable size, supposedly for the protection of his estates, but positioned in such a way as to threaten any who might oppose him. His influence over the royal court grew daily, as the king came to rely increasingly on his son-in-law's counsel in matters of state. Puss, meanwhile, had begun to manifest more openly in his supernatural form. No longer content to play the role of an unusually intelligent pet, he now appeared at formal functions dressed in elaborate costumes that somehow enhanced rather than diminished his feline nature. His speeches to the court, for he had been granted official status as the Marquis's chief advisor, demonstrated knowledge and cunning that left even the most sophisticated nobles feeling as though they were children in the presence of an adult. The transformation reached its climax on the night of the winter solstice, when the veil between worlds grows thinnest and supernatural forces reach their peak strength. The king, now bedridden and clearly dying, had summoned his daughter and son-in-law to his chambers for what would prove to be his final words. The old monarch's appearance was shocking to those who remembered his former vitality. His face had become gaunt and pale, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets. Yet when he looked upon the Marquise, his expression showed not the love of a father for his child, but the fearful recognition of something that wore his daughter's face but was no longer entirely her. "I know what you are," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the crackling of the fire in the hearth. "I know what you have become, and what you intend for my kingdom. But I am old and weak, and my time is passing. I can do nothing to stop you now." The Marquise leaned closer to her father's bedside, her movements possessing a predatory grace that would have been foreign to her nature mere months before. "You need not fear for your kingdom, father. It will be well cared for under our guidance. The people will prosper as never before, protected by powers beyond their understanding." "At what cost?" the king asked. "What price will they pay for this prosperity? What will you demand of their children and their children's children?" The woman who had once been his loving daughter smiled, but there was nothing human in the expression. "Only their loyalty, father. Only their complete and absolute devotion to the dynasty we shall establish. Is that not what every ruler desires?" The king closed his eyes, and when he opened them again they were filled with tears. "I have failed you, my child. I should have seen the signs, should have protected you from the forces that have claimed your soul. Instead, I welcomed your husband into my court, celebrated your marriage, rejoiced in what I thought was your happiness." "I am happy," the Marquise replied, and there was a terrible sincerity in her voice. "Happier than I have ever been. Free from doubt, free from fear, free from the petty concerns that plague lesser mortals. Can you not see the gift we have been given?" The king turned his gaze to the Marquis, who had remained silent throughout this exchange. In the young man's eyes he saw something that gave him pause, a flicker of the humanity that had not yet been entirely consumed by whatever dark bargain he had struck. "And you," the dying monarch asked, "are you content with what you have become? Do you sleep peacefully at night, knowing the price that has been paid for your elevation?" The Marquis opened his mouth to speak, but found that the words would not come. How could he explain that he barely remembered sleeping anymore? that his dreams, when they came, were filled with visions of shadow and flame, of ancient powers stirring in forgotten places. That sometimes, in the quiet moments between dawn and sunrise, he wondered if the frightened boy who had inherited nothing but a talking cat still existed somewhere within his transformed flesh. Before he could formulate a response, Puss materialised from the shadows beside the bed. The cat had grown larger over the months, his form more imposing, his presence more commanding. When he spoke, his voice carried harmonics that seemed to resonate in the very stones of the castle. "Your Majesty," Puss said with elaborate courtesy, "you speak of prices and bargains as if they were inherently evil things. Yet every achievement in human history has required sacrifice. Every crown has been won through blood and cunning. We have simply been more efficient in our methods than most." The king struggled to sit up, his eyes fixed on the creature that had orchestrated his kingdom's doom. "You are no servant cat. You are the master here, and these two are nothing more than your puppets. What manner of demon are you to take such elaborate pleasure in corrupting human souls?" Puss's whiskers twitched in amusement. "Demon? Such a crude term, Your Majesty. I prefer to think of myself as a facilitator of destiny. Your daughter and my master possessed the potential for greatness from birth. I merely provided the means for them to achieve it. They made their choices freely, with full knowledge of the consequences. Did they?" The king challenged, his voice growing stronger with his anger. "Did they truly understand what they were surrendering when they accepted your gifts? Could any mortal mind comprehend the full implications of binding oneself to such as you?" The question hung in the air like incense, heavy with implications that none present could fully grasp. The Marquis felt something stir within him, a memory of the frightened boy who had spoken his name 3 times under the new moon, surrendering his very identity to a creature he barely understood. Had he truly chosen this path, or had he simply been too desperate and too naive to recognise the trap being laid for his soul? But before he could pursue that thought further, his wife placed her hand upon his arm. At her touch, all doubt faded away, replaced by a sense of rightness and purpose that brooked no argument. This was their destiny, their great work. Everything else was mere sentiment, the weakness of minds too small to grasp the magnitude of what they were accomplishing. The king died 3 days later on Christmas Eve, as snow fell silently outside the castle windows. His passing was mourned throughout the kingdom, for he had been a good ruler, just and compassionate, beloved by his people. Yet even as the funeral bells tolled across the land, preparations were already underway for the coronation of his successor. The Marquis ascended to the throne with a ceremony of unprecedented grandeur. Nobles from distant kingdoms attended the event, drawn by tales of the young queen's beauty and wisdom. The common people lined the streets to catch glimpses of their new sovereign, and all agreed that she possessed a presence that set her apart from ordinary mortals. When she spoke, her words carried weight beyond their literal meaning. When she moved, she did so with a grace that seemed almost supernatural. Yet those with eyes to see might have noticed disturbing details about the coronation. The shadows in the cathedral moved independently of their casters, forming patterns that resembled ancient symbols of binding and control. The flowers that adorned the altar bloomed and withered in rapid succession, as if time itself were unstable in the Queen's presence. And throughout the ceremony, a large black cat sat beside the throne, its amber eyes reflecting flames that burned in no earthly hearth. As Queen, the former Marquise proved to be an extraordinarily capable ruler. Her economic policies brought unprecedented prosperity to the kingdom. Trade flourished under her guidance, and neighbouring realms sought her counsel in matters of diplomacy and statecraft. The people adored her, seeing in their young sovereign the embodiment of every virtue they valued in a monarch. But this prosperity came with subtle costs that few recognised at first. Children born during the early years of her reign displayed unusual characteristics. Intelligence beyond their years, uncanny insights into the thoughts and motivations of others, and a tendency to speak in languages they had never learned. Some parents initially rejoiced in these gifts, seeing them as signs of special favour from the divine. Only gradually did they begin to notice the darker aspects of their children's nature, the cold calculation behind those precocious smiles, the way shadows seemed to cling to their small forms, the nightmares that plagued anyone who spent too much time in their presence. The Queen's own pregnancy, announced in the 2nd year of her reign, was attended by portents and omens that troubled the kingdom's seers and wise women. Birds fell dead from the sky during thunderstorms, wells ran dry without explanation, and pregnant cattle gave birth to offspring with disturbing abnormalities. The queen herself seemed to thrive during her confinement, her beauty becoming even more radiant, her presence even more commanding. Yet those who attended her spoke in whispers of the things they witnessed, moments when her reflection in mirrors showed not a human face but something far more ancient and terrible. The child, when it arrived, was perfect in every visible way. A son, destined to inherit the throne, possessed of features that combined the best attributes of both parents. Yet from the moment of his birth, strange events began occurring throughout the kingdom. Livestock sickened and died in perfect geometric patterns across the countryside. Wells that had flowed for centuries suddenly ran dry. Ancient standing stones that had stood silent for millennia began to emit low humming sounds that could be heard for miles. Puss, now openly acknowledged as the Queen's chief advisor and the true power behind the throne, seemed to grow more substantial with each passing day. His form had taken on an almost human quality, though he retained his feline features and mannerisms. When he walked through the castle's halls, servants bowed as deeply as they would to royalty, recognizing in him a force that commanded respect beyond any earthly authority. The prince consort, for the young man who had once been a miller's son had long since forgotten his original name, watched these developments with a mixture of pride and growing unease. He loved his son with a fierce devotion that surprised him in its intensity, yet he could not shake the feeling that the child was not entirely his own. When he held the infant, he sometimes glimpsed something ancient and knowing in those tiny eyes, as if an old soul had taken up residence in a new body. Years passed, and the kingdom continued to prosper under the Queen's rule. The prince grew into a remarkable child, brilliant beyond his years, charismatic in ways that drew others to him, like moths to flame, possessed of insights that seemed to come from sources beyond normal human experience. Nobles from across the known world sent their children to the court, hoping that proximity to such exceptional beings might benefit their own offspring. Yet those who lived closest to the royal family began to notice troubling patterns. Servants who worked in the castle for more than a few years developed a glassy-eyed quality, as if their wills had been gradually subsumed by some greater force. Courtiers who once possessed independent thoughts and opinions became increasingly homogeneous in their views, speaking with voices that seemed to echo a single, underlying consciousness. The very architecture of the castle began to change, walls reshaping themselves into configurations that hurt the mind to contemplate, corridors extending into dimensions that should not have existed. It was during the prince's 7th year that the first open rebellion occurred. A group of nobles from the outer provinces, led by a duke who claimed to possess knowledge of the old traditions, gathered an army and marched on the capital. They carried banners inscribed with symbols of protection and purification, and their battle cry was a demand for the cleansing of the realm from supernatural corruption. The rebellion was crushed within days, not through military might but through more subtle means. As the rebel army approached the castle, their soldiers began to experience vivid hallucinations, visions of their own deaths, of their families being tortured, of everything they held dear being destroyed. One by one they deserted their posts and fled into the surrounding countryside. The Duke himself was found in his tent on the morning of what should have been the final battle. Aged decades overnight, his hair white and his mind shattered by whatever horrors he had witnessed in his dreams. The prince consort observed these events from the castle battlements, standing beside Puss as they watched the rebel army dissolve into chaos. The cat's satisfaction was evident in every line of his elegant form, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of absolute authority. "They never learn," Puss mused, his amber eyes reflecting the distant fires of the abandoned rebel camp. Generation after generation they resist the natural order, clinging to primitive notions of free will and independence, yet in the end they always submit. They must, for we offer them something their souls crave more than freedom: purpose, belonging, the comfort of serving something greater than themselves. The prince consort said nothing, though questions burned in his mind like brands. What had he become? What had his wife become? What legacy were they creating for their son and the generations yet unborn? These thoughts troubled him in the quiet hours before dawn, when Puss's influence was at its weakest. and something resembling his original self could still occasionally surface. But such moments of clarity became increasingly rare as the years passed. The bond between himself and his familiar had grown so strong that he could no longer imagine existing without it. His thoughts, his desires, his very sense of identity had become so thoroughly intertwined with Puss's will that separating them would have been like trying to unweave the threads of his own soul. The kingdom prospered under their rule, becoming a model that other realms sought to emulate. Art and literature flourished, trade expanded to reach distant continents, and scientific discoveries emerged from the royal academies at an unprecedented pace. Visitors from foreign lands spoke in awed tones of the wisdom and benevolence of the realm's rulers, of the prosperity enjoyed by even the humblest subjects, of the peace and stability that seemed to pervade every aspect of society. Yet beneath this surface perfection, darker currents flowed. The children born during the Queen's reign grew to adulthood, possessed of abilities that defied natural explanation. They could influence others' thoughts with subtle gestures, cause flowers to bloom or wither with a glance, walk through solid walls when the mood struck them. These gifts were not distributed randomly. They manifested most strongly in those whose bloodlines could be traced back to the families that had first accepted Puss's bargains, as if supernatural influence could be inherited like any other trait. The prince, now approaching adolescence, displayed these abilities to a degree that sometimes frightened even his parents. He could command the loyalty of animals with a word, cause storms to gather or disperse according to his whims, and see into the hearts and minds of others with crystal clarity. When he spoke in the royal court, grown men wept at the beauty of his words. When he walked through the castle gardens, plants turned to follow his passage like flowers tracking the sun. Yet for all his supernatural gifts, he remained in many ways a normal child, curious about the world, eager for his parents' approval, occasionally petulant when denied something he wanted. The prince consort found himself torn between pride in his son's remarkable abilities and fear of what those abilities might ultimately lead to. Was the boy truly his child, or had Puss's influence shaped him from birth to serve purposes beyond any mortal understanding? The answer came on the prince's 13th birthday, during a ceremony that marked his formal recognition as heir to the throne. As the assembled nobles knelt before the young man and swore their oaths of fealty, something fundamental shifted in the very fabric of reality. The shadows in the great hall deepened, taking on a substance that seemed more real than the objects they represented. The air itself grew thick and viscous, making each breath an effort. And from somewhere beyond the range of normal hearing came a sound like vast wings beating against the boundaries between worlds. The prince stood at the centre of this supernatural storm, his young face radiant with power that no human child should have possessed. When he spoke the traditional words accepting the noble's loyalty, his voice carried harmonics that seemed to bypass the ears entirely, speaking directly to the souls of all present. "I accept your service," the boy declared, "not merely to my mortal form, but to the eternal purpose that flows through me. You are bound now not just by oaths of flesh and blood, but by ties that transcend death itself. In serving me, you serve powers that have shaped the world since before the first star kindled in the void." The assembled nobles rose from their knees, but something in their eyes had changed. Where once there had been the normal mixture of ambition, fear, and calculation that characterized any gathering of powerful individuals, now there was only serene acceptance and absolute devotion. They had become, in that moment, extensions of a single will, instruments through which the prince's supernatural authority could be exercised. The prince consort watched this transformation with a mixture of awe and horror. His son had become something beyond human understanding, a conduit for forces that operated according to laws older than civilization itself. Yet in the boy's eyes, he could still glimpse traces of the child he had raised, the curious, affectionate youth who collected butterflies and asked endless questions about the workings of the world. That night, as the castle settled into the deep silence that preceded dawn, the prince consort found himself alone in his chambers, with thoughts that threatened to drive him to madness. What had he done? What chain of events had he set in motion when he first accepted Puss's bargain? The cat had promised to elevate him beyond his wildest dreams, and indeed he had achieved heights he never could have imagined as a miller's son. But at what cost? What price had been paid not only by himself but by everyone whose life his transformation had touched? As if summoned by these troubled thoughts, Puss materialised from the shadows beside the window. The cat's form had continued to evolve over the years, becoming something that was neither fully animal nor entirely human. He moved with liquid grace, his amber eyes holding depths that seemed to contain the memory of eons. "You are troubled, old friend," Puss observed, settling into his customary position where moonlight could illuminate his sleek form. "Yet you should be celebrating. Tonight marked the completion of our great work, the establishment of a dynasty that will endure for millennia, guided by wisdom beyond mortal comprehension." The prince consort turned to face his familiar, and for a moment the old defiance flickered in his eyes. "Guided by you, you mean? All of this, my rise to power, my marriage, my son's supernatural gifts, it has all been orchestrated to serve your purposes. But what are those purposes, Puss? What do you ultimately hope to achieve through our family's rule?" The cat's whiskers twitched in what might have been amusement. "Ah, now that is the question you should have asked decades ago, when you first gave me your name. But no matter, you shall learn the answer soon enough, for we approach the time when all shall be revealed." Puss rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the kingdom that spread below them like a vast chessboard. The lights of the city twinkled in the darkness, each one representing lives that had been subtly altered by their influence, souls that had been gradually prepared for the role they would play in the final phase of the great work. "Look upon your realm, my dear master," Puss continued, his voice carrying hypnotic undertones that made rational thought increasingly difficult. "See how it prospers under our guidance. The people are happy, the land is fertile, art and learning flourish beyond anything achieved in previous ages. Is this not a paradise worth any price?" The prince consort looked out at the peaceful scene, but his enhanced perception, a gift of his long association with supernatural forces, allowed him to see beyond the surface tranquility. He could perceive the invisible threads that connected every soul in the kingdom to the castle, binding them in a web of influence that grew stronger with each passing day. He could sense the otherworldly energies that pulsed beneath the earth, drawn from sources that existed in dimensions adjacent to their own. And at the centre of it all, he could feel the presence of something vast and ancient, a consciousness that used their family as its primary instruments, but was itself infinitely more complex and terrifying than any mortal mind could fully comprehend. "What are you really?" he whispered, the words barely audible above the night wind. "What manner of being requires such elaborate preparations, such careful cultivation of human potential?" Puss turned from the window, and in the moonlight his form seemed to shift and blur, revealing glimpses of something far more imposing than a simple cat. For just a moment, the prince consort saw towering wings that blotted out the stars, eyes like burning coals set in a face of terrible beauty, claws that could rend the very fabric of reality. "I am what your kind has always called me," Puss replied, his voice now carrying echoes of vast spaces and eternal darkness. "I am temptation made manifest, ambition given form, the shadow that lurks behind every human desire for betterment. I am the voice that whispers in the ear of every soul who dreams of rising above their station, the hand that offers gifts beyond imagining to those brave enough to accept them." The revelation struck the prince consort like a physical blow. He had always known his familiar was something more than mortal, but the full implications of their partnership had been hidden from him until now. He was not merely bound to a supernatural creature, he was bound to one of the fundamental forces that shaped human civilization, an entity that had been working through carefully chosen agents for millennia to guide the development of mortal societies. "And my son?" he managed to ask, his voice thick with emotions he could barely name. "What role is he meant to play in your plans?" Puss's form solidified back into its familiar feline shape, though shadows continued to cling to him like living things. "He is the culmination of generations of careful breeding and supernatural influence. Through him, the barriers between our realm and yours will finally be dissolved. He will rule not just this kingdom, but many others, spreading our influence across the world until every human soul serves our greater purpose." The prince consort felt the last vestiges of his original self crying out in anguish at this revelation. His son, his beloved child, was not truly human at all, but something hybrid, a bridge between mortal and supernatural realms. The boy's remarkable gifts were not blessings but preparations, shaping him for a destiny that would transform the very nature of human existence. Yet even as horror and despair threatened to overwhelm him, another part of his consciousness, the part that had been most thoroughly shaped by decades of Puss's influence, whispered seductive justifications. Was this transformation truly evil? Did it not promise to end war, suffering, and want? Under supernatural guidance, humanity could achieve heights of knowledge and power that would otherwise remain forever beyond their reach. The price seemed steep only to those who clung to outdated notions of free will and independence. The internal struggle played out across the Prince Consort's face, and Puss watched with evident satisfaction. This was the final test, the moment when his mortal partner would either accept his destiny completely or attempt some futile gesture of rebellion that would only serve to demonstrate the impossibility of escape. "Choose," Puss said simply. "You can fight against what we have built together, spending your remaining years in futile resistance to forces beyond your comprehension, or you can embrace your true nature at last, accepting your role as herald of a new age for humanity. Either way, our work will continue, but only one path offers you the possibility of finding peace." The Prince Consort closed his eyes, and in that moment of darkness he seemed to see his entire life spread out before him, like a map. The frightened boy who had inherited nothing but a talking cat, the young man who had spoken his name 3 times under the new moon, the nobleman who had married a princess and become father to a creature of impossible power, all these identities felt equally real and equally false, facets of a single gem that reflected light from sources beyond normal perception. When he opened his eyes again, something fundamental had changed in his expression. The last traces of doubt and resistance had been burned away, leaving only serene acceptance of his destiny. "I choose to serve," he said, his voice carrying new harmonics that resonated with otherworldly authority. "I choose to be what you have made me, to embrace the purpose for which I was shaped." Puss purred with deep satisfaction, the sound seeming to come from everywhere at once. "Then it is finished. The last obstacle has been removed, and we may proceed to the final phase of our great work. The years that followed would be remembered by historians as the golden age of the kingdom, though few would understand the true nature of the forces that brought about such unprecedented prosperity and peace. Under the guidance of the royal family, human civilization would take its next evolutionary step, guided by wisdom that transcended mortal limitations. Yet in the deep places of the earth, in the spaces between heartbeats, in the shadows that gathered at the edge of vision, ancient powers stirred with satisfaction. The long game was nearing its conclusion, and the pieces were finally in their proper positions. The miller's younger son was dead, consumed by his own ambitions and the seductive promises of a creature that had worn the mask of a helpful cat. In his place stood something else, a being of hybrid nature that served as a bridge between. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The shadow first appeared on a Tuesday morning in late October, when the leaves had begun their slow surrender to winter, and the air carried that particular weight of endings. Margaret Holloway, 34 years old and employed as librarian at the university, noticed it while unlocking the ornate doors of the Darling Memorial Archive, a wing dedicated to children's literature that few students bothered to visit anymore. The shadow stretched long across the marble floor, though no figure cast it, and it moved with a restless quality that made her stomach turn in ways she couldn't quite name. She had been working late the night before, cataloguing a new donation from the estate of an elderly woman named Wendy Darling Morrison, whose family claimed she had been one of the original inspirations for J.M. Barrie's famous character. The boxes contained decades of journals, letters, and what appeared to be children's drawings, crude sketches of flying boys, pirate ships, and strange islands floating in seas of blue crayon. Margaret had dismissed them as the nostalgic remnants of someone who had spent too long living in fantasy, but now, staring at the impossible shadow, she began to wonder if she'd been too quick to judge. The shadow moved again, sliding along the wall like spilled ink, and Margaret felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October morning. She had always been a practical woman, someone who believed in facts and evidence, in the solid weight of books and the orderly progression of filing systems. But as she watched the shadow pause near the children's section, Seeming to listen for something she couldn't hear, she found herself remembering stories her grandmother had told her about things that existed in the spaces between belief and doubt, in the corners where logic grew thin. Over the following days, the shadow became a constant presence in the archive. It would appear without warning, stretching across reading tables where students sat with their laptops, sliding down walls lined with first editions of fairy tales, pooling in corners where dust motes danced in afternoon light. No one else seemed to notice it, which made Margaret question her own sanity, but she couldn't ignore the way it seemed drawn to anything connected to stories of childhood, particularly those that spoke of children who refused to grow up, who vanished into worlds of their own making and left behind only memories and regret. The first real sign that something was deeply wrong came when she began reading Wendy Darling Morrison's journals in earnest. The elderly woman's handwriting grew increasingly erratic as the entries progressed through the decades, starting with neat cursive descriptions of a normal childhood and slowly deteriorating into frantic scrawls about a boy who visited her window at night, who never aged while she grew older, who whispered promises about a place where time stood still and responsibilities couldn't find you. The entries spoke of dreams that felt more real than waking life, of flying above London rooftops with someone whose face remained forever 13, whose laughter carried both joy and an undertone of something that might have been madness. He comes when I'm feeling the weight of years most heavily, one entry read, dated from Wendy's 50th birthday. When my children have disappointed me, when my husband seems like a stranger, when the mirror shows me lines I don't remember earning. He appears at the window still exactly as he was when I first saw him, and he asks if I want to come back. He asks if I'm tired of being grown up, and God help me, sometimes I want to say yes. Margaret found herself staying later and later at the archive, drawn by a compulsion she couldn't name to piece together the story that emerged from Wendy's journals and the accompanying materials. There were letters from other women, dozens of them spanning decades, all describing similar encounters. A woman in her 40s who swore she saw a flying boy outside her apartment window during her divorce proceedings. A mother of 3 who claimed she was visited nightly by a child who promised to take away her exhaustion and her worry if she would only come with him to a place where such burdens didn't exist. A grandmother dying of cancer who wrote about a boy who sat by her bedside and whispered that death was just another grown-up rule that didn't have to apply to her if she chose not to follow it. The shadow grew stronger as Margaret delved deeper into the collection, no longer content to lurk in corners but stretching boldly across walls in broad daylight, sometimes seeming to reach toward her with fingers made of darkness. She began to understand that it wasn't simply a supernatural phenomenon, but something far more disturbing, a projection of accumulated longing, fed by decades of adults who had looked back at their childhoods with such desperate nostalgia that they had somehow called into being the very embodiment of their regrets. The truth revealed itself gradually, like a photograph developing in a dark room. Peter Pan, as Barry had created him, was never meant to be a figure of pure fantasy. The author had poured his own grief and trauma into the character, his own inability to move past the death of his brother, his own terror of aging and responsibility. But somewhere in the collective unconscious of readers and dreamers, Peter had taken on a life of his own, becoming a dark mirror that reflected not the joy of eternal youth, but its terrible cost. He had become a creature that fed on the dissatisfaction of adults, on their secret wishes to escape the weight of their choices, appearing to those who felt most trapped by the demands of grown-up life. Margaret realised she was not simply researching a collection of papers, but documenting a haunting that had lasted for generations. Each person who had encountered this manifestation had added to its power, their longing and regret strengthening its ability to appear to others who carried similar wounds. It was a shadow cast not by any physical form but by the collective desire to return to a time before consequences, before loss, before the slow accumulation of disappointments that seemed to define adult existence. The revelation should have frightened her, but instead Margaret found herself feeling a strange kinship with the women whose stories filled the archive. She too had felt the weight of years, the sense that somewhere along the path to adulthood she had lost something essential, some spark or sense of possibility that had made life feel infinite instead of brutally finite. She too had looked back at her childhood with the kind of desperate nostalgia that made the present feel like a pale imitation of what life was supposed to be. As autumn deepened into winter, the shadow began to take on more distinct characteristics. Sometimes it appeared to have the shape of a small figure, arms outstretched as if in flight, head tilted at an angle that suggested both mischief and something that might have been malice. Margaret began to hear things as well, not voices exactly, but something like whispers carried on air that moved without any source, words that seemed to bypass her ears and speak directly to that part of her mind where childhood fears and wishes still lived. You don't have to keep pretending to be satisfied, the whispers seemed to say. You don't have to carry all this weight. There's a place where none of this matters, where you can be who you were meant to be before the world taught you to be smaller, quieter, more reasonable, before you learned to settle for less than everything. The temptation was subtle at first, just a gentle tugging at the edges of her consciousness, but it grew stronger as the days passed. Margaret found herself dreaming of flight, of soaring above the city lights with the wind in her hair and no earthbound concerns to pull her down. She dreamed of a place where books were always new adventures instead of objects to be catalogued and filed, where stories lived and breathed instead of gathering dust on forgotten shelves. In these dreams, she was not Margaret the librarian, 34 years old and increasingly aware of opportunities missed and paths not taken, but someone unlimited by age or circumstance, someone for whom every day held infinite possibility. The journals revealed that every woman who had encountered Peter had faced the same choice. Some had resisted, finding ways to reconnect with the parts of themselves that felt alive and vital, learning to carry their inner child forward instead of abandoning her to the past. But others had simply vanished, leaving behind confused families and unanswered questions, their disappearances explained away as nervous breakdowns or early-onset dementia, anything that made more sense than the truth, that they had chosen to step out of linear time entirely, to become part of the shadow that haunted the spaces between childhood and adulthood. Margaret understood now why she had been drawn to this collection, why the shadow had appeared to her specifically. She was at the age when the promise of youth had fully given way to the reality of middle age, when the gap between dreams and circumstances had grown too wide to ignore. She was exactly the kind of person Peter Pan was designed to tempt, someone whose life had settled into patterns of quiet desperation, disguised as contentment. The choice, when it came, was surprisingly gentle. There was no dramatic confrontation, no moment of terror or revelation. Instead, Margaret simply found herself standing in the archive one evening after closing, facing a shadow that had resolved itself into the unmistakable shape of a boy, his hand extended in invitation. Around them, the books seemed to whisper with possibilities, and the air itself felt lighter, as if gravity had loosened its hold on this particular corner of the world. "You've been carrying so much for so long," Peter said, and his voice was exactly what she had expected, young and confident and utterly without the weight that accumulated over years of compromise and disappointment. "Wouldn't you like to put it all down? Wouldn't you like to remember what it felt like before you learned to be afraid of wanting too much?" Margaret looked at the extended hand and understood that this was not really a choice between childhood and adulthood, but between different kinds of death. To take his hand would mean ceasing to exist as herself, becoming part of the collective shadow that fed on regret and unfulfilled longing, but to refuse might mean continuing to live a life that felt increasingly like a slow suffocation, watching her dreams recede further with each passing year until they became nothing more than sources of pain. She thought of Wendy Darling Morrison, who had lived to be 93 and died surrounded by children and grandchildren, but who had filled thousands of pages with expressions of longing for something she could never name. She thought of all the women who had written to Wendy over the decades, seeking connection with someone who understood the particular grief of growing up in a world that demanded they abandon their deepest wishes in favour of practical concerns. She thought of herself at 7, at 12, at 16, full of certainty that life would be magical if she just waited long enough, worked hard enough, believed strongly enough in the possibility of transformation. The shadow boy waited with infinite patience, his hand still extended, his smile never wavering. Around them, the archive settled into deeper darkness, and Margaret realised that whatever choice she made would echo through time, adding her voice to the chorus of stories that would guide or warn whoever came after her. She would become either another cautionary tale about the dangers of refusing to grow up, or another voice in the collective longing that gave Peter Pan his power over those who felt most trapped by the requirements of adult life. In that moment of decision, suspended between childhood and the grave, between fantasy and reality, between the person she had been and the person she had become. Margaret Holloway understood that she was not just choosing her own fate, but helping to write the next chapter in a story that had been telling itself for over a century, a story about the shadows that follow us from childhood and the price we pay for either embracing them or trying to leave them behind. The choice, whatever it would be, would ripple outward into the lives of other adults who felt the weight of years and wondered if somewhere, in some corner of possibility, there might still be a place where time stood still and dreams retained their power to transform the world. The shadow waited, and the books whispered, and in the space between one heartbeat and the next, Margaret prepared to discover whether growing up was truly the end of magic, or simply its transformation into something more complex, more dangerous, and infinitely more real than any childhood fantasy could ever be. But before she could reach for that extended hand, Margaret's practical mind seized on a detail that had been nagging at her for weeks. If Peter Pan existed as this shadow entity feeding on adult regret, if he had been manifesting to troubled grown-ups for over a century, then there should be more evidence, more documentation. The Darling collection couldn't be the only record of these encounters, and Wendy couldn't have been the only one systematically documenting them. "Wait," she said to the shadow boy, whose smile flickered with what might have been irritation. "If you've been visiting people for decades, if you've been taking them away, where are they? What happens to them after they choose you?" The shadow's form wavered, becoming less distinct, and Margaret felt a sudden surge of clarity that cut through the dreamy compulsion that had been building around her. She stepped back from the extended hand and began to pace, her librarian's instincts overriding the fantasy. "You're not really Peter Pan at all, are you?" she continued, the pieces falling into place. "You're something else entirely, something that learned to wear his shape because that's what people expected to see." The shadow boy's expression darkened, and for a moment his youthful features twisted into something ancient and hungry. But then the mask slipped back into place, and he laughed with that Belle-like quality that had seemed so enchanting moments before. "Does it matter what I am?" he asked, "when I can give you what you want most?" But Margaret was already moving toward her desk where she'd been keeping detailed notes about the collection. If she was right, if this entity had been active for as long as the document suggested, then there should be patterns she could trace, connections she could verify. The researcher in her had awakened, and with it came a hunger for truth that proved stronger than the seductive pull of fantasy. Over the following weeks, Margaret threw herself into investigation with an intensity that surprised even her. She reached out to libraries and archives around the world, requesting information about similar collections, about unexplained disappearances, about any documentation of encounters with mysterious children who never aged. She combed through missing persons databases, looking for patterns among adults who had vanished without explanation, particularly those who had left behind references to flying dreams or mentions of a boy who visited their windows. What she discovered was more extensive and more disturbing than she'd imagined. The phenomenon wasn't limited to England or even to English-speaking countries. Similar stories appeared in archives in Prague, where a librarian in 1923 had documented visits from Der ewige Knabe, the eternal boy, who appeared to adults during times of political upheaval and personal crisis. In Japan, there were centuries-old accounts of Kodomo no Keigi, the child's shadow, which visited those who had lost their connection to wonder and offered them escape from the burden of responsibility. But most revealing were the patterns Margaret began to identify in the disappearances themselves. The adults who vanished were not random victims, but followed a specific profile. They were typically between the ages of 30 and 50, often creative types whose careers had failed to meet their early promise, individuals who had recently experienced significant loss or disappointment, people who expressed in their final known communications a sense that life had become a burden too heavy to carry. More disturbing still were the accounts from family members left behind. Margaret found dozens of testimonies from children whose parents had vanished, spouses who described their partners becoming increasingly obsessed with childhood memories in the weeks before their disappearance, friends who reported final conversations about wanting to go back to before everything went wrong. These testimonies painted a picture not of people finding peace or escape, but of individuals who had become so disconnected from their present lives that they were willing to risk everything for the promise of returning to a simpler time. The shadow continued to appear in the archive, but Margaret found that the more she learned about it, the less power it seemed to have over her. Knowledge, she realised, was a kind of armour against the seductive pull of fantasy. Each new piece of evidence she uncovered weakened the entity's hold on her imagination and strengthened her determination to understand what she was really dealing with. The breakthrough came when she made contact with Dr. Elena Vasquez, a psychiatrist in Barcelona who had been quietly documenting what she called regressive manifestation syndrome for over 20 years. Dr. Vasquez had treated dozens of patients who reported encounters with childlike figures who promised escape from adult responsibilities, and her research suggested that these manifestations were not supernatural entities but psychological projections given form by the collective unconscious of individuals in severe emotional distress. What you are describing, Dr. Vasquez explained during a video call that stretched late into the evening, sounds like a particularly powerful form of what we call a tulpa, a thought form that gains independent existence through concentrated belief and emotional energy. When enough people experience the same type of psychological crisis and focus their longing on the same archetypal figure, that figure can begin to manifest in ways that seem supernatural but are actually psychological phenomena made visible. This explanation should have been comforting, but Margaret found it even more unsettling than the idea of an actual supernatural entity. If the Shadow Peter was a creation of collective human desperation, if it existed because so many adults had poured their regret and longing into the same mythical figure, then it represented something far more tragic than any ghost or demon. It was proof that somewhere deep in the human psyche there was a wound that refused to heal, a grief for lost innocence and abandoned dreams that was so profound it could take on a life of its own. Dr. Vasquez's research also revealed the fate of those who had chosen to go with their manifestations. They didn't disappear into a magical realm, but suffered what appeared to be complete psychological breaks, abandoning their identities and responsibilities in pursuit of a fantasy that could never be sustained. Some were found days or weeks later, catatonic or in states of severe dissociation, unable to explain where they had been or what they had experienced. Others simply vanished entirely, their fates unknown, but their abandoned lives serving as testimony to the destructive power of unprocessed grief and unfulfilled longing. Armed with this knowledge, Margaret began to develop what she thought of as a treatment plan, not just for herself, but for the entity that had been haunting the archive. If the Shadow Peter was sustained by the emotional energy of adults who couldn't let go of childhood dreams, then perhaps it could be weakened by helping those same adults find healthier ways to process their grief and reconnect with the parts of themselves that felt alive and vital. She started small, reaching out to the authors of some of the letters in Wendy's collection, those who were still alive and could be contacted. Many were initially suspicious of her inquiries, but when she explained that she was researching the psychological impact of childhood fantasies on adult mental health, several agreed to speak with her. The conversations that followed were both heartbreaking and illuminating. Margaret spoke with a retired teacher who had been visited by the Shadow Boy during her messy divorce and had nearly walked away from her children to follow him to a place where love didn't hurt. She interviewed a struggling artist who had encountered the manifestation during a period of creative block and had spent months afterward unable to paint anything but images of flying children and impossible islands. She talked with a grandmother who had seen Peter at her window during her daughter's battle with cancer and had been tempted to trade places with the dying woman just to escape the pain of watching someone she loved suffer. Each conversation revealed the same pattern. The shadow. Peter appeared to people who were drowning in the weight of adult responsibilities and offered them an escape that seemed magical, but was actually a form of psychological suicide. The entity fed on their desperation and grew stronger with each person who seriously considered its offer, even if they ultimately refused. But Margaret also discovered something else in these conversations, evidence of resilience and recovery that the shadow entity seemed desperate to suppress. The people who had encountered Peter but resisted his call had often gone on to find ways to reconnect with the parts of themselves that felt most alive. They had learned to honour their inner child without abandoning their adult responsibilities, to find wonder and magic in their present lives rather than mourning its absence. This gave Margaret an idea that was both simple and revolutionary. What if she could document these recovery stories and make them available to others who might be vulnerable to the Shadow Peter's influence? What if the archive could become not just a repository of cautionary tales, but a resource for healing and integration? Working with Dr. Vasquez and a small network of therapists who had encountered similar cases, Margaret began developing what they called the Integration Project, a comprehensive approach to helping adults process childhood trauma and unfulfilled dreams without abandoning their present lives. The project included therapy protocols, support groups, and creative workshops designed to help people reconnect with their sense of wonder and possibility in ways that enhanced rather than escaped their adult existence. As the project grew, Margaret noticed that the shadow in the archive began to appear less frequently and with diminished power. It was as if the entity was being starved of the emotional energy it needed to maintain its manifestation. The more people learned to integrate their childhood selves with their adult identities, the weaker the Shadow Peter became. But the entity didn't disappear quietly. As its power waned, it seemed to become more desperate, appearing to Margaret with increasing urgency and offering ever more elaborate fantasies of escape. It showed her visions of herself as a child, running through fields under endless summer skies, or as a young woman with infinite time to read every book ever written, to travel to every place that had ever captured her imagination, to become everyone she had ever dreamed of being. "You're killing me," the Shadow Boy said during one of their final encounters, his form now flickering and translucent. "Every person you save, every story you change, weakens me until I'll fade entirely. Is that really what you want? To destroy the last refuge for people who can't bear the weight of growing up?" Margaret looked at him with something that might have been pity. "You're not a refuge," she said quietly. "You're a trap. You offer people the illusion of escape, but what you really do is prevent them from finding genuine healing. You keep them stuck in their pain by convincing them that the only alternative to adult suffering is to abandon adult life entirely." The Shadow Boy's expression twisted with rage and desperation. "And what do you offer instead? More of the same grinding existence, more disappointment, more slow death by compromise. At least I give them dreams." "You give them nightmares," Margaret replied. "Dreams that can never be fulfilled, that turn people against their own lives. I'm offering them something different, the possibility that they can honour their dreams and their reality at the same time, that growing up doesn't have to mean giving up everything that made them feel alive." As the months passed, the integration project began to show remarkable results. Support groups formed in cities around the world, bringing together adults who had experienced encounters with various manifestations of the eternal child archetype. Therapists trained in the new protocols reported significant success in helping people process childhood trauma and reconnect with their sense of wonder without abandoning their adult responsibilities. Most importantly, the disappearances stopped. For the first time in over a century, there were no new reports of adults vanishing after encounters with mysterious children who promised escape from the burdens of grown-up life. The shadow entities that had fed on human desperation for generations were starving, their power broken by the simple act of offering people genuine alternatives to both escape and despair. Margaret's own transformation was perhaps the most dramatic of all. As she worked with others to heal the wounds that made them vulnerable to the Shadow Peter's influence, she found herself reconnecting with parts of herself she had thought lost forever. She began writing again, not the academic papers that had consumed her career, but stories that captured the same sense of wonder she had felt as a child reading fairy tales for the first time. She started taking art classes, learned to dance, travelled to places she'd only dreamed of visiting when she was younger, but perhaps most significantly, she learned to see her work at the archive not as a deadening routine but as a form of magic in itself. She was not just cataloguing old stories, but preserving the dreams and nightmares of generations, creating a space where the human imagination could be studied and understood and ultimately healed. Each book she handled contained someone's attempt to make sense of the world, to find meaning in chaos, to pass on wisdom or wonder to future generations. The final entry in Margaret's research journal, written almost 2 years after her first encounter with the Shadow Peter, reflected on the profound transformation that had occurred not just in her own life, but in the lives of countless others who had found their way out of the trap of nostalgic desperation. Today I realised that the shadow was never really about Peter Pan at all. It was about us, about our collective inability to integrate the dreams of childhood with the realities of adult life. We created Peter Pan as a symbol of eternal youth, but we twisted that symbol into something dark and desperate because we couldn't imagine any other way to honour the children we used to be. The real magic, it turns out, isn't in refusing to grow up, but in growing up without losing the capacity for wonder, for play, for believing that transformation is always possible. The shadow is finally fading, not because we destroyed it, but because we no longer need it. We found better ways to fly. In the end, Margaret understood that her encounter with the Shadow Peter had been both a warning and an opportunity, a chance to choose between two different kinds of death, and to discover that there was actually a third option she had never considered. She could honour her childhood self without abandoning her adult self, could embrace both wisdom and wonder, could find magic in the ordinary world without needing to escape to a fantasy realm where time stood still and nothing ever changed. The archive remained her sanctuary, but it was no longer a place of quiet desperation. It had become something far more powerful, a workshop for transformation, where the stories of the past could be used to heal the wounds of the present and create better possibilities for the future. The books still whispered, but now they spoke of integration rather than escape, of healing rather than forgetting, of the profound magic that was possible when people learned to carry their whole selves, child and adult, dreamer and realist, mortal and eternal, into each new day with courage, compassion, and an unshakable belief in the possibility of transformation. But Margaret's sense of victory proved premature. 3 months after she had written that final optimistic entry in her research journal, the disappearances began again, but this time they followed a different pattern entirely. The first case came to her attention through Dr. Vasquez, who called her late one evening with barely controlled panic in her voice. "Margaret, we have a problem. One of our success stories, Maria Santos, the teacher who resisted the shadow during her divorce, she's gone missing. But this isn't like the others. She didn't abandon her responsibilities or show signs of psychological breakdown. She simply vanished from her apartment, leaving behind no note, no explanation, and no signs of struggle." Over the following weeks, similar reports trickled in from around the world. Adults who had successfully undergone the integration project, who had learned to balance childhood wonder with adult responsibility, who had seemed completely healed from their encounters with shadow entities, were vanishing without a trace. Unlike the previous disappearances, these people left no digital footprints, no paper trails, no evidence that they had chosen to abandon their lives. They simply ceased to exist in any verifiable way. Margaret felt a familiar chill settle in her bones as she realised what this might mean. If the Shadow Peter she had known was starving and growing weaker, perhaps something else had taken its place. Something that had learned from the entity's failures and evolved a more sophisticated approach to harvesting human souls. Her suspicions were confirmed when she began receiving reports of new manifestations in the archive. But these weren't the familiar shadows she'd grown accustomed to. Instead, visitors reported seeing perfectly normal-looking children. Not eternal boys with wild hair and mischievous grins, but ordinary kids who seemed lost and frightened, who asked adults for help finding their way home. The first time Margaret encountered one of these new manifestations, she almost fell for the deception entirely. She was working late, as had become her habit, when she heard the sound of quiet crying coming from the children's section. Following the sound, she found what appeared to be a girl of perhaps 8 or 9 years old, curled up between the stacks with tears streaming down her face. "Are you all right, sweetheart?" Margaret asked, immediately kneeling down to the child's level. "Are you lost? How did you get in here after closing?" The girl looked up at her with eyes that seemed far too old for her face, though her voice was perfectly childlike when she spoke. "I can't find my way back," she whispered. "I've been looking and looking, but everything looks different now. The places I remember aren't there anymore." Margaret felt her researcher's instincts prickle with suspicion, but the child seemed so genuinely distressed that she found herself reaching out automatically to offer comfort. It was only when her hand was inches from the girl's shoulder that she noticed something that made her blood freeze. The child cast no shadow of her own, but around her feet, other shadows seemed to pool and writhe like living things. "You're not a child at all," Margaret said, pulling her hand back sharply. "You're something else wearing a child's shape." The not-child's expression shifted subtly, the tears drying instantly as its features rearranged themselves into something that was still childlike but carried an undertone of ancient malevolence. "I'm exactly what I appear to be," it said, its voice now carrying harmonics that seemed to bypass Margaret's ears and speak directly to her nervous system. I'm a child who got lost in the spaces between growing up and staying young, caught in the crack your integration project created when it destroyed the old pathways. This revelation hit Margaret like a physical blow. She had been so focused on weakening the Shadow Peter entity that she hadn't considered what might happen to the psychic energy it had been feeding on. If that energy couldn't flow toward the escape fantasy of eternal childhood, where did it go instead? You created us, the Notchild continued, rising to its feet, with movements that seemed to defy several laws of physics. When you blocked the old outlets for despair and regret, you forced all that energy to find new forms. We are the children who were abandoned when adults learned to integrate their childhood selves, the parts of them that were too damaged, too frightened, too pure to survive in a world of compromise and responsibility. Margaret realised with growing horror that the integration project hadn't actually solved the problem, but had instead transformed it into something far more insidious. By teaching adults to maintain connection with their childhood selves while embracing adult responsibilities, they had inadvertently created a new kind of psychological fracture. The parts of childhood that couldn't be integrated, the trauma, the pure innocence, the absolute faith in magic, had been split off and abandoned, left to coalesce into these new entities that appeared as lost children seeking help. But these manifestations were far more dangerous than the Shadow Peter had ever been, because they appealed not to adults' desire to escape responsibility, but to their deepest protective instincts. They appeared as children in need, triggering every nurturing impulse, every parental drive, every civilized person's instinct to help the vulnerable. And when adults reached out to comfort these apparent children, they were somehow pulled into whatever realm these entities inhabited, vanishing as completely as if they had never existed. Margaret spent the following days frantically researching this new phenomenon, reaching out to her network of therapists and researchers around the world. What she discovered was a pattern of manifestations that had been growing stronger as the integration project spread. The more successful they were at helping adults heal from childhood trauma and integrate their multiple selves, the more frequently these lost child entities appeared. Dr. Vasquez's research revealed the psychological mechanism at work. We assumed that integration meant bringing all parts of the childhood self into adult consciousness, she explained during an emergency video conference with Margaret and several other researchers. But what we failed to account for was that some childhood experiences are too traumatic, too pure, or too fundamentally incompatible with adult reality to be integrated. These parts of the self, when severed from their adult counterparts, don't simply disappear. They seek new hosts, new ways to exist. The lost child entities were essentially psychic parasites, fragments of abandoned childhood consciousness that had learned to appear as vulnerable children in order to attract the attention and sympathy of adults. When someone reached out to help them, the entities could establish a psychic connection that allowed them to drain not just the person's life force but their entire existence, pulling them out of reality itself and leaving no trace behind. Margaret found herself facing a terrible dilemma. The integration project had helped thousands of people heal from childhood trauma and find meaning in their adult lives, but it had also created these new, more dangerous entities. Abandoning the project might allow the old Shadow Peter manifestations to return, but continuing it seemed to strengthen the lost child entities with each new person they helped. The solution, when it came, arrived from an unexpected source. Margaret was working late in the archives, surrounded by protective circles of salt and iron that Dr. Vasquez had suggested might help ward off the manifestations, when she heard a familiar voice calling her name. "Margaret, are you in here?" She looked up to see Wendy Darling Morrison standing in the doorway, not the elderly woman who had donated the collection, but Wendy as she might have appeared in her 20s, wearing a simple dress that seemed to belong to no particular era, and carrying an expression of calm determination that suggested she had travelled a long way to deliver an important message. "You're not real," Margaret said, though she didn't sound entirely convinced. "Wendy died 5 years ago. You're another manifestation, another trick." "I'm as real as anything else that matters," Wendy replied, stepping into the archive with movements that seemed to disturb neither air nor dust. "I'm what remains when someone learns to carry their whole story without shame or regret, when they integrate not just the acceptable parts of childhood, but all of it. The trauma and the joy, the innocence and the knowledge, the magic and the loss. Wendy explained that she had spent her final years not just documenting her encounters with Peter Pan, but learning to integrate them fully into her understanding of herself and the world. She'd become something unprecedented, a human being who had learned to exist simultaneously as child and adult, dreamer and realist, mortal, and something approaching eternal. The mistake you made with the integration project, Wendy continued, was assuming that integration meant choosing which parts of childhood to keep and which to abandon. True integration means learning to hold all of it simultaneously, even the contradictions, even the parts that seem incompatible with adult life. She showed Margaret a technique that went far beyond the psychological methods they had been using in the integration project, a form of consciousness that could embrace paradox and contradiction without needing to resolve them. It was the ability to be simultaneously innocent and experienced, vulnerable and strong, magical and rational, without compartmentalizing these qualities or treating them as opposing forces. The lost children you've created, Wendy explained, are the parts of childhood that your integration project taught people to reject as incompatible with adult life. But nothing in human consciousness is truly incompatible if you learn to hold it correctly. The pure innocence, the absolute faith in magic, the traumatic memories that seem too painful to integrate, all of these can be embraced without compromising adult functionality. Under Wendy's guidance, Margaret began to develop what they called the paradox protocol, a new approach that taught people to integrate not just the acceptable parts of their childhood selves, but all of it, including the aspects that seem to contradict adult wisdom and responsibility. Instead of teaching people to choose between childhood wonder and adult realism, the protocol helped them learn to exist in the space between these apparent opposites. The results were immediate and dramatic. As adults learned to embrace the full complexity of their childhood experiences without rejecting any part of themselves, the lost child entities began to be reabsorbed into their creator's consciousness. The manifestations in the archive grew weaker and less frequent, no longer able to sustain themselves on the psychic energy of abandoned childhood fragments. But the most remarkable change was in the people themselves. Adults who underwent the paradox protocol didn't just recover from childhood trauma or reconnect with their sense of wonder. They developed capabilities that seemed to transcend the normal limitations of human consciousness. They could hold multiple perspectives simultaneously, embrace contradiction without cognitive dissonance, and access states of awareness that combined childlike openness with adult wisdom in ways that enhanced both. Margaret herself became one of the first to fully integrate the protocol, and the transformation was profound. She found herself able to exist simultaneously as the rational librarian who organised and catalogued information, and as the wonder-struck child who believed in the magic of stories. She could be both the sceptical researcher who demanded evidence, and the innocent believer who remained open to impossible possibilities. The archive itself seemed to respond to this transformation, becoming not just a repository of old stories, but a living space where past and present, reality and fantasy, adult wisdom and childhood wonder coexisted in dynamic harmony. Visitors reported experiences that seemed to transcend normal consciousness, moments of perfect clarity where they could see their entire life story as a single, coherent narrative that included all their contradictions and paradoxes without needing to resolve them. As Margaret documented these transformations, she began to understand that their encounter with the Shadow Peter had been the beginning of something much larger than a simple victory over a dangerous entity. They had stumbled onto a fundamental truth about human consciousness, that the division between childhood and adulthood, fantasy and reality, innocence and experience was itself an artificial construct that limited human potential. The lost child entities hadn't been a new problem, but the final symptom of an old wound, humanity's inability to hold the full complexity of its own nature without fragmenting into opposing parts. By learning to embrace paradox rather than resolve it, people could access forms of consciousness that were simultaneously ancient and revolutionary, recovering capabilities that might have been natural to human beings before they learned to divide themselves into compartments. In her final research notes, written almost 4 years after her first encounter with the shadow in the archive, Margaret reflected on the journey that had led them from supernatural horror to psychological breakthrough to something that might be called the evolution of consciousness itself. We thought we were dealing with entities that fed on human despair, but what we discovered was that we were the entities all along, fragments of ourselves that we had abandoned or rejected, seeking integration through external manifestation. The shadows, the lost children, even the original Peter Pan were all projections of our own split consciousness, attempting to return to wholeness through increasingly desperate means. The real magic was never in the entities but in learning to embrace the full spectrum of human experience without needing to choose sides in false dichotomies. We are both child and adult, both innocent and experienced, both magical and rational, and in accepting this paradox completely, we discover forms of consciousness that transcend all our previous limitations. The archive had become something unprecedented, not just a collection of stories, but a laboratory for consciousness itself, where the boundaries between reader and story, past and present, self and other, could be explored and transcended. And Margaret, no longer simply a librarian but something approaching a cartographer of consciousness, continued her work of documenting and facilitating these transformations, helping others discover that the true magic had always been within them, waiting to be integrated rather than escaped. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The bargain was struck before the child drew her first breath, sealed with stolen herbs and desperate hunger. In a cottage that bordered the sorceress's garden, a woman pressed her hands to her swollen belly and wept. The rampion she had tasted, sweet, forbidden, growing just beyond the wooden fence, had awakened such craving that she could no longer eat anything else. Her husband, watching her waste away, had scaled the garden wall in darkness, his hands trembling as he plucked the delicate leaves. Once, twice, 3 times he had stolen into that moonlit sanctuary, each theft more brazen than the last. But the sorceress had been watching. She materialized from shadow like smoke given form, her eyes reflecting the pale light of stars. "Thief!" she whispered, and the word carried the weight of judgment. The man fell to his knees among the trampled herbs, babbling apologies, explanations, pleas. His wife was dying, he said. She would eat nothing else. The child she carried would perish with her. The sorceress listened with the patience of stone. When silence fell between them, she spoke a single condition. The child will be mine when it is born. Not a request, but a statement of fact. The future had already been decided. The man, faced with losing both wife and child, or surrendering only one, chose as desperate fathers have always chosen. He agreed. The birth came with the first snow of winter. The child emerged into a world already marked by transaction, her tiny fist clenched as if she knew what awaited her. They named her Rapunzel, Rampion, after the herb that had bought her life, and sold her freedom in the same breath. For 3 days her mother held her, memorizing the curve of her cheek, the weight of her small body. On the 4th day the sorceress came to collect her debt. She took the child without ceremony, wrapping her in a cloak that seemed to absorb light. "She will be safe with me," the sorceress said, though safety had never been part of their agreement. Safer than she could ever be in this world of hunger and want. The parents watched their daughter disappear into the forest, swallowed by darkness that closed behind them like water. For 12 years Rapunzel lived in a house at the forest's heart, where time moved differently and seasons blended into one eternal twilight. The sorceress was not unkind, merely absolute. She fed Rapunzel delicate foods that tasted of nothing, dressed her in gowns that shimmered like captured moonlight, and spoke to her in languages that had no words for outside or choice or freedom. The child learned to embroider, to sing wordless melodies, to arrange flowers that never wilted because they had never truly lived. As Rapunzel grew, so did her hair. It cascaded from her scalp in waves of gold that caught what little light filtered through the forest canopy. The sorceress would brush it each evening, her fingers working through the endless strands with mechanical precision. "Beautiful," she would murmur. "Perfect." But there was something hungry in her touch, something that suggested ownership rather than admiration. On Rapunzel's 12th birthday, the sorceress led her deeper into the forest than they had ever gone before. Through brambles that parted at their approach and streams that ran backward to accommodate their passage, they walked until they reached a clearing where a tower stood like a stone finger, pointing accusingly at the sky. It was built of grey stone that seemed to absorb sound, its walls smooth as glass. There were no doors, no stairs, no windows save one at its very peak. "This will be your home now," the sorceress announced. She gestured, and a section of the tower wall simply ceased to exist, revealing an interior of terrible comfort. Rich carpets covered the floor, tapestries depicting no recognisable scenes hung from the walls, a bed with silk curtains sat in one corner, a writing desk in another. Books lined shelves that stretched beyond what the tower's dimensions should have allowed. Everything was beautiful. Everything was perfect. Everything was wrong. "Why?" Rapunzel asked, the first question she had ever been allowed to speak aloud. The sorceress smiled, and for a moment her face held something that might have been genuine affection. "Because the world will hurt you, child. Men will desire you for your beauty and destroy you for your power. Women will envy you and seek to tear you down. Here, you will be safe from all of that. Here, you will be mine alone." The wall reformed itself, sealing Rapunzel inside. The sorceress's voice floated up from below. "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." And Rapunzel, trained by years of obedience, went to the window and let her golden braids fall like a rope into the sorceress's waiting hands. This became the rhythm of her days. Morning would find her alone with her books and needlework, her songs that echoed off stone walls. When the sun reached its peak, she would hear the call from below and lower her hair, feeling the sorceress's weight as she climbed. They would share a meal of foods that satisfied hunger without providing pleasure, speak of things that mattered to no one, and then the sorceress would descend again, leaving Rapunzel to her solitude. The tower was not cruel in obvious ways. She had comfort, beauty, intellectual stimulation. But she had no choice in any of it. Her days were scripted, her movements contained, her very breath monitored by walls that seemed to have ears. The books on her shelves told stories of adventure and love and sacrifice, but when she tried to write her own stories, the words would not come. How could she imagine what she'd never experienced? Years passed like water through cupped hands. Rapunzel's body changed, growing curves and developing desires she could not name. Her hair grew longer, stronger, until it seemed less like hair and more like golden chainmail, each strand a link in the bond that held her. She began to dream of horizons she had never seen, of faces that were not the sorceress's pale visage. In her 18th year, the dreams became more vivid. She would stand at her window for hours, watching the forest canopy shift in breezes she could not feel. Sometimes she thought she glimpsed movement in the distance, travellers perhaps, or wild animals. She began to wonder what lay beyond the trees, what voices other than the sorceress's might sound like in conversation. It was during one of these vigils that she first heard the singing. The voice drifted up from the forest floor, rich and warm and utterly human. It sang of longing and loss, of journeys undertaken and homes left behind. Rapunzel pressed her face to the window, straining to see the singer, but the trees concealed whoever walked below. For 3 days the voice came and went, always just out of sight, always achingly beautiful. On the 4th day she saw him. He rode a horse the colour of shadow, his cloak streaming behind him like captured night. When he dismounted at the base of her tower and looked up, she saw a face carved by laughter and sorrow in equal measure. His eyes found hers through the window, and something passed between them that had no name in any of the languages the sorceress had taught her. "Who are you?" he called, his voice carrying easily up the tower's height. "I am Rapunzel," she replied, speaking to another person for the first time in her memory. "Are you a prisoner here?" The question hung in the air between them like a bridge she was afraid to cross. Was she? She had food, shelter, safety. She had never been beaten or starved or tortured. But as she looked down at this stranger, she felt something inside her chest cracking open like an egg, and what emerged was the knowledge that yes, she was a prisoner, had always been a prisoner, would always be a prisoner unless she chose otherwise. "I think so," she whispered. The prince, for he was a prince, though that mattered less than the fact that he was simply another soul seeking connection in a world that often denied it, came to the tower every day after that. He would bring his horse to graze in the clearing and sing the songs of his homeland, while Rapunzel listened from her window. They talked of everything and nothing, his travels, her books, the way sunlight looked different when seen from ground level, the way music sounded when it wasn't trapped by stone walls. She began to live for these visits. The hours between his departures and arrivals stretched like years, while the time they spent together compressed into heartbeats. She found herself paying attention to the way her body felt when he spoke her name, the way her pulse quickened when she glimpsed his approach through the trees. The books on her shelves began to make sense in new ways. The love poems she'd read without understanding, the songs of longing that had seemed merely pretty before. "I wish I could see the world," she told him one afternoon as autumn painted the forest in shades of fire. "I wish you could too," he replied. "I wish I could show you the ocean, how it goes on forever until it meets the sky. I wish you could see mountains that pierce the clouds, and cities where people fill the streets with music and laughter." "Tell me more," she begged, and he painted pictures with words until she could almost smell the salt air, almost hear the merchants' calls echoing off stone buildings. It was inevitable, perhaps, that love would bloom between them. Not the sudden, overwhelming passion of fairy tales, but something slower and deeper, a recognition of kinship, of two souls that complemented each other's shapes. When he asked her to marry him, speaking the words up through 40 feet of empty air, she said yes without hesitation. "But how?" she asked, practical even in the midst of romance. "I cannot leave this place." "There must be a way," he said. "Could you climb down your own hair?" She had never considered it. The sorceress's weight was manageable, but her own. Still, that night she experimented, bracing her feet against the window frame and letting herself lean into the void. The hair held stronger than rope, but the pain was excruciating. Each strand felt like it was being torn from her scalp. She managed perhaps 10 feet before she had to haul herself back up, gasping and dizzy. "Tomorrow I'll bring rope," the prince called when she reported her failure. "You can tie it to something strong and climb down properly." But Rapunzel barely heard him. A shadow had passed across the setting sun, and she felt the familiar chill that announced the sorceress's approach. "You must go," she whispered urgently. "She's coming." He vanished into the forest just as the call rose from below. "Rapunzel! Rapunzel! Let down your hair!" That night, as the sorceress shared her evening meal, Rapunzel struggled to maintain her usual composure. Every gesture felt artificial, every word a lie. She found herself studying the woman who had raised her, looking for signs of the affection she had once taken for granted. But there was something cold in the sorceress's pale eyes, something that suggested calculation rather than love. "You seem different tonight, child," the sorceress observed, cutting her meat with precise economical motions. "Different how?" "Restless, distracted." The sorceress set down her knife and fixed Rapunzel with a stare that seemed to look through flesh and bone into her very thoughts. "Have you been well?" "Quite well," Rapunzel lied, hating the tremor in her voice. The sorceress said nothing more, but her silence felt like a trap closing around Rapunzel's throat. The next morning brought rain that drummed against the tower walls like impatient fingers. Rapunzel paced her circular prison, waiting for the sound of hoofbeats that never came. By afternoon, she was pressed against the window, straining to see through the grey curtain of water. He would come, she told herself. A little rain wouldn't stop him. But evening fell without his arrival, and the sorceress climbed her hair as usual, bringing with her the scent of wet earth and something else, something that might have been blood. "The weather has been treacherous today," the sorceress commented as she settled into her chair by the fire. "Dangerous for travellers." Something in her tone made Rapunzel's stomach clench with dread. "What do you mean?" "Oh, nothing specific. Just that the forest can be unforgiving to those who venture where they don't belong." The sorceress smiled, and Rapunzel saw something in that expression that she had never noticed before. Cruelty. Not the casual indifference she had mistaken for affection, but active, deliberate cruelty. "You know," Rapunzel said, the words tumbling out before she could stop them. "You know about him?" "About who, dear child?" The endearment, spoken in that same gentle tone the sorceress had always used, now sounded like mockery. Rapunzel felt something fundamental shift inside her, like tectonic plates grinding against each other deep underground. The world she'd known, the reality she had accepted, revealed itself as constructed, artificial, false. The prince. You know about the prince. The sorceress's mask of maternal concern finally slipped completely away. What remained was something ancient and hungry and absolutely without mercy. "Ah, you mean your little songbird. Yes, I know about him. I've been watching from the beginning. Where is he?" "What did you do to him?" "Nothing permanent. Yet." The sorceress rose from her chair with fluid grace, suddenly seeming taller than she had moments before. "But his presumption cannot go unpunished. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? That I wouldn't feel the change in you? Rapunzel backed against the wall, her heart hammering against her ribs. You don't own me. Don't I? The sorceress moved closer, her form seeming to flicker and shift in the firelight. I bought you before you were born. I raised you, fed you, educated you, protected you. Everything you are exists because I willed it into being. You imprisoned me. I saved you. From hunger, from disease, from the brutality of men who would use you and discard you like refuse. From a world that would grind you into nothing. You stole my choice. Choice? The sorceress laughed, and the sound was like breaking glass. What choice did your parents have when they were starving? What choice do any of us have in this world of tooth and claw? I offered you safety, comfort, beauty. I gave you everything. Everything but freedom. The word hung between them like a sword blade catching light. The sorceress's face twisted into something inhuman, something that had never been human despite the form it wore. Freedom is an illusion, child. A pretty story people tell themselves to make their cages more bearable. You want to know what freedom looks like? It looks like your prince bleeding in a ditch somewhere because he couldn't accept that some prizes are not meant to be claimed. The world tilted around Rapunzel. She felt something break inside her chest, something that had been holding her upright through 18 years of docile captivity. The sound that escaped her throat was part sob, part scream, part battle cry. What did you do to him? Nothing he didn't bring upon himself. But if you ever want to see him again, you'll forget this foolishness and remember your place. My place? Rapunzel felt power gathering in her voice, power she hadn't known she possessed. My place is not in this tower. My place is wherever I choose it to be. The sorceress struck like a serpent, her hand closing around Rapunzel's throat. Your place is where I say it is. You belong to me. Your hair, your body, your future, all mine by right of purchase and power. But as her fingers tightened, something unexpected happened. Rapunzel's hair, which had always been her chain, suddenly became her weapon. The golden strands whipped through the air like living things, wrapping around the sorceress's wrists, her ankles, her throat. For the first time in 18 years, Rapunzel was the one in control. Let him go. Each word was punctuated by her hair tightening its grip. The sorceress's eyes widened with something that might have been surprise or might have been pride. So you do have some spine after all. Very well, but understand this, child. If you continue down this path, there will be consequences, not just for you, but for your precious prince. The next morning the sorceress did not come. Rapunzel waited through the day, listening for the familiar call, but heard only wind and rain. As darkness fell, she realized she was truly alone for the first time since her imprisonment began. The silence was absolute, pressing against her eardrums like water. 3 days passed in this fashion. 3 days of solitude so complete it seemed to have physical weight. Rapunzel found herself talking to her reflection, singing to keep the quiet from driving her mad. Her food supplies, always replenished by the sorceress, began to dwindle. Fear crept into her thoughts like frost forming on glass. On the 4th day she heard the call. "Rapunzel! Rapunzel! Let down your hair!" The voice was the sorceress's, but something in its tone made Rapunzel hesitate. There was eagerness there, anticipation that felt wrong. Still, habit and hunger won out over instinct. She lowered her hair and felt the familiar weight beginning its ascent. But when the figure reached her window, it was not the sorceress who tumbled inside. It was the prince, his clothes torn and stained with blood, his face gaunt with pain and exhaustion. He collapsed to the floor of her chamber, breathing in harsh gasps. "How did you know the words?" Rapunzel asked as she knelt beside him, her hands fluttering over his wounds. "She told me," he whispered, "right before she... His hand moved to his eyes, and Rapunzel saw with horror that they were clouded with blood. "She said if I truly loved you, I would find a way to reach you. Then she threw me from the tower into a bramble thicket. The thorns." Rapunzel cradled his head in her lap, tears streaming down her face. "You're safe now. I'll take care of you." But even as she spoke, she heard footsteps on the stairs that had never existed before. The wall that had been solid stone since her imprisonment began now showed the outline of a doorway, and through it stepped the sorceress. Her form flickered between human and something else, something with too many teeth and eyes that reflected light like an animal's. Did you really think I would let you escape so easily? The sorceress asked. Did you think love could conquer the laws that bind this world? She gestured, and Rapunzel felt her hair begin to move of its own accord, coiling around her throat like a noose. You want freedom? I'll give you freedom. The freedom to watch him die. The freedom to know that your defiance cost him his life. But as the golden strands tightened, something miraculous happened. Where Rapunzel's tears fell on the prince's ruined eyes, light bloomed. Not the harsh light of fire or lightning, but something gentler. The light of dawn breaking over water, of stars reflected in still pools. His vision cleared, the blood dissolving like morning mist. The sorceress shrieked in rage and disbelief. Impossible! Love cannot heal what power has broken. Then maybe, said Rapunzel, her voice steady despite the hair that was slowly choking the life from her. Your power isn't as absolute as you thought. The prince rose to his feet, his movements sure despite his injuries. When he looked at the sorceress, his eyes held no hatred, only a profound sadness. She doesn't belong to you, he said simply. No one belongs to anyone else. She is mine by right, the sorceress snarled. I bought her with blood and sacrifice. You bought a child, the prince replied, but children grow into people who make their own choices. I saved her from a world that would destroy her. You destroyed her by saving her from it. The words hung in the air like a judgment. For a moment the sorceress seemed to shrink, her inhuman features softening into something almost pitiable. I loved her, she whispered. In my way, I loved her. Love that cages is not love, Rapunzel said, her voice hoarse from the strangling hair. It's possession disguised as protection. The sorceress looked between them, this girl she had raised and controlled, this man who had come to steal her away, and something in her expression shifted. Not surrender exactly, but a kind of weary recognition. With a gesture she released her hold on Rapunzel's hair. Go then, she said. But know this, the world will not be kind to you. You will know hunger, cold, pain, loss. You will face choices that have no right answers, suffer betrayals from those you trust most. And when the darkness closes in around you, when you lie awake wondering if safety was not worth the price of freedom, remember that I offered you a different path. Rapunzel stood, her hand finding the prince's. I'll remember, she said, and I'll choose freedom anyway. Every single time. The sorceress nodded once, then turned and walked back through the doorway that had appeared in the wall. As her footsteps faded, the door sealed itself, becoming stone once more. But something had changed in the tower's atmosphere. The oppressive weight of absolute control was gone, replaced by something lighter but infinitely more dangerous. Possibility. They left the tower that night, climbing down Rapunzel's hair for the last time. When they reached the ground, she took a knife from the prince's belt and severed the golden rope that had been both her identity and her prison. The hair fell around her feet like autumn leaves, beautiful and dead. Are you sure? The prince asked, watching her face in the moonlight. Rapunzel ran her fingers through what remained of her hair, now barely reaching her shoulders. She felt lighter, unburdened, newly made. I'm sure. They walked through the forest hand in hand, leaving the tower behind them like a nightmare half remembered upon waking. The sorceress was right about one thing. The world would not be kind to them. They would face hunger and cold, danger and loss. They would make mistakes, suffer failures, endure separations and betrayals and all the countless small cruelties that freedom demands as its price. But they would face it all as themselves, not as possessions or prisoners or pawns in someone else's game, but as human beings making their own choices and living with the consequences. As they walked, Rapunzel began to sing, not the wordless melodies the sorceress had taught her, but songs of her own creation, songs about towers and chains and the terrible, beautiful price of breaking free. The prince joined his voice to hers, and their duet rose through the trees and dissolved into the vast, unforgiving, magnificent sky. Behind them, the tower stood empty, waiting for the next soul who would mistake a cage for sanctuary. But Rapunzel never looked back. She'd spent 18 years looking at walls. Now she had the rest of her life to discover what lay beyond them. In the years that followed, people would tell her story. They would focus on the hair, the tower, the romantic rescue. They would turn her into a symbol of feminine beauty awaiting masculine salvation. But those who had never lived in towers, who had never felt the suffocating weight of love that demanded total surrender, could not understand the true nature of her tale. Rapunzel's story was not about rescue, it was about recognition, the moment when a person realizes that safety without choice is simply another form of death. It was about the courage required to choose uncertainty over certainty, struggle over stagnation, the unknown over the known. Most of all, it was about the truth that the sorceress had spent 18 years trying to deny, that freedom cannot be given, only taken, and that any love worth having must be freely chosen, again and again, every single day. The tower still stands in the forest, they say, though vines have claimed its walls and birds nest in its empty window. Sometimes travellers report hearing singing from within, but when they investigate they find only wind whistling through broken stones. The sorceress vanished the night Rapunzel left, and no one knows what became of her. Perhaps she found another child to protect, another tower to build. Perhaps she learned that love without freedom is not love at all. Or perhaps she simply faded away, as all things do when they serve no purpose but control. For in the end, that is what her story teaches, that towers built on possession will always crumble, that cages constructed from fear will always break, and that the human heart, no matter how long imprisoned, will always remember the shape of the sky. But the story does not end with escape. Freedom, Rapunzel learned, was not a destination but a practice, one that required constant vigilance and renewed choice. The world beyond the tower proved every bit as complex as the sorceress had warned, though not in the way she had predicted. Their first winter nearly killed them. The prince's kingdom lay across 3 mountain ranges and a desert, too far to reach before the snows came. They took shelter in an abandoned mill, its roof full of holes that let in rain and wind. Rapunzel discovered that freedom from the tower did not mean freedom from cold, from hunger, from the grinding uncertainty of not knowing where the next meal would come from. She learned to patch roofs with straw and mud, to set snares for rabbits, to recognize which berries would nourish and which would poison. Her hands, once soft from 18 years of tower life, grew calloused and strong. The prince, his royal upbringing having taught him swordplay but not survival, proved surprisingly adept at mending torn clothes and coaxing fire from damp wood. They discovered that love tested by hardship revealed new dimensions. In the tower, their affection had been painted in romantic hues, all longing glances and whispered promises, but sharing a single blanket on a bed of pine needles, arguing over the last bit of bread, tending each other through illness and exhaustion, required a different kind of commitment. They learned each other's flaws, his tendency toward melancholy during the darkest days, her impatience when problems had no immediate solutions. Yet somehow, these discoveries deepened rather than destroyed their bond. The prince's sadness, she realized, came from a sensitivity to the world's pain that made him a more compassionate leader. Her impatience, he learned, sprang from a refusal to accept that suffering was inevitable, a quality that drove her to find solutions others might never attempt. Spring brought new challenges. They had survived the winter, but survival was not enough. Rapunzel found herself pregnant, her body changing in ways that reminded her uncomfortably of the tower years when every aspect of her existence had been controlled by another's will. The fear that gripped her during those first months was not of childbirth itself, but of losing the autonomy she had fought so hard to claim. "What if I become like her?" she whispered to the prince one night, her hands pressed to her growing belly. "What if I become so afraid of losing this child that I build walls around them?" "You won't," he said with quiet certainty. "You know what walls do to people. That knowledge will protect you both." But knowing and doing, Rapunzel discovered, were different things. When their daughter was born, a squalling, red-faced creature with her mother's golden hair, Rapunzel felt such overwhelming love that it nearly crushed her with its intensity. The urge to protect this tiny being from every possible harm was so strong it took her breath away. They named the baby Elena, after the prince's grandmother, a woman who had ruled a kingdom with wisdom and strength. But as Elena grew from infant to toddler, Rapunzel found herself fighting constant battles against her own protective instincts. When Elena reached for sharp objects, when she wandered too close to the fire, when she showed interest in climbing trees, Rapunzel's first impulse was always the same: to stop her, to contain her, to keep her safe. It was the prince who noticed first. "You watch her like a hawk watches a mouse," he observed one evening as Rapunzel redirected Elena away from a puddle for the 3rd time that day. She could drown, Rapunzel protested, or catch fever, or she could also learn to be careful. She could discover her own limits. She could become capable. The words hit Rapunzel like a physical blow. She saw herself suddenly as Elena might, a hovering presence, constantly correcting, constantly intervening, constantly afraid. The sorceress's voice echoed in her memory. I saved you from a world that would destroy you. How easy it would be to justify the same choices, to call them love instead of fear. That night Rapunzel sat by Elena's cradle and made a different kind of promise than the one she had made in the tower. She promised not to keep her daughter safe, but to teach her how to navigate danger. Not to shield her from the world's cruelties, but to give her the tools to face them. Not to make her choices for her, but to trust her to make her own. It was perhaps the hardest promise she had ever made. By Eleanor's 3rd birthday, they had reached the prince's kingdom. His return was met with celebration, but also with suspicion. He had been gone for years, presumed dead by some, dismissed as irresponsible by others. His younger brother had been ruling as regent, and the transition of power back to the rightful king proved more complicated than anyone had anticipated. Rapunzel found herself thrust into a role she had never prepared for, that of queen. The court ladies, with their elaborate gowns and complex etiquettes, regarded her with thinly veiled disdain. She had no proper lineage, no dowry, no political connections that could benefit the kingdom. Worse, she had opinions about taxation, about justice, about the treatment of the poor, and she expressed them publicly, scandalizing those who believed queens should ornament thrones rather than influence policy. She's too common, she overheard one duchess whisper to another at a state dinner. No breeding, no refinement. And that hair, so short like a peasant boy's. Rapunzel touched her shorn locks self-consciously. In the years since leaving the tower, she had kept her hair cropped close, refusing to let it grow back to its former length. The weight of those golden chains still haunted her dreams sometimes. The pressure to conform was constant and subtle. Suggestions that she might enjoy spending more time with the other ladies, learning embroidery and court gossip. Hints that her involvement in matters of state was unseemly. Gifts of elaborate gowns that would make movement difficult. Jewelled headpieces that would force her to hold her head in artificially rigid positions. They want to put you in a different kind of tower, the prince observed after a particularly trying court function. One made of silk and gold instead of stone, but a tower nonetheless. He was right, Rapunzel realised. The expectations, the restrictions, the constant monitoring of her behaviour, it was all familiar. The courtiers might smile and curtsy, but their message was the same as the sorceresses had been. Conform, submit, know your place. But Rapunzel had learned something in that stone tower that her critics had not. The difference between safety and freedom, between comfort and autonomy. She began to push back in small ways at first, wearing simpler gowns, speaking her mind in council meetings, taking Elena to visit the kitchens and stables instead of keeping her sequestered in the royal nursery. The resistance was swift and harsh. Rumours began to circulate about her fitness as queen, her adequacy as a mother, her loyalty to the kingdom. Some whispered that she was a witch, like the sorceress who had raised her, that she'd ensorcelled the prince to gain power. Others suggested that her common birth made her incapable of understanding the noble duties required of royalty. Perhaps, suggested the prince's brother during one particularly heated council meeting, Her Majesty would be happier in a more private role, away from the pressures of court life. The words were diplomatic, but the threat was clear. Step back into the shadows, or be pushed there. That night, Rapunzel stood on the balcony of the royal chambers, looking out over the kingdom she was supposed to help rule. The view from the palace was not so different from the view from the tower, elevated, removed, contained. She could see the people in the streets below, but she could not touch their lives, could not truly understand their struggles from this gilded height. I could abdicate, the prince said quietly, joining her at the railing. We could leave, find somewhere else to build our lives. And let them win? Rapunzel shook her head. Let them drive us out because I refuse to be their decorative prisoner. It wouldn't be surrender, it would be choice. Would it? Or would it just be another kind of tower, exile disguised as freedom? She was quiet for a long moment, thinking of Elena asleep in the nursery, of the kingdom spread out below them, of all the towers that existed in the world. Some were made of stone, others of silk and protocol and social expectation. Some trapped individuals, others trapped entire systems of power and privilege. "No," she said finally. "Running away won't solve this. It will just leave the towers standing for the next person, the next generation." The next morning, Rapunzel did something unprecedented in the kingdom's history. She left the palace, not in secret or under cover of darkness, but openly, accompanied only by a small guard. She spent the day in the market squares and workshops, the taverns and tenements, listening to the people whose lives she was supposed to represent. She heard stories that reminded her of her own. Children sold into service to pay family debts, young women married off to men they had never met, elderly parents abandoned when they became burdens. She met people who had built their own towers, of addiction, of debt, of despair, and others who had found ways to tear them down. When she returned to the palace that evening, the court was in an uproar. Queens did not wander unescorted through common districts. Queens did not soil their gowns by sitting in taverns with merchants and craftsmen. Queens certainly did not return home with their arms full of gifts from subjects who had nothing to give but their gratitude for being heard. "This behaviour is unacceptable," the prince's brother declared at an emergency council meeting. "It endangers the dignity of the crown, the stability of the realm." "Does it?" Rapunzel asked, "or does it threaten something else? Something that depends on distance between rulers and ruled, on the fiction that some people are born to command and others to obey." The room erupted in angry voices, in accusations of radicalism and impropriety. But Rapunzel had heard it all before, in different words but with the same intent. They wanted her silent, compliant, contained. They wanted a queen who would smile and wave and never ask uncomfortable questions about why some people lived in palaces while others starved in the streets. She looked around the council chamber at the faces red with indignation, at the prince watching her with quiet pride, at the elaborate tapestries that depicted centuries of royal power. This was another kind of theatre, she realised. Another performance of dominance and submission, dressed up in ceremony and tradition. "I will not be your ornamental prisoner," she said, her voice cutting through the chaos. "I will not smile and curtsy and pretend that injustice is inevitable. I will be a queen who serves her people, not one who merely rules them." The battle lines were drawn that night. Some courtiers threatened to withdraw their support from the crown. Others hinted at rebellion, at the possibility of replacing the prince with someone more manageable. But there were also voices raised in Rapunzel's defence. Younger nobles who had grown tired of the old ways, merchants who saw opportunity in her reforms, common people who had felt heard for the first time in their lives. The struggle that followed was not dramatic in the way of fairy tales, with clear heroes and villains, decisive battles and triumphant victories. It was slow, grinding work, changing laws one paragraph at a time, shifting traditions through careful persistence, building alliances that could weather the inevitable setbacks and betrayals. Elena grew up watching her parents navigate this complex world, learning that freedom was not a prize to be won but a responsibility to be exercised every day. She saw her mother make mistakes, suffer defeats, face criticism that cut deep. But she also saw her refuse to retreat into the safety of silence, refuse to trade her voice for peace. "Why don't you just do what they want?" Eleanor asked one day, when she was old enough to understand the price her family paid for their principles. Rapunzel knelt beside her daughter, taking her small hands in her own. "Because, my love, there is always someone who wants to tell us who to be, how to live, what to think. And if we let them decide for us, we stop being ourselves and become their idea of who we should be." "But wouldn't it be easier?" "Yes," Rapunzel admitted, "it would be much easier. But easy and right are not the same thing." Years passed. Elena learned to walk, to run, to climb trees despite her mother's lingering fears. She learned to read not just books but faces, to understand the difference between those who spoke from genuine conviction and those who spoke from calculation. Most importantly, she learned that having a voice meant using it, even when, especially when, others preferred her silence. The kingdom changed slowly, as all kingdoms do. Some of Rapunzel's reforms took root and flourished. Others withered under opposition or proved too ambitious for their time. But the idea she had planted, that rulers existed to serve rather than to be served, that power derived its legitimacy from the consent of the governed, proved harder to kill than her enemies had hoped. On Elena's 16th birthday, Rapunzel found herself thinking of towers again, not the stone prison of her youth, but all the subtle structures that constrained human potential, all the invisible walls that divided people into categories of worthy and unworthy, powerful and powerless. "Do you ever regret it?" the prince asked that evening as they watched Elena dance with the young people of the court, her laughter bright as silver bells. "Regret what? Leaving the tower. Fighting instead of hiding. Choosing the hard path instead of the safe one." Rapunzel considered the question seriously. Their life had been difficult in ways she could never have imagined in her youth. They had faced dangers more subtle but no less real than the sorceress's magic. They had sacrificed the simple certainties of their early love for the complex challenges of partnership in the public eye. But Elena danced free, her movements unconstrained by fear or tradition. The kingdom, for all its flaws, was a place where voices could be raised without being silenced, where change was possible even if it was not guaranteed. And Rapunzel herself had learned that freedom was not the absence of struggle, but the right to choose your struggles, to fight for causes that mattered even when the outcome was uncertain. "No," she said finally, "I don't regret it. Not any of it." The tower in the forest had long since crumbled, its stones scattered by time and weather. But somewhere, perhaps, new towers were being built, and somewhere else, people were learning to tear them down. The story continued, as all true stories do, in the choices made by each new generation, in the endless human struggle between the desire for safety and the need for freedom. And in the end, that was the real lesson of Rapunzel's tale. Not that freedom was easy to achieve, but that it was worth achieving anyway. Not that towers could be avoided, but that they could be escaped, dismantled, rebuilt into something better. Not that love conquered all, but that love worthy of the name required courage, choice, and the willingness to keep choosing day after day, year after year after year, for as long as breath remained. The dance continued, the struggle continued, the story continued, and somewhere in the music and laughter of a kingdom learning to be free, the echo of a girl's voice could still be heard, singing not the wordless melodies of captivity, but the complex, discordant, beautiful songs of liberation. The morning mist clung to the cemetery stones like mourning veils, and she knelt there among the weeds, her knees pressed into the cold earth above her mother's grave. 3 years had passed since they laid the woman to rest, yet the ache to Aschenputtel's chest remained as fresh as the day they shovelled dirt over the coffin. Her stepmother's voice carried across the yard even from this distance, sharp and commanding, calling the girl back to the house where she was no longer daughter, but servant. Aschenputtel! The name stung like a slap. It meant nothing kind. Ash fool, cinder girl, the one who sleeps by the dying fire. Her father had allowed this transformation, had watched in silence as his new wife stripped away his daughter's place at the family table, her room in the upper floor, even her given name. Perhaps grief had made him weak, or perhaps he simply found it easier to let his new wife remake their household in her image rather than defend the ghost of his first marriage. The girl touched the small sapling she'd planted at the head of her mother's grave, only as tall as her forearm now, but already its branches reached toward the pale sky with desperate fingers. She watered it each morning with her tears, there were always tears, and whispered to it the prayers she could no longer voice aloud in that house where her stepmother's Protestant certainty left no room for the old ways her mother had taught her. The tree trembled in the wind, and for a moment she thought she heard something like a whisper in its leaves. But her stepmother's voice came again, shriller now, and Aschenputtel knew she could delay no longer. The household would be stirring, and there were fires to tend, floors to scrub, meals to prepare for a family that barely acknowledged her existence except to catalogue her failures. The house felt smaller each day, as if the walls pressed inward with the weight of their contempt. Her stepsisters, Greta and Wilhelmina, had grown plump and pale from indoor living, their hands soft as dough, their voices trained to the pitch of perpetual complaint. They had inherited their mother's gift for finding fault in everything, the porridge too thick, the floors not clean enough, Aschenputtel's presence itself an offence against their refined sensibilities. "The fire's nearly dead," Greta announced as the Ash girl entered the kitchen, though anyone could see the flames dancing cheerfully in the hearth. "How are we to breakfast if you cannot even keep a proper fire?" Aschenputtel said nothing, only knelt to tend the coals, her skirts already grey with ash despite having been washed just yesterday. The soot seemed to seek her out, clinging to her clothes and skin no matter how she scrubbed. Her step-family took this as proof of her inherent slovenliness, never questioning why their own garments remained pristine while hers turned grey within hours of cleaning. "Look at her," Wilhelmina said to her sister, loud enough for the servant to hear. "She becomes more like an animal each day. Perhaps Mother is right to keep her in the kitchen. She's hardly fit for decent company." The stepmother entered then, already dressed for the morning in her severe black gown, her greying hair pulled back so tightly it seemed to stretch the skin of her temples. She surveyed the kitchen with the eye of a general inspecting troops, searching for some small failure to critique. "The Duke announces a celebration," she said, unfolding a cream-coloured paper that bore an official seal. 3 nights of feasting and dancing to welcome the return of his son from the Italian courts. All eligible young women of good family are invited, her pale eyes fixed on the ash girl where she crouched by the fire. All eligible young women, naturally. The implication hung in the air like smoke. Aschenputtel was not eligible. She was not of good family despite bearing her father's name. She was the ash girl, the kitchen servant, the one who tended fires while others danced. "We must have new gowns," Greta said immediately. "The blue silk from the merchant's wagon with the silver trim. And dancing slippers," Wilhelmina added. "Mine are scuffed beyond repair." Her stepmother nodded approval. "Aschenputtel will accompany us to town. Someone must carry our purchases." She turned to the girl, her smile thin as paper. "Unless, of course, you had hoped to attend yourself." The question was a trap. To say yes would invite mockery. To say no would be to accept her banishment from the world of proper society. The girl chose silence, which they interpreted as acquiescence to her lowly station. The trip to town revealed how far she had fallen in the world's estimation. Merchants who had once bowed to her father's daughter now barely glanced at the grey-clad girl trailing behind the respectable family. She carried bundles of silk and lace, boxes of ribbons and bottles of scent, while her stepsisters preened in shop windows and discussed which colours best complemented their complexions. "The prince is said to be very handsome," Greta confided to her sister as they walked home, "and accomplished. They say he speaks 4 languages and can compose verses in the Italian style. More importantly," Wilhelmina replied, "he will need a wife." A man of his station cannot remain unmarried long. Their ambitions were transparent as window glass. Each imagined herself as the next duchess, mistress of the great house on the hill, mother to future nobility. They spent the remaining days before the festival in elaborate preparation, soaking their hands in milk baths to soften them, practicing curtsies and the proper way to hold a fan. The stepmother hired a dancing master to refresh their skills, and the house echoed with the thump of their feet and the scrape of the violin. Aschenputtel continued her daily visits to her mother's grave, kneeling in the dirt while they primped upstairs. The little tree had grown visibly in just these few days, its leaves unfurling with unnatural speed. Sometimes, as she prayed or wept, she thought she saw movement in its branches, a flash of white that could have been sunlight on leaves or something else entirely. "Help me," she whispered to the tree, to the grave, to whatever might be listening in the space between earth and sky. "I don't know how much more I can bear." The wind stirred the leaves, and she heard what sounded almost like singing, wordless but infinitely sad, a lament that seemed to echo her own grief. She told herself it was only her imagination, the desperate fancy of a girl driven to the edge of despair. But the sound followed her home, and she found herself humming it as she prepared their evening meal. The night of the first festival arrived with unseasonable warmth, as if summer had returned to claim one final victory over autumn. Her step-family dressed with ceremonial care, each garment selected and arranged with the precision of a military campaign. Greta wore blue silk that shimmered like water, while Wilhelmina chose deep green that set off her auburn hair. The stepmother supervised in black velvet, her throat adorned with the pearl necklace that had once been Aschenputtel's mother's. "Remember," she instructed her daughters as they prepared to depart, "a lady never appears too eager, but she must not seem indifferent. Smile, but not too widely. Dance, but not too long with any one partner until you are certain of his intentions." They left the ash girl with a list of tasks that would keep her busy until their return. Floors to scrub, silver to polish, linens to mend. She watched from the kitchen window as their carriage rolled away, carrying them toward music and laughter while she remained behind with soap and scrub brushes. The house felt hollow without their voices, empty in a way that went beyond mere absence. Aschenputtel completed their tasks mechanically, her mind elsewhere, until the silence grew so oppressive she could bear it no longer. She pulled on her threadbare cloak and walked out into the night, drawn by an impulse she could not name toward the cemetery and her mother's grave. The moon hung full and bright above the headstones, turning the world silver and strange. Her little tree seemed to glow in the moonlight, its leaves trembling though no wind stirred the air. As she approached, she saw that its branches had grown again, now reaching above her head, heavy with something that was not quite fruit and not quite flower. She knelt in her usual spot and pressed her palms to the earth. "Mother," she whispered, "they have forgotten me completely. I am no one's daughter now, no one's sister, barely even human in their eyes. What am I to become?" The tree rustled, and something white descended from its branches, not falling but floating, settling onto the ground before her with the gentleness of snow. She reached out to touch it, and found silk finer than any she had seen in the merchants' shops, silver white and cool as moonwater. As she lifted it, more pieces floated down, a bodice, sleeves, a skirt that pooled like liquid starlight on the dark earth. Her rational mind insisted this was impossible, that grief and loneliness had finally broken her sanity. But her hands felt the reality of the silk, the intricate embroidery worked in silver thread, the tiny pearls sewn along the bodice like captured tears. And from somewhere in the tree's branches came that wordless singing again, sweet and sorrowful and undeniably real. She looked around the empty cemetery, then back at the impossible gift. Her step-family would not return for hours. The festival would continue until dawn. Who would know if she indulged in one night's madness, if she pretended for a few hours that she was still the girl she'd been before ashes and grief transformed her into something barely recognisable? Aschenputtel carried the gown home and bathed in the copper tub, scrubbing away months of accumulated soot and despair. The water turned grey, then black, as if all the darkness of her recent life was washing away. When she stepped out, she barely recognised the girl in the mirror. Pale but no longer grey, thin but graceful, eyes bright with something that might have been hope. The gown fit as if it had been sewn for her alone, following every curve and line of her body. The fabric seemed to shimmer with its own light, and when she moved she heard the whisper of silk against silk like a gentle song. She found slippers by the door where none had been before, glass or crystal, clear as water, fitting her feet as perfectly as the gown fit her form. The walk to the Duke's house felt like floating. Her feet barely seemed to touch the ground, and the glass slippers made no sound on the cobblestones. The great house blazed with light from every window, and music spilled out into the night air, violins and flutes and the rhythmic stamp of dancing feet. She paused at the threshold, suddenly aware of the enormity of what she was attempting. She knew no one here save her step-family, and they would not know her in this transformed state. She was a kitchen servant pretending to be a lady, a fraud wrapped in impossible silk. But the music called to her, and before she could lose her nerve she stepped through the doorway into a world of light and laughter. The great hall had been cleared for dancing, the walls lined with chairs where chaperones and older guests observed the festivities. Young couples moved through the patterns of formal dances, their movements precise and graceful as choreographed poetry. At the far end of the room, on a raised platform, sat the Duke and his family, overseeing the celebration with benevolent authority. The prince stood beside his father's chair, but he was not dancing. Instead, he watched the proceedings with an expression of polite boredom, as if he had seen this same scene played out countless times and found it wanting. He was handsome enough, dark hair, strong features, elegant in his midnight blue velvet, but his eyes held a distance that suggested his thoughts were elsewhere. The transformed girl found a place along the wall where she could observe without drawing attention, marvelling at the transformation of her stepsisters. In their finery, surrounded by music and candlelight, they appeared almost beautiful. They had found partners and were moving through a complicated pavane with reasonable skill, their faces flushed with pleasure and excitement. "You dance beautifully." She startled at the voice beside her, and turned to find a young man in servant's livery, no older than herself, with intelligent dark eyes and a kind smile. "I haven't been dancing," she replied, confused. "No, but I can see it in how you move, how you listen to the music. You hear the rhythm differently than most people do, he gestured toward the dancers. They follow the steps they've been taught, but you would follow the music itself. His words touched something deep inside her, a recognition she had not expected to find in this glittering place. You are very observant for a servant, she said. He laughed. And you are very honest for a lady. Most would have thanked me prettily for the compliment and said nothing more. Perhaps I am not most ladies. I hoped you might not be. He extended his hand. Would you care to discover if my observation was correct? She hesitated. To dance would be to step fully into this masquerade, to claim a place she had no right to occupy. But the music was calling, and his eyes were kind, and she had been so long without kindness that she found herself placing her hand in his. He led her onto the floor as the musicians began a new piece, something slower and more complex than the previous dances. She had learned the steps as a child, but that felt like a lifetime ago, and she worried she would stumble and expose herself as the imposter she was. But as soon as the music began, her body remembered. More than remembered. It seemed to anticipate each phrase, each turn, moving with a grace she had never possessed before tonight. They danced one song, then another, and she realised that other couples were stopping to watch them. There was something different about their dancing, something that transcended mere technical skill. They moved together as if they had been partners for years, each anticipating the other's movements, creating something beautiful and ephemeral that would exist only for these moments. "What is your name?" her partner asked as the music swirled around them. The question struck her like cold water. She could not tell him the truth, that she was Aschenputtel, the ash girl, the kitchen servant who had stolen into this place where she did not belong. But neither could she invent some false identity that might later be exposed. "Does it matter?" she asked instead. "Tonight I am simply a girl who loves to dance." He smiled at that, understanding flickering in his dark eyes. "Then tonight I am simply a man who loves to watch you dance." The evening passed like a dream. They danced every dance, spoke of music and poetry, and the small beauties of the world that most people never noticed. He did not ask again for her name or station, and she did not offer them. They existed in a bubble of music and movement, temporarily freed from the constraints of identity and expectation. But even dreams must end. As the clock in the great hall began to strike midnight, she felt a change in the air, a subtle dimming of the light that had surrounded her all evening. The spell, for spell it surely was, would not last forever. She could feel it loosening around her like a garment grown too large. "I must go," she said suddenly, pulling away from her partner's arms. "So soon?" "The evening is far from over." "For me it is." She was already backing toward the door, seeing confusion and concern in his face. "Thank you for the most beautiful evening of my life." She turned and ran before he could respond, her glass slippers ringing against the marble floors like struck crystal. Behind her she heard him call out, but she did not stop. She could feel the magic unravelling with each step, the fine gown beginning to lose its lustre, the elaborate hairstyle coming undone. Aschenputtel made it as far as the front steps before disaster struck. Her left slipper caught on the stone, and she felt it slip from her foot as she stumbled. She turned back to retrieve it, but her partner had followed her outside and was already kneeling to pick up the delicate crystal shoe. "Wait," he called. "You've lost." But she could not wait. The transformation was accelerating now, the silver silk fading to rough homespun, the elaborate embroidery vanishing like mist. She ran into the darkness wearing only one glass slipper, the other left behind in the hands of a stranger whose name she did not even know. She barely made it home before the last of the magic failed. In her own kitchen, surrounded by the familiar smell of wood smoke and lye soap, she collapsed into a chair and tried to convince herself that the evening had been real. The single glass slipper still on her foot seemed to argue for reality, but as she watched, even it began to fade, becoming translucent as morning fog. By the time she heard her step-family's carriage returning, even that last proof had vanished. She was once again Aschenputtel, the ash girl, grey and unremarkable in her patched dress and bare feet. She hurried to the fire and pretended to tend the coals, though they needed no tending. Her stepsisters burst into the kitchen, their faces bright with excitement and wine. "Such an evening!" Greta exclaimed. "The prince himself asked me to dance twice." "The prince?" The ash girl looked up from the fire, her heart suddenly racing. What did he look like? Handsome, naturally, Wilhelmina replied. Dark hair, fine features. Though he seemed rather distracted. He spent most of the evening dancing with some foreign girl none of us recognised. Her hands trembled as she stirred the coals. Foreign? Or perhaps just new to the area, her stepmother said, entering with a disapproving frown. Whoever she was, she had questionable manners. She disappeared quite suddenly, left the poor prince standing on the steps looking quite bewildered. The prince, the kind young man who had danced with her, who had spoken of music and poetry and the small beauties of the world. He was the prince, the very man her stepsisters hoped to marry. She had danced with royalty and never known it, had fled from a future she could never have claimed even if she had stayed. The second night of the festival found Aschenputtel once again at her mother's grave, drawn by forces she could neither name nor resist. The tree had grown taller still, its branches now reaching toward the stars like grasping fingers. As she knelt in the familiar spot, she tried to convince herself not to hope for another miracle, but the tree rustled in the windless air, and white shapes began to drift down from its branches like snow. This time the gown was gold, bright as summer wheat, heavy with embroidered flowers that seemed to shift and dance in the moonlight. The slippers were gold as well, delicate as butterfly wings, but strong enough to carry her wherever she wished to go. She told herself she was being foolish, that last night had been madness enough. But the gown felt real in her hands, warm and soft and beautiful beyond imagining, and somewhere in the tree's branches that wordless singing began again, sweet and sad and impossible to ignore. The second evening unfolded much like the first, except that this time she knew what to expect. The great hall, the music, the dancing couples moving through their practice patterns. And there, at the edge of the floor, the prince in his midnight blue, watching the proceedings with the same expression of polite disconnection. Their eyes met across the room, and she saw recognition kindle in his face, not of her identity, for that remained hidden, but of something deeper. The memory of music shared, of movements perfectly synchronized, of a connection that transcended words. He made his way across the room with deliberate purpose, ignoring the hopeful glances of other young women and their mothers' calculating stares. When he reached her, he extended his hand without preamble. "I was hoping you would return," he said simply. "Were you?" She placed her hand in his, feeling again that sense of perfect rightness, of belonging somewhere she had no business being. "I have thought of little else." He led her onto the floor as the musicians struck up a waltz, something new and scandalous that set the older generation to murmuring disapproval. I replayed our conversation 100 times, wondering what I might have said differently to make you stay. "Nothing you could have said would have changed anything," she told him, allowing him to sweep her into the dancer's embrace. "Some things are simply impossible, no matter how much we might wish otherwise." I refused to believe that. His arm tightened around her waist, drawing her closer than was strictly proper. Impossible is just another word for difficult. They danced until the music seemed to exist only for them, until the other couples faded into insignificance, until the great hall became a private ballroom where only two people existed. He told her stories of his travels, of courts he had visited and wonders he had seen. She found herself speaking of things she'd never shared with anyone, the poetry she wrote in secret, the songs she hummed while working, the small moments of beauty that made even the darkest days bearable. "You have an unusual perspective on the world," he observed during a pause between dances. "I see it from a different angle than most, perhaps." "Lower, you mean?" There was no mockery in his voice, only curiosity. She looked up at him in surprise. "What makes you say that? The way you notice things others overlook? The servants, the shadows, the spaces between conversations where truth lives. That kind of sight comes from living below rather than above." His perception unnerved her. She was supposed to be playing a role, maintaining a fiction that would protect them both from the impossible truth of what she was. But he seemed to see through all pretense, to recognize something essential that had nothing to do with silk gowns and glass slippers. "Does it disturb you?" she asked. "To dance with someone who might be beneath your station?" "Station is an accident of birth," he replied. "Character is something we choose. I know which I value more." The words wrapped around her heart like a warm cloak, offering a comfort she had not dared to hope for. For a moment she almost believed that truth might be possible between them, that the barriers of rank and circumstance could be overcome by the simple fact of recognition, of seeing and being seen. But midnight came again, bringing with it the same terrible urgency, the same sense of magic unravelling. She pulled away from his arms even as he reached for her, seeing hurt and confusion replace the warmth in his dark eyes. "Please," he said, "not again. Stay and tell me who you are, where I can find you. I cannot." The golden gown was already beginning to lose its lustre, the embroidered flowers fading like memories. "I'm sorry." She ran again, her golden slippers echoing through the halls like the tolling of bells. This time he followed more quickly, his longer stride gaining on her as she fled through the corridors toward freedom. She could hear him calling behind her, pleading for her to stop, to trust him with whatever secret she was protecting. The front steps loomed ahead, salvation and escape, but her foot caught on her fading hem and she stumbled. The right slipper slipped free, tumbling down the marble steps like a fallen star. She paused for one heartbreaking moment, seeing it gleaming in the moonlight, hearing his footsteps approaching. But she could not turn back. The transformation was already beginning, the golden silk becoming rough wool, the elaborate hairstyle collapsing into simple braids. She ran into the night wearing one golden slipper, leaving behind another piece of impossible evidence that this had been real. The third and final night of the festival arrived grey and rainy, autumn finally asserting its dominance over the unseasonable warmth, her step-family prepared with even greater care, knowing this was their last chance to make an impression on the prince and his court. "He must choose soon," her stepmother declared as she supervised her daughter's toilets. "A man in his position cannot remain unmarried indefinitely. Tonight one of you must secure his attention completely." They departed in high spirits despite the weather, leaving Aschenputtel with the usual list of tasks and the usual expectation that she would spend her evening alone. But the rain had stopped by sunset, and she found herself once again drawn to the cemetery, to the impossible tree that had become the centre of her transformed world. It had grown again, now towering over the surrounding headstones like a sentinel, its branches spread wide and full, heavy with something that rustled in the evening breeze. As she approached, she saw that the leaves had turned white, gleaming silver in the twilight like hammered metal. She knelt in her accustomed place, but this time no prayer came to her lips. Instead, she simply waited, watching the tree sway against the darkening sky, feeling the weight of ending settle around her like fog. This was the last night, the final chance for magic in a world that seemed determined to crush all possibility of wonder. The tree shivered, and light began to drift down from its branches, not cloth this time, but pure radiance, cool and silver as starlight. It settled over her like water, soaking into her skin, transforming her from within rather than without. When the light faded, she looked down to find herself clothed in a gown of silver tissue so fine it seemed woven from moonbeams. The slippers on her feet were silver as well, but not glass or crystal, something harder and clearer, like diamonds given form. She rose and walked toward the festival, feeling different than on the previous nights. There was a finality to this transformation, a sense that whatever happened tonight would determine the shape of all the nights to come. The magic felt deeper, more permanent, as if it had finally found a way to root itself in reality. The great hall was more crowded than before, filled with visitors who had come from surrounding towns to witness the prince's final night of celebration. The dancing was more elaborate, the music more complex, the very air thick with anticipation and ambition. She found him immediately, though he was not at his usual place by the wall. Instead, he stood in the centre of the room, moving through the formal patterns of a court dance with a young woman she did not recognise. The partner was beautiful in the conventional way, fair hair, pale skin, perfect features arranged in a pleasant expression of cultivated sweetness. Aschenputtel felt a stab of something that might have been jealousy, or might simply have been loss. Of course he would choose someone suitable, someone whose name he could speak aloud, someone who belonged in this glittering world. Their 2 nights of dancing had been beautiful, but they had also been fantasy. Reality required different choices. She turned to leave, unwilling to witness the moment when he committed himself to a proper future. But his voice stopped her at the doorway. "Wait." She looked back to see him abandoning his partner mid-dance, striding across the room with single-minded purpose. The other dancers stumbled to a halt, confused by the sudden break in protocol. Conversations died as the assembled guests turned to watch this unexpected drama unfold. "I was afraid you wouldn't come," he said when he reached her, ignoring the stares and whispers surrounding them. "Perhaps it would have been better if I hadn't." "No." The word came out fierce, certain. "These past 3 days I've been going through the motions of choosing a wife, evaluating suitable candidates like a merchant examining goods for purchase. But how can I choose anyone else when my heart has already chosen you?" The words should have filled her with joy, but instead they brought only despair. "You don't know what you're saying. You don't know who I am." "Then tell me." He took her hands in his touch warm and real and impossible. "Whatever your name, whatever your circumstances, it doesn't matter. I have seen your heart in the way you move, heard your soul in the words you speak. That is who you are, and that is who I choose." Around them the whispers were growing louder, more insistent. She could see her step-family in the crowd, their faces pale with shock and growing recognition. Soon the pretense would crumble, and he would learn exactly what kind of fool he had made himself for love of a kitchen servant. "Dance with me," he said, raising his voice so the entire room could hear. "One last dance, and then tell me whatever truth you think will send me away." The musicians, trained to respond to royal command, struck up a waltz without waiting for official instruction. The other couples melted away, leaving them alone in the centre of the great floor while hundreds of eyes watched their every movement. They danced as they never had before, with desperate intensity, as if they could somehow compress a lifetime of partnership into these few minutes. She felt the magic holding her together, keeping her beautiful and graceful and worthy of his attention, but she also felt it beginning to waver. Not the dramatic unravelling of the previous nights, but a gentler fading, like a candle flame guttering in still air. "Tell me," he whispered, as they turned through the final measures. "I am no one," she whispered back. "A servant. Less than a servant. The ash girl who tends your fires and scrubs your floors. A creature so far beneath you that this very dance is an insult to your station and your dignity." He was quiet for a moment, his steps never faltering, even as he absorbed this revelation. When he spoke, his voice was steady, certain. "Then I choose to be insulted. I choose to have my dignity compromised. I choose you, whatever the cost." The music ended, but they did not separate. In the sudden silence he raised his voice so that every person in the great hall could hear him clearly. "I have made my choice," he announced. "This woman, whatever her name or station, will be my bride if she will have me." The reaction was immediate and explosive. Voices raised in protest, in shock, in calculation of what this unprecedented decision might mean for the delicate balance of local politics. But the Ash Girl heard none of it clearly, because at that moment the magic finally failed completely. The silver gown dissolved like morning mist, leaving her standing in her rough wool dress, her bare feet pale against the polished marble. Her hair tumbled from its elaborate arrangement, falling around her shoulders in simple brown waves. She was revealed in all her ordinary humanity, not beautiful, not graceful, not worthy of any man's love, let alone a prince's. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the musicians had stopped breathing, it seemed, waiting to see what would happen next. She stood frozen in the centre of that terrible quiet, acutely aware of every eye upon her, every shocked face staring at the transformation they had just witnessed. The prince looked down at her, really looked, taking in the rough dress, the calloused hands, the soot that always seemed to cling to her skin no matter how she scrubbed. She waited for disgust to replace the love in his eyes, for him to step away and declare this all some elaborate joke or misunderstanding. Instead, he smiled. "There you are," he said softly, as if he'd been searching for her his entire life, and had only now found her. "My true partner." He knelt then, there in front of the entire assembled court, and drew from his jacket pocket a single diamond slipper. Not the glass or gold she'd worn on previous nights, but something harder and clearer, exactly like the ones she had just lost to the failed magic. "Will you marry me?" he asked, his voice carrying clearly in the stunned silence. "Not the woman in silk and jewels, but you, the one who sees beauty in small things, who dances like music made visible. The diamond slipper slid onto her foot as if it had been made for her alone, which, in some impossible way, it had been. As soon as the fit was complete, she felt the magic return, but different this time. Not a disguise or transformation, but an enhancement of what was already there. The rough dress remained rough, but it fit better, looked cleaner. Her hair stayed simple, but it caught the light more pleasingly. She was still herself, but herself at her best and truest. The prince rose and took her hands, lifting her to her feet, and then, in full view of the assembled court, kissing her with a passion that left no doubt about the genuineness of his feelings. The crowd's reaction was everything from scandal to outrage to grudging admiration for the romantic gesture, but she barely heard any of it, lost in the wonder of being known completely and loved anyway. But fairy tales, even the truest ones, do not end with weddings. They end with justice, and justice in the old stories was never gentle or forgiving. The wedding was set for the following month, a grand affair that would unite not just two hearts, but two worlds. The elevated realm of nobility and the earthbound reality of common folk. The prince's declaration had sent shockwaves through the established order, forcing courtiers and commoners alike to reconsider what they thought they knew about power, worth, and the nature of love itself. The Step family's reaction had been predictable in its venom. The night after the final ball, they cornered Aschenputtel in the kitchen, where she still slept despite her changed circumstances, their faces twisted with a fury that went beyond mere disappointment. "You little witch," her stepmother hissed, her cultured voice cracking with rage. "What did you do to him? What dark arts did you practice to steal what belongs to your betters?" "I did nothing but dance," she replied, but even to her own ears the word sounded insufficient to explain the magnitude of what had occurred. "Dance?" Greta spat. "No one rises from ash girl to princess through dancing. You must have used some charm, some potion, some devil's bargain." They could not conceive of a world where virtue might be rewarded without trickery, where love might see past the barriers of station and circumstance. In their minds, she had cheated somehow, had stolen a prize that should have gone to one of them through the natural order of things. Wilhelmina stepped closer, her pale eyes bright with malice. "It won't last, you know. When he tires of his novelty, when the court turns against him for this foolishness, he'll put you aside. Men of his rank always do, eventually. And when that happens," her stepmother added, "don't think you can come crawling back to us. You've made your choice. You'll live with the consequences." But their threats felt hollow, like the buzzing of insects against a window. Aschenputtel had been transformed by recognition, by being seen and chosen for who she truly was. Their words could not touch that core of certainty, could not diminish the reality of what the prince and she had found together. Still, the Step family would not accept defeat gracefully. In the weeks leading up to the wedding, they launched a campaign of whispers and insinuations designed to undermine both the Ash Girl's reputation and her future husband's judgment. They spread stories of her supposed dabbling in witchcraft, pointed to her mysterious appearances at the balls as evidence of supernatural intervention. They painted themselves as victims of her ambition, poor women deceived and betrayed by the ungrateful servant they had sheltered out of Christian charity. Some listened to their poison and found it credible. There were those at court who had never approved of the prince's unconventional choice, who seized upon any excuse to question the legitimacy of the union. They whispered that she was a fraud, a pretender, a dangerous influence who would drag the noble bloodline down into common mud. But others remembered the 3 nights of dancing, remembered the transformation they had witnessed, not just of her appearance, but of something deeper. They had seen the recognition pass between the unlikely pair, had witnessed the prince's certainty even in the face of revelation. There was something about their story that resonated with older truths, older magics that predated the careful boundaries of social convention. The prince himself remained unshaken by the criticism. If anything, the opposition seemed to strengthen his resolve, to clarify for him exactly what kind of future he wanted to build. He spent long hours with his advisors, planning reforms that would ease the rigid barriers between nobles and commoners, ways to reward merit over birth, wisdom over wealth. "She has shown me something I never saw before," he told his counsellors one evening. "How much talent is wasted when we only look for value in expected places. How many voices go unheard because they speak from positions we've been taught to ignore? Those who knew him understood then that their marriage was more than a personal choice. It was a political statement, a challenge to the existing order that went far beyond one Ash girl's rise from kitchen to throne. They were proposing a new way of seeing, a different definition of worth that threatened those whose power depended on the old certainties. As the wedding day approached, the tension in the court became palpable. There were those who celebrated the romantic triumph, who saw in their story hope for their own dreams of advancement. But there were others who viewed it as a dangerous precedent, a crack in the foundation that might eventually bring down the whole structure of their world. The Stepp family's desperation grew more acute with each passing day. They had staked everything on their daughters' marriages, had spent years cultivating the connections and refinements they believed would secure their social position. Aschenputtel's unexpected elevation rendered all their calculations meaningless, exposed their careful strategies as futile exercises in self-deception. 3 days before the ceremony, they made their final desperate play. They appeared at court during morning audiences, dressed in deep mourning black, their faces painted with expressions of profound grief and righteous indignation. "Your Highness," the stepmother began, her voice trembling with what sounded like barely contained emotion, "we come before you as Christian women, bound by conscience to speak truth, even when it brings us pain." The prince gestured for her to continue, his expression neutral but alert. Around them, the assembled courtiers leaned forward, sensing drama about to unfold. "The woman you have chosen to marry," she continued, "the one you know as our stepdaughter, is not what she appears to be. She has trafficked with dark forces, used unholy arts to bewitch your senses. We have evidence." "What evidence?" The prince's voice cut through her rehearsed speech like a blade through silk. The stepmother fumbled in her bag and withdrew a small cloth bundle, unfolding it to reveal what appeared to be herbs and stones arranged in some sort of pattern. "We found this hidden beneath her mattress," she declared, "a charm bag, filled with the implements of witchcraft." The prince stared at the objects, recognizing them for what they were: crude things, dried weeds, common pebbles, bits of cloth that could have come from anywhere. A child's collection of natural curiosities, arranged to look ominous to minds already predisposed towards suspicion. "These are not mine," Aschenputtel said quietly from her place beside the throne, but her stepmother was already launching into her prepared denunciation. She admits nothing, of course, but the evidence speaks for itself. How else could a mere kitchen servant capture the heart of a prince? How else could she appear at the balls in such finery, only to vanish like smoke when midnight struck? She has made a bargain with powers that no Christian soul should traffic with, and now she seeks to drag you down with her into damnation. The court held its breath, waiting to see how the prince would respond to this direct challenge to his judgment. Some faces showed barely concealed hope that he might be swayed, might recognise the supposed wisdom of choosing a more conventional bride. Others watched with concern, wondering if doubt might finally crack his certainty. The prince studied the pathetic collection of objects for a long moment, then looked up at the Stepp family with an expression of such contempt that they actually stepped backward. "These," he said, picking up one of the stones and examining it with exaggerated interest, "are your evidence of witchcraft. A few weeds and pebbles that any child might collect from a garden path." "But the pattern," Greta protested. "The way they were arranged." "Could mean anything or nothing," the prince interrupted. "I could arrange a dozen objects in some mystical pattern and claim they prove your breakfast porridge was enchanted. Where is your real evidence? Where are the witnesses to these supposed dark rituals? Where are the victims of her malevolent magic?" The stepmother's carefully prepared speech began to crumble under the weight of its own absurdity. "The evidence is in what happened," she insisted, her voice growing shrill with desperation. "No natural woman could have appeared as she did, could have won your heart through honest means." "Ah." The prince's voice turned dangerously quiet. "Now we come to the heart of it. You cannot believe that I might love her for herself, that I might have seen something in her character worth choosing over more conventional advantages. You assume that any attraction I feel must be the result of supernatural manipulation, because in your minds she possesses nothing worth loving through natural means." The accuracy of his assessment struck the Stepp family like physical blows. They had indeed been unable to conceive of any scenario in which Aschenputtel might be chosen on her own merits, any world in which their careful calculations of worth and status might prove irrelevant. But that, the prince continued, standing and moving to take the Ash girl's hand, says more about the poverty of your vision than about any supposed deficiency in her. You saw a servant where I saw a woman of grace and intelligence. You saw worthlessness where I saw worth beyond measure. The failure is not in her character, but in your ability to recognize character when it stands before you. He turned to address the full court, his voice carrying clearly through the sudden silence. Let me be absolutely clear about something. I chose this woman not despite knowing who she was, but because of it. Not because she deceived me with magic, but because she revealed herself through truth. The real magic was not in the gowns that clothed her or the slippers that adorned her feet. It was in the courage that brought her to me, in the honesty that let her be seen, in the love that made her willing to risk everything for the possibility of being known. The Steppe family stood speechless, their accusations turned to ash in their mouths. Around the hall, faces that had been sceptical began to show grudging admiration for the prince's certainty, for his willingness to defend his choice against all comers. But fairy tales demand more than the defeat of accusations. They require the full revelation of truth, and truth in the old stories came with consequences that matched the magnitude of the deceptions that had preceded it. The prince was not finished with the Steppe family's public humiliation. Since you have chosen to make these accusations in public, he said, his voice now carrying the full weight of royal authority, let us examine them in the light they deserve. Guards, search their quarters. If witchcraft exists in this matter, let us discover where it truly lies. The search began immediately, and it did not take long to bear fruit. Hidden in the stepmother's private chambers, the guards discovered an extensive collection of the very items she had attempted to plant on Aschenputtel. Herbs and potions, charms and amulets, books of folk magic and carefully copied spells. The evidence of her own dabbling in supernatural arts was overwhelming, accumulated over years of desperate attempts to secure her daughter's futures through any means necessary. It seems, the prince observed as the guards laid out their findings before the assembled court, that there was indeed witchcraft involved in this matter, though not from the source you suggested. The stepmother's face had gone the colour of old parchment. She opened her mouth to speak, then closed it again, recognising that any defence she might offer would only worsen her position. The irony, the prince continued, is that all your magical efforts to advance your daughter's prospects have accomplished nothing. While you were brewing love potions and casting attraction spells, the woman you dismissed as worthless won my heart through the simple expedient of being herself. Your magic failed because it was based on deception, while hers succeeded because it was founded in truth. The word hers made the Steppe family flinch, but those who understood the deeper currents of the story knew what he meant. The magic that had transformed Aschenputtel, that had brought her to him night after night, had not been the kind found in spell books or potion bottles. It had been the older magic of recognition, of two souls finding each other across the barriers that lesser people mistake for absolute boundaries. As for your accusations of enchantment, the prince said, his attention returning to the stepsisters, let me address those directly. Yes, she appeared transformed on those 3 nights. Yes, she wore gowns of impossible beauty and slippers that seemed to be made of light itself. But the transformation was not in her clothing or her appearance. It was in finally being seen for who she truly was. The magic was not in deception, but in revelation. He paused, letting his words settle into the silence of the great hall. And yes, I was enchanted. I am enchanted still, but not by potions or spells or supernatural manipulations. I am enchanted by her intelligence, by her kindness, by her ability to find beauty in small things that others overlook. I am enchanted by the way she moves to music as if the rhythm lives in her bones, by the way she speaks of the world as if it were a poem waiting to be read. That enchantment grows stronger with each day I know her, and it will continue to grow for all the days of our lives together. The assembled court erupted in applause, but Aschenputtel barely heard it. She was looking at her step-family, seeing something in their faces she had never witnessed before. Not just defeat, but the dawning recognition of what they had lost through their own blindness. For the first time, perhaps, they were beginning to understand that she possessed something they had never recognized. something that no amount of social positioning or material advantage could duplicate or replace. But understanding, in the old stories, came too late to prevent the consequences of years of cruelty and deceit. The prince was not finished dispensing the justice that fairy tales demanded. There remains the matter of how this household was managed, he said, his voice taking on the formal tone of royal judgment. How a daughter of this realm was reduced to servitude in her own father's house. How cruelty was masked as discipline. How systematic humiliation was presented as moral instruction. The Steppe family's faces went pale as they realised the direction his words were taking. They had focused so intently on challenging Aschenputtel's worthiness that they had forgotten their own vulnerability, their own complicity in years of injustice. The woman I will marry bears scars that will never fully heal, not on her body but on her spirit, wounds inflicted by those who should have protected and cherished her. Those wounds cry out for acknowledgement, for recompense, for justice. He gestured to the guards, who moved forward with obvious purpose. Take them to the tower cells. Let them experience the same isolation they imposed on others, the same reduction to bare survival they found so appropriate for their betters. "Your Highness," the stepmother gasped, finally finding her voice, "surely you cannot mean to imprison us for the crime of maintaining proper discipline in our household?" "Proper discipline?" The prince's voice cracked like a whip. "Is that what you call forcing a daughter to sleep among ashes while you occupied rooms that were rightfully hers? Is that your definition of maintaining order? Reducing a child to the status of an unpaid servant while you lived off her father's wealth?" The guards reached for the Steppe family, but before they could be led away, something remarkable happened. From somewhere high above them came a sound Aschenputtel recognised, the wordless singing that had accompanied her transformation, that had marked every moment when the impossible became real. The court looked up in wonder as white birds began to descend from the rafters, dozens of them, their wings gleaming like silk in the light from the great windows. They settled on the shoulders and heads of the assembled guests, but their attention was focused on the stepsisters with unmistakable intent. Greta screamed as one of the birds landed on her shoulder, its beak moving with surgical precision toward her left eye. A second bird settled on Wilhelmina, its black eyes bright with purpose that transcended mere animal instinct. The rest of the court watched in fascinated horror as the creatures that had blessed Aschenputtel's transformation arrived to dispense the final justice of the tale. "Wait," Aschenputtel found herself saying, stepping forward before the birds could complete their work. "Please, let me speak." The prince looked at her in surprise, but he gestured for the guards to hold their positions. The birds too seemed to pause, their heads cocked as if listening for some signal she might give. She looked at her Steppe family, at the women who had made her life a misery for 3 years, who had tried to destroy her future even after their own ambitions had been revealed as delusions. They were not evil in the way of demons or monsters. They were simply small people, frightened people, who had allowed fear to transform them into something cruel and desperate. "You took my name," she said quietly, her voice carrying clearly in the expectant silence. "You took my place at the family table, my room, my inheritance, my dignity. You tried to take my future, and failing that, you tried to destroy it entirely rather than see me claim something you believed should be yours." Her stepmother opened her mouth to speak, but Aschenputtel held up her hand to silence her. "But I am not you," she continued. "I will not let cruelty breed more cruelty, will not let the poison you carried infect the life I am building. You have lost everything you worked for, your daughter's prospects, your social position, your reputation, your freedom. That seems consequence enough for the choices you have made." She turned to address the white birds, feeling foolish but somehow certain they would understand. "Let them keep their sight," she said. "They are already blind to the things that matter most. Physical blindness would only make them objects of pity rather than architects of their own downfall." The birds regarded her for a long moment, their dark eyes unreadable. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, they took flight, spiralling upward toward the windows and the sky beyond. But as they departed, each one deposited something small and white on the floor at the stepsister's feet. Aschenputtel knelt to examine the objects and found them to be tiny stones, smooth and pale as pearls but hard as diamonds. When she held them up to the light, they seemed to glow with an inner fire that was both beautiful and somehow terrible. "What are they?" the prince asked. "Tears," she realised, the knowledge coming to her from some source beyond rational thought. Their tears made solid. The tears they should have shed for their cruelty but never did. The tears of genuine repentance that might have changed everything. She looked up at her stepfamily, seeing understanding dawn in their faces. The birds had given them exactly what they deserved. Not blindness, but the physical manifestation of the emotional blindness they had chosen. These stones would serve as permanent reminders of what they had lost through their inability to see beyond their own narrow ambitions. "Keep these," she said, pressing the stones into their hands. "Let them remind you of the price of hardening your hearts, of the cost of refusing to recognize worth when it stands before you." The stepmother looked down at the stone in her palm, and for the first time since Aschenputtel had known her, genuine tears began to flow down her cheeks. Not tears of self-pity or frustrated ambition, but tears of recognition, of finally understanding the magnitude of what her choices had cost, not just the Ash girl, but herself and her daughters. "We will not send you to prison," the prince declared, his voice gentler now but still carrying the weight of royal judgment. "But neither can you remain here, where your presence would be a constant reminder of injustice unpunished. You will be escorted to the borders of the realm, with enough resources to begin new lives elsewhere. What you make of those lives will be entirely up to you. It was a mercy they had not earned, but mercy given freely rather than demanded." As the guards prepared to escort them away, Greta turned back toward Aschenputtel, her face transformed by something that might have been the beginning of wisdom. "I hope," she said quietly, "that you will be happy. I hope your children will be kinder than we were, and wiser than we proved to be." It was perhaps the first genuine thing she had ever said to the Ash girl, and Aschenputtel found herself nodding in acknowledgement. "I hope your new life brings you more peace than your old one did," she replied. They left then, walking out of the great hall and out of her life forever, carrying their stones and whatever lessons they might finally be ready to learn from their exile. She watched them go with something that was not quite forgiveness, but was no longer hatred, a recognition that they too had been trapped by their own fears and limitations, even as they had made those limitations into prisons for others. The wedding itself passed in a blur of ceremony and celebration, but the moments the chroniclers would remember were the quiet ones, the prince's hand in Aschenputtel's as they spoke their vows, the sound of music drifting through the open windows, the faces of the common folk who had been invited to witness this unprecedented union between worlds. For the first time in the kingdom's memory, servants and nobles stood side by side, watching as love proved itself stronger than custom, as recognition triumphed over convention. As the sun set on their wedding day, the new princess found herself standing once again at her mother's grave, this time wearing a crown and a gown of white silk that rustled like whispered prayers. The little tree had grown taller still, its branches now strong enough to shelter anyone who might seek rest in its shade. She knelt one final time in the familiar spot and pressed her palm to the earth that held her mother's bones. "I kept faith," she whispered. "Even when it seemed impossible, even when the darkness threatened to swallow everything, I held on to the belief that love was stronger than cruelty, that truth was more powerful than deception. Your daughter has found her way home." The tree rustled in the evening breeze, and she heard once more that wordless singing, fainter now but still present, still blessing. A single white feather drifted down from its branches, settling in her palm like a benediction. She tucked it into her bodice, close to her heart, a talisman of the magic that had brought her through darkness into light. When she returned to the palace that would now be her home, she found the prince waiting for her in their private chambers, his formal wedding attire replaced by simple clothes that made him look younger, more approachable, more real. "Any regrets?" he asked, taking her hands and searching her face for signs of doubt or second thoughts. "Only that it took so long for us to find each other," she replied, and meant it. "Only that we lost so many nights we might have spent dancing." He smiled then, the expression transforming his serious features into something radiant with joy. "Then we have work to do," he said, pulling her into his arms. "We have a lifetime of dances to make up for, and I intend to claim everyone." As they moved together to music only they could hear, observers might have reflected on the nature of transformation, how it was never really about the clothes one wore or the circumstances one found oneself in, but about the courage to be seen, to be known, to be loved for exactly who one was beneath all the disguises life forced people to wear. The Ash girl was gone, burned away in the fire of recognition and love. In her place stood a woman who had learned that the deepest magic was not in changing who you were, but in finding someone who could see who you had always been. And in that seeing, in that recognition, lay the power to transform not just two hearts, but the very world around them. Outside their windows, the white birds sang their wordless songs to the stars, and somewhere in that celestial music, one could hear the voice of every woman who had ever knelt in ashes and dared to dream of dancing. Their stories lived on in hers, their hopes fulfilled in her happiness, their faith in love's transformative power vindicated by the impossible thing that had become beautifully, permanently real. But fairy tales, the oldest and truest ones, do not end with happiness alone. They end with the understanding that transformation comes at a cost, that justice demands payment, and that the magic that lifts some must necessarily burn others. In the years that followed, visitors to the kingdom would sometimes glimpse three figures in grey travelling the dusty roads, a woman and two younger ones, carrying stones that caught the light like tears frozen into crystal. They never stayed long in any place, these wanderers, never settled or found peace. Some said they were searching for redemption, for some way to undo the years of cruelty that had brought them to this exile. Others whispered that they were cursed, doomed to wander until they learned to see with eyes unclouded by envy and ambition. But those who knew the older stories, the tales where justice was as real as love and consequences as permanent as transformation, understood that they carried exactly the burden they had earned. Not the blindness that might have made them pitiful, but the clear sight that forced them to see, finally and forever, exactly what they had lost through their own choosing. And in the palace where the Ash Girl had become a princess, where love had proven stronger than station, and recognition more powerful than deception, the white birds still sometimes came to rest in the windows, reminding all who saw them that magic was real, that justice was certain, and that some transformations once begun could never be undone.